Welcome to a story filled with love, happiness, and new beginnings. Join us on this beautiful journey where every moment is a chance to smile, dream, and start anew. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. Chapter 1. The moving truck's rumble faded down Maplewood Lane, leaving behind the smell of diesel and a small girl standing at the edge of a neat, unfamiliar lawn. 5-year-old Ava clutched a thick, dog-eared storybook to her chest as if it were armor. Her fingers pressed into the cracked spine, leaving faint impressions. The houses here looked nearly identical. Gray siding, white fences, neat flower beds. But to her, they were enormous strangers with shuttered eyes. Her parents were still unpacking boxes in the driveway. They were busy with lamps and folded clothes, too distracted to notice how still she stood. A soft wind lifted the hem of her yellow dress. Her hair, dark and straight, blew across her face. She didn't brush it back. She liked the way it hid her, a curtain between her and this new world. Across the street, a boy zipped along on a small blue bike with training wheels rattling like loose coins. His laughter echoed off the pavement. He skidded to a stop, sneaker soles squeaking, and glanced at her. His hair was light brown and a little wild, and his knees were already scuffed, as if scraped stories were his daily routine. He grinned at her, an unpracticed, gap-toothed thing that showed he didn't worry about strangers. He waved. Ava froze. She had never been good at meeting people. She looked down at her book, hoping it would shield her from the view. The boy didn't leave. He dropped his bike in the grass and trotted across the street, his sneakers crunching against the curb. "Hi," he said, slightly out of breath but full of excitement. "I'm Liam. I live next door." Ava's voice barely reached above the breeze. "Hi. What's your name?" "Ava. What's that?" He pointed at the book she held. "A story," she said softly. "I like stories, but bikes are better." He jerked his thumb toward his blue bike, lying on its side like a sleeping animal. "Want me to teach you?" "It's fun." Ava's stomach twisted. She didn't know how to ride a bike. Her parents had promised to buy her one after the move, but the idea of trying made her palms sweat. She shook her head. Liam shrugged, but his eyes twinkled. "Okay, but when you get one, I can teach you. I'm really good at it." He grinned again, and for the first time since the truck left, Ava's lips curved into a shy smile. Days passed like pages turning. Ava's parents bought her a small red bike with white wheels. It leaned in the garage, unused, until one afternoon, Liam knocked on the door. "Come on," he said when she opened it. "Let's go outside." He helped her roll the bike down the driveway. "Don't worry," he told her, steadying the handlebars with both hands. "I'll hold on. You won't fall." Ava's fingers trembled on the grips. Her feet rested awkwardly on the pedals. Liam jogged beside her as she pushed off. The bike wobbled like a frightened bird. She felt the air against her face, warm and sweet with the scent of cut grass. "You're doing it," he cheered. She peeked over her shoulder. He was still there, running, holding the seat steady. She felt a flicker of trust, a rare and new sensation. "Don't let go," she whispered. "I won't. Not yet." He guided her up and down the sidewalk until the sky softened into evening. When she wobbled too much, he caught her before she could tip. When she grew brave enough to pedal harder, he laughed and ran to keep up with her. On the third try, he let go without saying a word to her. Ava didn't notice at first. The bike rolled straight and smoothly beneath her. Her hair streamed behind her. For a moment, she felt like part of the wind. Then she turned, saw his empty hands, and yelped. The bike veered. She toppled into the grass with a soft thud. Liam ran over. "Sorry, I thought you were ready." Ava sat up. A blade of grass clung to her elbow, but she wasn't crying. She was laughing, breathless, wild, and startled by her own joy. "I did it," she said. "Yeah, you did." His grin widened. "You're awesome." From that day, the two of them were inseparable. They rode bikes together in long loops around the cul-de-sac. They built forts from cardboard boxes in her backyard. They whispered jokes during fireworks on the 4th of July, covering their ears when the booms got too loud. Ava carried her book everywhere, but now she also carried Liam's laughter. He teased her out of her shell. He made her think of sunlight, even on cloudy days. One afternoon, sitting under the oak tree at the corner, Ava pressed her book closed and said solemnly, "We'll always be together." Liam tilted his head. "Like forever?" "Yes." Her voice was steady now, not shy at all. "Always." He grinned, nodded, and offered her a fist bump. "Deal." She bumped her small knuckles against his. In her heart, the promise glowed brighter than the summer sun. That night, the new house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. Her parents had fallen asleep after a long day of unpacking. Boxes still sat like small mountains in the hallway. Ava lay in her new bedroom, the walls pale blue and bare. Moonlight spilled across the carpet. Her book rested on the nightstand, its cover worn smooth by her thumbs. She had read it so many times. She almost knew it by heart. But tonight, she wasn't reading. She was thinking of Liam, his crooked smile, the way he'd caught her handlebars, and the sound of his sneakers slapping the pavement. She pulled the blanket up to her chin. Her eyes grew heavy, but a strange, secret excitement fluttered in her chest. The words she had spoken earlier under the oak tree weren't enough. They were only half of what she wanted to promise. Ava turned onto her side, facing the window where a slice of moonlight glimmered. The room felt bigger in the dark. Shadows stretched like long fingers across the floor. In the stillness, she whispered words so soft they were almost part of the air. "One day I'll marry Liam." Her eyelids drifted shut. She didn't hear the faint creak of the hallway floorboards outside her room. She didn't see the shadow pause by her half-open door. Chapter 2. In the neighborhood where sidewalks draw loops like laces, Ava and Liam grow side by side. The houses age a little each year. Paint fades in small places. New mailboxes appear. A grocery store down the road adds a bakery, and the smell of dough drifts into late afternoons. Childhood stretches like a soft ribbon between school days and weekends, and they knot it with the things they do together. On Saturday mornings, they build blanket forts in Ava's living room. Chairs become pillars. Beach towels become roofs. Quilts make walls that fall if you touch them too hard. Ava lines up battery candles inside the fort so everything glows honey gold. Liam crawls in with a plate of peanut butter crackers and a plastic cup of apple juice. They sit cross-legged with knees knocking and make the rules of their tiny country. No grown-ups beyond the threshold. No chores while the border is closed. No phones unless it is for music, in which case Liam asks for a playlist, and Ava picks soft songs that sound like secret roads through forests. Their whispering voices meet at the center of the tent, the sound low and close, like rain under a porch roof. They whisper secrets because whispering makes the words feel more intimate and safe. Ava says she sometimes dreams of falling, but never hits the ground. Liam says he used to think the moon followed their car at night because it liked them. Ava confesses that she once buried a note in the backyard and told no one where it was. Liam admits he once stole a pack of gum from his father's jacket pocket and chewed all the pieces in one afternoon until his jaw hurt. They promise not to laugh at each other's confessions. They occasionally break that rule and then cover their mouths with their hands, apologizing. In summer, fireworks bloom over the school field on the 4th of July. The town plays a playlist through a crackly speaker. People spread blankets on the grass. Babies get fussy near the end. Dogs tremble and hide under chairs. Ava brings her book bag, but does not read. She lies on her back and looks up to where colors open. Liam lies next to her, arms behind his head. When the loud ones hit, he nervously counts down to the next, trying to outguess the sky. Ava giggles when he miscounts. A red shell breaks into 1,000 tiny rubies. A gold one spills like a waterfall that does not make you wet. She presses her shoulder against his when the sound is too much. He lets her, and it feels ordinary to both of them, like breathing. The years step forward. The forts grow neater. The whispered secrets grow heavier. Homework starts to matter. The bike rides get longer and stretch into new streets. They learn which trees hold birds at dusk and which driveways belong to the unfriendly neighbor who once yelled at Liam for cutting through his yard. In the winter, they try to sled on pizza boxes because snow blows in overnight and they have no proper sled. There is the spring when he teaches her to throw a baseball, and she almost hits his face and then cries because she thinks she really will. He laughs and says his face survives, and they draw a chalk diamond on the street and play until the chalk becomes dust on their fingers. Ava loves stories more as she grows. At first, she loves the ones about dragons and brave girls with swords. Then her eyes slide toward a different shelf in the library. The covers change. Hands almost touching on a park bench. A window lit by a single lamp. A beach scene with footprints pairing up in the sand. She reads quietly in the living room when it rains. Her parents move around her with laundry, emails, and news broadcasts that worry about the world. Liam texts her memes and bad puns. She sends him the funniest lines from the book she is reading, but she never admits to the way her chest goes warm when a page describes two best friends who finally look at each other and see more. The first romance she reads is sweet and straightforward. A girl and a boy meet as kids, grow up in the same town, and fall in love by the end. It feels familiar in a way that is part comfort, part prediction. She likes the promise of it. Best friends always fall in love, she thinks. The thought forms like dew on a cool morning. It isn't loud. It isn't a trumpet. It is quiet and persistent. It clings. She underlines a sentence in pencil. We found our future in the small things we did every day. She stares at the line a long time, then closes the book and texts Liam a photo of the stray cat that visits their porch. At school, they pretend to be an entirely separate person. They sit at different tables at lunch because schedules change, and friend groups are often funny and fluid, but after class, they fall back together like magnets. On Tuesdays, they run to the corner store and split a bag of gummy bears, arguing about the flavors. On Thursdays, they do homework at Ava's kitchen table. He taps a beat with his pencil while he solves equations. She writes an essay and chews the inside of her cheek, then reads it aloud to him and asks if it sounds dumb. He says, "It sounds honest." She hears the word honest and decides to keep it like a stone in her pocket. They start middle school, and everyone looks different for a while. Arms and legs lengthen in odd bursts. Voices try out new registers like instruments warming up. Liam grows taller, and his hair flops into his eyes sometimes. Ava learns to pin hers back with 2 silver clips. Liam tries contact lenses for a week and gives up because they feel like poking his eyeballs with jelly. He goes back to his glasses and pushes them up when he is thinking. She notices how often he does it. He notices he only needs to look once to find her in a crowd. The summer before 8th grade is the kind that turns skin golden and knuckles scabbed. They volunteer at the library's kids' reading program on Saturdays, handing out stickers to small readers and helping them pick books. Ava gently leads little hands toward the bright covers. She speaks in a soft voice when a shy girl hides behind her mother. Liam kneels to tape a torn corner of a picture book and makes a sound effect for each animal on the page. They get paid in slushies at the end of each shift, thanks to the librarian who calls them her favorite responsible chaos. One afternoon, while Ava sorts donated books, she finds a stack of light romances wrapped in twine. She takes one home. Her mother raises an eyebrow and says, "Already?" with a smile that is both measurable and devoid of judgment. Ava shrugs and says she is curious. She reads in bed late, the lamp a small pool of light, the house quiet. The story is predictable. She likes it for that reason. There is a farm, a summer festival, and 2 people who have always known each other. She thinks of Liam. When the boy in the story brings the girl a bouquet of dandelions and says he likes the weeds best because they refuse to be ordinary flowers. She does not want a bouquet, she tells herself. She keeps reading anyway, heartbeat steady and present. The next day, she tells Liam about the festival in the book. He listens without teasing her. "So they just know?" he asks, curious. "They grow up together," she says. "They figure it out after they almost lose each other, because they think they fall for other people, but they're wrong." He nods slowly. "That seems scary." "It is." She smiles, "But they end up happy. And you like it because—" Ava looks away and picks at a loose thread on her sleeve. "Because the best friend never leaves," she says simply. "Because best friends always fall in love." She says it like it is a line she is trying out. She listens to how it sounds out loud, and it surprises her a little. It sounds ordinary, not dramatic, like the truth has been sitting there and she has finally found the right shelf for it. Liam doesn't respond right away. He tosses a small pebble down the driveway and watches it skip across the ground. "Good for them," he says, and he tries to keep his voice light. He jokes about dandelions and weeds, about a parade of bees, about how dumb it would be to pick flowers from a neighbor's yard and get chased. Ava laughs. The moment slides past them, like a slow bike coasting downhill. Neither of them pushes the brakes, so they just travel with it. During that same summer, their town hosts a night market on Fridays. Strings of lights hang between stalls like low stars. A taco truck parks near the fountain, and a teenager beats a drum over a speaker while his friend raps. Ava and Liam wander through the rows and share a paper cone of cinnamon churros. Powdered sugar dusts Liam's t-shirt, and he does not notice. Ava reaches out without thinking and brushes it away with her fingers. When she realizes what she has done, she pulls her hand back and looks at it like it belongs to someone bolder. He only smiles and says, "Thanks, neat freak," and buys her a lemonade. They end up at a table near the edge of the market, where a woman sells little jars with corks, each one filled with beads. She strings into bracelets and necklaces, while customers wait. A cardboard sign says, "Custom words. your story, your beads. The woman's fingers move quickly and sure. The beads click softly like rain on a window. Ava watches, mesmerized by the colors. Blue like the lake, green like the school field, warm brown like the inside of a shell. She feels a strong pull to want something small and simple that she can keep close to her skin. Pick a word, the woman says kindly, nodding at them. Ava shakes her head. I'm just looking. Liam glances at her. He knows her tells. The way her eyes fix on something when she wants it, the way her mouth tilts when she says she is only looking. He nudges her shoulder. Get one, he says. What word? Ava thinks. But all the words crowd each other, and none are brave enough to step forward. She shrugs. I can't decide. Typical, he says with a soft grin. You decide everything else. He pays for a lemonade refill and the two of them move on. But the bead table stays in his head like a melody that refuses to end. A few weeks later, August hovers over the town like warm breath. The library program ends. The school sends schedules by email. People complain about the heat, and the ice cream truck no longer bothers to drive slowly. It rolls like a lazy wave, and kids chase it with dollar bills in their fists. Ava texted Liam that she is reading a book where a boy strings shells and beads and gives them to a girl on a dock at sunset. She said the book is cliché and then added that clichés exist for a reason. Liam typed. Deleted, typed, deleted, and sent only a thumbs up. He spends a quiet evening in his garage. The door open to the whir of cicadas. On the workbench, he sets out a spool of black string and a plastic organizer box of beads he buys from the craft store with his allowance. He has no plan beyond the feeling that has been tapping his shoulder since the night market. He threads one bead, then another. He starts over twice. He thinks of the first summer they rode bikes until their legs ached. He thinks of the winter she made him hot chocolate and added too many marshmallows on purpose. He thinks of the way she says his name when she is annoyed and when she is proud of him, and the difference between those sounds. He chooses a blue bead, then a plain wooden bead, a tiny heart that will sit on the side where only she will feel it. He does not add words. He is not ready to choose a public word, and he is unsure she would want everyone to read it. He ties a careful knot and tests it. He holds the necklace in his palm and feels its small weight. It is simple. It looks like something you can wear with everything because it wants to be part of your life, not the center of it. He puts it in a little brown envelope. On the front, he writes her name. He stops after the A and the V, then finishes anyway. Ava. He does not sleep well that night. He dreams of fireworks and dandelions and a parade of bees that will not leave him alone. In the morning, he laughs at himself, then stops. At sunset, he walks to her house. The air smells like cut grass and someone's dinner. Ava sits on the porch steps with a book. She looks up when he comes through the gate. The porch light is not on yet. The day is not done. He sits next to her and presses the envelope into her hands before he can change his mind. What's this? She asks. Open it, he says. He tries to sound normal. He fails a little. She slides the necklace out, and the beads slide into the curve of her palm. The little heart hides near the clasp. She notices it, and her mouth forms a small O, then closes, as if she is keeping a taste from escaping. She looks at his face, searching it the way she reads a line twice to get all the meaning. The cicadas hum louder, then softer. Somewhere in the neighborhood, a dog barks twice. It's for you, he says, voice low now. I made it. It's beautiful, she says. She speaks like she is steadying a delicately stacked thing. You made this? He nods. Yeah, Ava swallows. She lifts her hair and turns a little shy, as if the night itself is watching. Will you? She asks, and offers him the ends of the string. His hands shake as he ties the knot. The beads touch the hollow of her throat and rest there like they belong. He breathes out. He almost says nothing else, but then words arrive. Not the ones he edits, not the ones he deletes. He leans closer, his warm breath mingling with the cooling air. You're my... He stops, then finishes, because the truth takes the shortest path when it finally moves. You're my forever girl. The word forever hangs between them like a bridge built in a heartbeat. Ava's eyes widened. The porch light blinks on by itself, a timer clicking to life, and the sudden brightness makes them both blink. Somewhere inside the house, a floorboard creaks. The front door handle turns slowly, then stops. And on that small square of a porch, with the necklace warm against Ava's skin, and the word forever still vibrating the air, they both look toward the door, unsure of who is about to step through and what that person already heard. Chapter 3. High school came with new hallways, heavier textbooks, and a rush of faces that changed every year. Ava and Liam walked into it side by side, like always, but the building made them feel smaller and older at the same time. The necklace Liam had made, a string and beads, a small heart near the clasp, rested at the hollow of Ava's throat most days. She tucked it under t-shirts in gym and pulled it back out when she sat in class, a small anchor against the noise. In the 9th grade cafeteria, lunchtime sounded like a dozen radios playing at once. Liam fit in fast. He joined pickup games behind the gym and laughed with anyone who wanted to laugh. He said yes to things easily. A group study session in the library, a pizza after a home game, and the robotics team when a friend begged him to try. He was friendly and loose with his plans, and other people liked that about him. Girls loved it too. They loved the way he grinned over a lost homework paper, the way he pushed his hair back and left a streak of chalk on his forehead, the way he treated everyone like they mattered. Ava knew how he looked to them. She also knew how he looked when he wasn't performing for a crowd. Quiet on her couch, clicking a pen against his knee, slumped at her kitchen table, head down over a stubborn math problem, sprawled on the rug, half asleep during a movie they'd seen 3 times. It made her love him in a way she did not say out loud. She did not say it to him, nor did she say it to her friends. The feeling sat in her like a low, steady lamp that she never switched off. Freshman year bled into sophomore year, the way seasons slide along the curb after rain. The work got harder. The stakes got taller. Ava took honors English and pretended she didn't care when the teacher read her essay aloud to the class. Liam took physics and built bridges out of balsa wood that held 30 pounds until one snapped with a small, sharp sigh. Ava watched the pieces scatter and wanted to gather them in both hands. He laughed it off and started again. He dated casually. It was the kind you can hold with an open palm. A movie with a girl from the orchestra who laughed like wind chimes. 2 weeks sitting together at lunch with a girl from chemistry who always wore a scarf, even in September. A few late-night texts with someone who posted moody skylines and liked songs about storms. When things ended, he stayed kind. People still said hi to him at the lockers. Ava saw the pattern. She told herself not to be a pattern. She told herself not to be anything at all. At home, her mother asked questions about school, the future, and the college brochures that were starting to arrive with glossy promises. Her father cooked on Sundays and left leftovers labeled in neat black marker. Ava did her homework at the kitchen table and kept a book stacked under the math. She still read romances. She liked the comfort of seeing feelings find names. She underlined small lines. We grew up together, so when we changed, we brought each other along. She never read those lines to Liam. She sent him memes instead. He answered fast most nights, slow on others, and she pretended not to notice which nights matched which girls. On Saturdays, they met at the coffee shop near the library. The place had a chalkboard menu and a crooked shelf of second-hand books by the window. They shared a table just as they had shared forts. The tools changed, pen to pillow, mugs to apple juice, but the way they leaned in stayed the same. Liam tapped his pencil while he solved for X. Ava marked sentences and tried to hear them in her head with her teacher's voice. They teased each other. They traded gummy bears for Hold My Place while I ran to the restroom. They made a rule about not checking their phones during the first hour, and then broke it when someone sent a photo of a dog in a sweater, and they both needed to see it. At 15, Ava got asked out by a boy from biology who smelled like a fresh hoodie and vanilla body spray. She said yes because the world told her she should say yes sometimes. They went to a movie. He laughed too loudly, and she smiled because he wanted her to smile. He reached for her hand in the dark, and she let him have it for 6 minutes, thinking about the beads at her throat, and if the string would ever feel the same on her skin after she told Liam the whole truth. It didn't last. She was polite when she declined a second date. He was courteous when he nodded. They still shared lab equipment on Tuesdays. By junior year, their schedules pulled them apart and tugged them back together every week. Liam joined a friend's garage band for 3 months, then quit because he didn't like the way their lead guitarist treated the drummer. He worked a few shifts at a burger place, smelling like salt and grill smoke when he walked home late. Ava joined the yearbook team and learned how to use the camera she had to sign out in the main office. She loved the way a lens could ask a person to be real for 1 second. She took photos at basketball games and watched Liam cheer from the bleachers as if he were the one on the court. She brought home pictures of strangers mid-laugh and strangers mid-jump, and Liam in a blur, hands over his head, a ghost of joy moving through a frame. They kept small rituals because they believed that rituals help you understand who you are. Fireworks each July, a fall hike to the reservoir when the leaves were red and bright. The first snow caught on their tongues, like they still believed winter could be swallowed and kept. They built new rituals, too. A drive-through milkshake after bad grades, shared in silence, because words sometimes float too high to reach. A check-in on Sunday nights, where one text, "You good," meant everything in a week still unseen. Ava hid her crush like a magician hides the most important card. She touched the necklace when she walked past Liam's locker and then forced her hand back to her side. She saved jokes to tell him in person because text didn't let her watch the way his eyes changed when he laughed. She practiced speeches in the shower and abandoned them as soon as she stepped out into real air. She told herself a strict story. Best friends fall in love in books. In real life, they become practical and cautious, growing stronger by not asking for too much. She believed it on most days. On the other days, she flipped the story over and read the secret script on the back. Senior fall, threw them into a wind tunnel of choices. Teachers said the word admissions with a tone that made everybody sit up straighter. Friends posted photos of campus tours and sweatshirts with names. Ava applied to schools with English departments and good libraries. Liam leaned toward engineering, where the lab smelled like metal and heat. They pretended the map didn't matter yet. They talked about prom instead, because prom lived in the part of the future that didn't try to rearrange your whole life. Prom talk began in January and grew louder by April. Ava said she might go with a group. Liam said the same. He had gone out with a girl for a handful of weeks in the winter. A soft-spoken junior with a sharp smile, and then ended it with kindness, because he did not feel the turn he was supposed to feel. Ava listened, nodded, and held her lamp steady. By May, they had a plan in place. A few friends booked a rideshare together. They promised to meet on the school lawn for photos. The afternoon of prom, Ava stood in front of the mirror while her mother fastened the clasp of the necklace at her neck. The beads felt warm, as if they remembered every summer step they had taken together. She wore a dress in a quiet color that looked like dusk, and a pair of shoes designed to last exactly 3 hours before turning into regret. Liam arrived early with a boutonniere that matched nothing on purpose. He stood on the porch with his hands in his pockets. For a second, seeing her, he forgot where the pockets even were. "You look like yourself," he said softly, and meant it as the highest praise. "You look like you ironed," she said, grinning. "I did, only burned myself once." They laughed, because that was how they handled moments that wanted to tip into something else. Her father took photos on the porch and messed up the first 3 by leaving the camera on video. Her mother dabbed at the corner of her eyes with a tissue she claimed was for allergies. Then the rideshare arrived and honked politely. They waved and went. Prom smelled like hairspray, lemon cleaner, and the sharp spice of rented suits. The gym wasn't like a gym. Soft lights hung in strings, and a student committee had covered the bleachers with fabric so no one would think of basketball. DJ lights spun. Teachers stood at the edges like tall plants, rooted and watchful. Ava danced with her friends until her feet asked for mercy. Liam danced with them too, and somehow always found her again when a song ended, like his orbit refused to widen for long. There was a slow song. The DJ did not ask permission from anyone's heart. Liam looked at Ava, question plain, and held out his hand. She placed hers in it. They moved the way 2 people move who already know each other's gravity. He smelled like clean soap and the faint remains of whatever his mother used on the suit. She held herself steady. He kept a careful distance because he had always maintained careful distances with everyone. With her, that distance felt less like caution and more like a custom they both kept without saying. At midnight, they slipped out with their group, loud with relief and sugar. Someone wanted to go to a diner. Someone else needed a foot soak and a time machine. Ava leaned close to Liam. "Will you walk me home?" she asked. His eyes flicked to the group, then back to her. He nodded. The night air felt cool against their faces. A good feeling after the warmth of the gym. They took the long way on purpose, following the well-lit streets and then cutting across the park where the trees made shadows that looked like old ink on torn paper. Their conversation thinned. It wasn't empty. It was full of the things they didn't know how to set down yet. "Remember our forts?" he asked suddenly. "I remember the rules," she said. "No chores inside the border. We should have kept that rule." They laughed. It ran out, soft at the edges. He reached toward her elbow when the sidewalk cracked and then pulled his hand back. She pretended she hadn't seen. At her street, sprinklers ticked in quiet yards. A TV glowed in a window. Somewhere, a dog barked twice and then gave up. Ava's porch sat at the end of the block, the same square of wood where the word forever once hung in the air and made the light blink on. She felt the memory like a second heartbeat. They climbed the steps. The boards creaked the same way they always had. The porch light was off. A motion sensor waited for a cue to activate. They stood close, not touching. He looked at her the way a person looks at a horizon they have known all their life and are just now deciding to walk straight toward. "I had a good time," he said. "Me, too." "You look like dusk," he said, echoing her thought from earlier without knowing it. "And you look like you ironed," she said, because old jokes were safer than new words. He took a breath that lifted his jacket at the shoulders. He did not step forward. He did not step back. She felt the pause like a hand held out over water, testing the temperature. She thought of all the sentences she had not said. She thought of her lamp and how long it had burned without going out. She did not know if there was a right moment. She only knew this was a moment. She nodded once, almost nothing. And in that moment, everything rearranged. He leaned in. She met him halfway. The kiss was gentle and new and exactly as deep as the years behind it would allow. It wasn't fireworks. It was the first spark when you plug in a string of lights and the whole thing remembers what it is supposed to do. She felt it in her chest and in her fingertips, and in the place where the beads lay warm against her skin. He made a slight sound in his throat, surprised and sure at the same time. The motion sensor woke and washed them in soft light, like a curtain opening on a scene it had been waiting to show. They pulled back, eyes open, breaths unsteady. Ava wanted to say something about every year, every moment, every time she didn't say anything at all. Liam's hands hovered in the air like he wanted them to know where to live. He looked at her mouth, then her eyes, and then the necklace that had been his idea, his work, and his brave, early word. "Ava," he said, and her name sounded different on his tongue. She opened her mouth. The porch creaked again. The house behind the door was quiet. The street wore its midnight well. Liam swallowed, gathered himself, and asked the question that hung between them like a wire waiting to sing. "So, e inai kakseos gen mai en e salinai en." Does this mean we're together now? Chapter 4. Senior year begins with the soft click of a door that has been opening for a long time. Ava and Liam walk through it together. The school looks the same. Lockers that slam. Hallways that smell faintly of pencil shavings and disinfectant. But the way they move inside it is different. They are together now. They say it without slogans. They say it by where they stand and how they look at each other when the bell rings. Their favorite place is the library. It is not a grand room. It has scuffed tables, a humming printer, and windows that face the parking lot. However, it places them in a corner near the reference section, where the light falls kindly. They carry their backpacks there most afternoons. They make a small country the way they used to with blankets. Only now the forts are piles of paper and open laptops and a water bottle they share. Ava spreads out color-coded notes. Liam draws diagrams that run off the page and continue on sticky notes. They wear the quiet like a sweater. Sometimes they share earbuds and listen to a playlist at a low enough volume that only they can hear it. When a song they both love begins, they glance up at the same time. Sometimes when the librarian steps into the office and the stacks hold their breath, they lean toward each other between photosynthesis and precipitate and steal a quick kiss. It is a small fire in a room that teaches you to whisper. They start a ritual. When one of them finishes an assignment, that person slides a gummy bear across the table to the other. Red is for a complicated paragraph. Green is for a problem set that took an hour. Yellow means, I was thinking of you the entire time. They do not explain the code out loud. They do not have to. At night, they call, late, long after homework and dishes and the thud of a parent's safe good night on the wall. They lie in bed and talk in the dark. The light from their phones glows like two nightlights that have finally learned how to speak. Sometimes they laugh about small things. How the new English teacher writes in all caps on the board. How the vending machine swallowed Liam's dollar again and gave him a bag of pretzels from some different century. Sometimes they drift into quiet and let breathing be the only answer for a minute, then return like strong swimmers. And sometimes they talk about the future. The future is a word that does not sit still. When Ava says it, she sees tall buildings with windows that reflect the sky. She sees the city like a book with electric margins, museums, subways, and coffee shops that stay open when a small town goes to sleep. She wants to study literature where the shelves stand higher than she is, and the streets outside feel like a language she can learn. When Liam says future, he sees home. He sees the garage door open and a project on the bench. He sees the machine shop where he worked one summer, the way metal turns smooth under careful hands. He sees the local state university's lab, the professor who told him to stop by if he ever wants to tour. He sees a house on a quiet street where sprinklers tick at dusk and porches know your name. They hear each other. They do not argue. They believe that love can build a bridge between maps if you choose your beams well. But the measurements start to matter. Applications come first. Essays, lists, and forms that want them to pin themselves like specimens. Ava writes about the city, and the first time a museum guard nodded at her like she belonged. Liam writes about the satisfaction of fixing a thing so it works better than it did before. They hit submit and exhale. Dates creep forward. The mailbox starts to bring more than bills and flyers. When the thick envelope arrives for Ava, a private college in the city, the one with the library she screenshotted, it feels like a cartoon sound effect should pop above her head. Her mother screams. Her father hugs the air out of her. She holds the letter on the porch steps and reads it twice, then 3 times, before pressing the paper against her chest, because that is where the wanting lived. Liam gets his answers in a wave. He is accepted at the state university nearby. He is also offered a spot in an engineering program that would require him to relocate 2 hours away. He stares at the email and tries to hear which version of his own voice answers. He chooses the place near home. The decision feels right in his bones. It also feels like a door that swings another way from the one Ava is already walking through. They do not call it a problem. They call it logistics. They sit on the library floor with their backs against a low shelf, doing the math. The city is 2 hours by bus, 4 hours by the slow one, and 3 hours if the routes line up just right. There is a weekend every week. There is a summer in every year. There is a longing in every plan that does not show up on any calendar app. Meanwhile, love continues to do the ordinary work of being love. They still go to the library corner and share their secret code. They still kiss in the stacks when the air feels brave. They take walks after dinner and count porch pumpkins, then holiday lights, then the early crocuses that rise when winter finally gets tired. He fixes the zipper on her backpack. She edits his scholarship essay until the last sentence lands quietly and true. He teaches her to change a tire in the driveway on a Sunday while her parents watch a detective show inside. She leaves a note in his hoodie pocket that says, "You've got this." And he finds it just before a challenging exam, laughing with relief. There is one snow that arrives heavily and then covers the world in a week. On the first night, they go outside and stand under the street lamp and catch snowflakes on their eyelashes. He kisses her there, gentle and sure, while the flakes land in his hair like small declarations. Later, she writes in a notebook she does not show anyone. This is how winter lets people feel warm. Spring crawls in. Decisions must be declared. Deposits must be made. Senior events multiply. A picnic, a night at the ice rink, and a graduation rehearsal that needs 2 separate afternoons. Their friends ask casual questions in crowded hallways. Where are you going? When do you leave? And Ava and Liam answer with smiles that do not show the part where a map is trying to crease a tender thing. One Sunday, they sit at the kitchen table with a bus schedule and 2 blank calendars. Ava draws circles. Liam draws boxes. They map alternating weekends like chess moves. It looks elegant on paper. It is also a test that life will grade too often. I want to try, Ava says. Her hand rests on the beads at her throat. She wears the necklace less now because she sometimes worries about breaking it. But she keeps it close, draped on her lamp when she sleeps. I want the city, and I want you, and I think I can hold both. I want to try, Liam says. He means it. He imagines the bus pulling in and her stepping down with a backpack and a book. He imagines the way the porch light will come on, just as it always has. I want you to go where you shine. He stops. He looks at the calendar and how the boxes crowd some months and leave others with too much air. They kiss over the page. They put the schedules away. They say goodnight under the porch light. Their phones ring later, of course. They fall asleep with each other's voices tucked into their ears like soft cloth. May turns to June. Graduation caps fly. The tassel brushes Ava's face, and she laughs even though she hates confetti in any form. Photos get taken on lawns and in living rooms with balloons strung up by tape. Liam's mother cries with a smile. Ava's father burns the burgers, and everyone eats them anyway because it is not about dinner. It is about years. After the parties, after the speeches, after the last song plays at the last senior thing, the days grow oddly short. Summer used to be a long road with a far end. Now it is a hallway with doors that keep showing up and needing to be opened and shut. They build memories on purpose. A drive to the reservoir at dawn, a picnic on the living room floor because the yard is too hot. A stack of library books returned together on the same day. They ask the librarian to scan them as a pile so they can say, the beep is a single shared sound. But something begins to fray. It is not loud. It does not announce itself with a fight. It is the ache that follows plans made and then changed, because a shift gets added, because a tire goes flat, because someone's aunt visits on short notice. It is the way a phone call ends with, I'm so tired. I'll call tomorrow. And tomorrow arrives late. It is the simple fact that love takes time, and the days have stopped agreeing to be long. The week before she leaves, they sit on a park bench that faces the small lake. Ducks make tiny V's on the surface. The air is warm enough to hold words without freezing them in place. "We can do it," Ava says. She says it softly. She says it as a wish she is practicing as a promise. "We can," Liam says. He hears his own voice. He hears the weight in it. But if it becomes us against the calendar all the time, he looks at his hands. "I don't want to be what makes you hate the place you chose. And I don't want to be the reason you hate home," she says. They sit with that. The bench feels like a stern teacher waiting them out. "What if," he says finally, "we don't make the calendar our enemy right now?" "What does that mean?" she asks, even though she knows. He knows she knows. "It means we don't break into 1,000 pieces over months. We choose a clean line." The words come slowly, like stepping stones set one at a time across water. "We take care of this by not asking it to survive a storm it doesn't deserve." Ava stares at the lake until it becomes a field of light. Tears push up and make everything look like glass. "I don't want a different person," she says, so quiet that a boat motor on the far shore almost steals the sentence. "I don't either," he says. He takes her hand. His thumb moves over her knuckles like he is memorizing the path. "But I don't want us to become a story we resent. I want us to be something we can look back at and say, that was full. That was sweet. That was ours." They break up gently. They break anyway. It happens on that bench with a careful hug and words that try to be adult and fail. Because no adult word has ever fixed a heart in the moment it needs fixing. He takes the necklace from her palm when she presses it on him and says he will keep it safe until she asks for it again. She shakes her head and closes his fingers around it. "No," she says. "It was always a gift." He carries it like a small flame cupped in his hand. Last week felt strangely fast and slow at the same time. She packs boxes. He helps carry them to the front hall. They do not label any of them fragile. It is both a joke and not. Her mother makes lists. Her father says he can drive up in a month with the rest of her things. Liam stands in the doorway and tries to learn the shape of a life with her photo on his phone instead of her feet at the bottom of his stairs. The morning she leaves, the sky is a hard blue that looks painted. The bus station is a square building with tired posters and a vending machine that makes a loud noise. People line up with duffels. The ticket window clerk stamps something with an authority that sounds like a judge banging a gavel. Ava holds her tote bag and her phone. The bus to the city idles, lungs full. Liam is there with her. Of course he is. They do not make big speeches. They say small things that carry weight. Eat breakfast. Text when you get there. Buy the good coffee. If the bad coffee tastes like punishment, they stand so close the rest of the station goes quiet in their heads. When the announcement calls her route, they both flinch. He pulls her in. The hug feels like every year at once. He puts his mouth near her ear. "I'm proud of you," he says. She closes her eyes because the words land in a place that will always be his. They step apart. They do the small wave people do when they do not trust their faces. She turns because she has to turn. She gives her ticket. She climbs the bus steps. Inside, the air smells like worn upholstery and someone's cinnamon gum. She finds a seat by the window. She presses her palm against the glass. Liam stands on the sidewalk and presses his hand to the same spot, separated by a thickness you cannot argue with. Her phone buzzes. A text from him appears and disappears because the screen times out. Call me when you see your street. I want to hear what your city sounds like. The bus doors close with a soft rattle. The engine deepens. The station shifts in the frame of the window like scenery in a slow movie. Ava swallows. She does not cry. Not yet. The driver checks his mirrors. A woman in the row ahead adjusts her hat. A little boy kicks his heels against the seat. Steady, steady, and steady. Ava leans closer to the glass. She looks at Liam one more time. He looks back, small and solid and exactly himself. She feels the necklace's absence like a ghost at her throat, and the future's presence like a hand at her back. The bus shudders. The platform begins to slide away. In a voice that is almost not a voice at all, she whispers to the window, to the city waiting at the end of the line, to the version of herself who already knows the map by heart. I'll find love again, right? Chapter 5. The city wakes like a machine, and Ava learns its buttons one by one. On her first morning as an intern, she stands on a crowded bus with her tote bag pressed to her ribs and watches the buildings shake off their sleep. The glass towers catch the early light. Corner bakeries lift their gates. A cyclist rings a bell, and everyone moves without looking up. She breathes the warm rush of coffee and rain-soaked concrete and tells herself, this is what she wants. Noise, movement, a place that does not wait for anyone. Rivers and Hart Publishing sits on a block that smells like exhaust and croissants. The lobby is marble in theory and scuffed in practice, with a fern that refuses to give up. A receptionist with a kind smile hands her a badge. Ava pins it to her sweater, like proof she belongs. The elevator doors close, and she sees her face in the metal. A little pale, a little ready. The 12th floor opens to a maze of books. Stacks lean against cubicles. Galleys spill from mail carts. Walls hold framed covers with fonts that fight, kiss, and make promises. A line of interns hovers near a conference room. 4 of them, including Ava. A tall boy in a blazer keeps checking his watch. A girl with pink headphones loops them around her neck and bounces a little. Another girl grips a folder with both hands as if it might fly away. They all look thrilled and miserable at once. "Good morning, brave readers," says a woman at the door. She is in her 30s, with bright eyes and a pen behind her ear. "I'm Priya Desai, senior editor. I run the upmarket romance and contemporary lists. You'll work with me and my team. Please come in." They gather around a table that holds a neat arrangement of donuts, highlighters, staplers, and a single vase of flowers that keeps tipping toward the floor. Priya gives them a quick tour. Copy room, break room, fire exit. "The nicest light for crying if you need it," she jokes, and the interns laugh with honest relief. Her office, the corner where the assistant editors sit, guarded by 2 potted plants that look like they judge. "And the CEO sometimes floats through," Priya adds, pointing toward a glass-walled office at the far end. "A box of clear authority. Not often on this side. Don't let him scare you. He knows how to read. He just likes to do it with a frown." Ava glances toward the office. The blinds are half drawn. She catches a slice of a suit jacket, the edge of a white shirt, a hand turning a page. A name from the website slides into place. Julian Rivers, 27, inherited the company from his aunt, famous for lean lists, clean margins, and a stare that asks for 6 reasons when one would do. Priya sets expectations. Interns read slush and write coverage. Summary, analysis, verdict. They draft catalog copy and proofread emails that are sent to booksellers. They build spreadsheets so a book can find its readers, and a reader can find a book. They listen. They ask questions that aren't in Google. Also, Priya says, we drink too much coffee and then switch to tea to look healthier. You're allowed to join us in this ritual. Ava smiles. She feels the warm, fast beat of the day inside her chest. She has dreamed of rooms like this, of language used as a tool and a toy, of people who argue about commas, because commas change breaths. By 10, she is at a borrowed desk with a stack of submissions a foot high. The first is a thriller, with an unfortunate title and a hero who keeps saying, alas. The second is a romance that opens with a bakery robbery and a meet cute over a bag of flour. Ava takes notes with a mechanical pencil. She learns to skim the way swimmers learn to breathe, steady, in rhythm, no panic. The city outside the windows moves on, but up here, the clock is made of pages. Before lunch, Priya stops by with 2 paper cups and a small conspiratorial tilt to her mouth. I peeked at your application sample, she says. The short, romantic scene Ava had attached. A quiet moment on a porch. 2 people who know each other too well to talk about the weather. You have a voice. It's tender without being sugary. Keep writing. Ava says, thank you, and keeps her voice calm. Inside, a tiny fireworks show happens behind her ribs. She has not let herself imagine compliments here. She has only allowed herself the picture of hard work, of slow, careful skill. But the words land anyway. Voice. Keep writing. At noon, the interns eat in the break room while a microwave spins a burnt offering no one claims. The pink headphones girl, whose name turns out to be Noelle, asks if anyone wants to split a salad. The blazer boy, Mark, lists the authors he hopes to meet, and the list is long enough to be fictional. The folder-holding girl, Janelle, reveals she is actually a data science student who loves books and wants to help them find readers with numbers. Ava nods and says she studies literature. She almost says something about the boy she left and the bus that brought her here and the necklace she gave back, but she doesn't. She wants a new chapter to start on this floor, not in her past. The afternoon brings a meeting. Priya invites the interns to sit along the wall and listen. Assistant editors gather around the table with laptops open and pens ready. They talk about covers. They talk about comps. They debate the word unputdownable until it becomes a joke. And then it becomes English again. A publicist pops in with tour dates and a problem with a venue that double-booked their author with a magician. We can't compete with doves, she says. Trust me. Everyone laughs. Then the air in the room changes. It is subtle, the way a classroom quiets when a principal steps through the door. The glass office at the end of the hall opens. A man walks in without pausing. He is tall, with shoulders straight, a suit sharp but not flashy, the tie a shade of midnight that suggests he meant it. He carries a thin folder and a pen. He does not look at the interns. He does not look anywhere. He does not need to look. Julian, Priya says, rising. We're talking spring covers. The red is wrong on 6B, he says. His voice is even, low. The title disappears at thumbnail, and the photo treatment on 3D reads like a catalog for countertops. He places the folder on the table, clicks his pen, and writes a note with neat, small letters. Otherwise continue. He could be cruel. He isn't. He is brief. He focuses on the work as if it were a puzzle that only work can solve. Ava watches him the way you watch a city you plan to live in, with curiosity and a private list of questions. Also, Julian adds, looking at Priya now, I'll stop by at 3 to pick up the intern writing packets. I want pages for the digital pilot. Priya's smile flickers. I thought you'd review next week. Schedule's moved, he says. The board wants a proof of concept. He leaves without waiting for agreement. The door sighs shut behind him. The room exhales. Priya claps once, briskly. All right, you heard the man. We conducted a small experiment this summer. Each intern wrote a 1-page scene on any subject, in any tone. We're building a Fresh Voices column to nurture new talent online. It's not a promise of publication, but it is a step. I planned to read and filter before he did. Now we'll do triage. Print your pages, staple them, and bring them to my office. Please label with your name and breathe. He barks. He does not bite unless you make him. Ava's stomach drops and then rights itself. The sample on her application lives on Priya's desktop. She sent it weeks ago. It was honest. It was small. It had that porch again, because it always does. She wonders if that makes her predictable. She wonders if she cares. She sends the file to the printer and stands there while the warm page slides out. Her name at the top looks like a dare. At 2:58, as if time were a dress code he respects, Julian Rivers appears at Priya's door. Priya hands him the stack. He does not take a seat. He flips, skims, and marks. He does not travel with his whole face. His eyes do the moving. He pauses over one page and makes a slight noise that could be approval. He writes a number in the corner. Ava cannot see which page that is. Her pulse knocks once, then again, like someone at a door who changes their mind, and then knocks again anyway. Whose is this? Julian asks without looking up. Janelle's? Priya says. The one after? Mark. He turns another page. He stops. The room shrinks. Ava knows the rhythm of her own paragraph. She recognizes the first sentence. The porch light comes on before she finds the courage to ring the bell. She wrote that sentence the way you slide a glass across a counter. Smooth, hoping it lands in a hand. He reads it fast. He rereads it. Slower, but not careful. Not curious. Just to be sure he's right. He scribbles in the corner with his neat, small letters. He does not write a number. He looks up at last, scans the line of interns like a cop checking IDs, then lands on Ava without the kindness of surprise. This one, he says, lifting the page between 2 fingers as if it might drip. Who? Ava, Priya says, steady. He nods once. Not hello. Not nice to meet you. Yes, I do have a name for the person I am about to address. He directs his attention back at the page and speaks to it as if she isn't there. You can string a sentence. You understand rhythm, but this is soft. It is naive. The word hits the table like a coin that rolls and won't stop. Ava feels a light heat under her skin, starting with her cheeks, then her throat, and finally, the small pulse point under the beads she no longer wears. She hears the older versions of herself, the girl in the library, the one who believed best friends always fall in love, shuffle back a step as if scolded. Naive, Priya repeats, careful. Emotion without insight, Julian says. A porch light is not a thought. It's an image. Where's the fracture? Where's the bruise? Where's the cost of the choice? If we publish this, we teach our readers nothing they don't already daydream. Romance can be hungry. It can be savage. This is safe. He glances at Ava at last. His eyes are not unkind. They are worse. They are bored. And safe is not what we do. Priya begins to speak. Ava cannot hear the first words. It is like a subway passes through the room and everything in her head shakes. She takes a breath and the air does not move. She feels very young and old in the exact same second. She can count the edits she would make if she had written the scene this morning. One big cut to that second paragraph. A sharper verb in the third line. One sentence that tells you what the porch costs. But the word has already been said out loud. Naive. It is a label, and labels are glue. She looks at him. She sees how perfectly his tie sits. She sees the small nick on his knuckle, like a paper cut, like the world bit him back. She thinks of the people who will never even get a word from him, who will only hear silence. She thinks of the bus station and the promise she whispered to the window. She thinks of Liam, but not to run back, not to compare. She thinks of how hard you have to work to be told you are soft. Priya clears her throat. With respect, Julian, we mentor. We don't scorch. We publish, Julian says. We don't babysit. We can do both, she says, and that is why everyone loves Priya. He taps the page against the stack to align the edges. Not today. Ava's voice surprises her when it arrives. It is not quiet. It is not shaking. It belongs to a person who has stood in other rooms and chosen other doors. What would make it not naive? She asks. He considers her. He gives her a second, which he doesn't do often. Truth, he says. Not the pretty kind. The kind that hurts when you touch it. Stop protecting your characters from reality. Stop protecting yourself, or write Hallmark copy forever and sleep well. The silence that follows is clean and hard. It reflects. Meeting adjourned, he says, and leaves as if the floor knows to move for him. Chairs creak. Someone breathes out as if they had forgotten until now. Priya turns toward Ava with an apology already forming, but Ava stands before the words, "Can get here." She gathers her notepad and the small pen she borrowed from the break room, and the page he held like it might stain. Her hands are steady. Her heart is not. In the hallway, the light looks different, brighter in a way that doesn't flatter. She sees the glass office, the blinds half drawn, the neat desk, the stack of books he chooses like weapons and tools. She sees her reflection in the pane. She does not want to look at herself in his building. She wants air that has not heard his voice. She wants a door she can open without asking. She walks fast. She passes the potted plants that judge. She passes the break room and the donut box containing 2 glazed donuts left. She passes the elevator and does not press the button, because the elevator might hold her in a small space with her own breath. She finds the stairs. Her shoes click a complex rhythm. On the landing, she stops and lets the heat move through her and out. Priya calls her name from the top of the stairs. Ava, wait. But Ava lifts a hand without turning around. She needs a minute alone. She pushes the door to the 12th floor with her shoulder, steps back into the corridor, and then does the thing she never did in high school, and never did on the porch, and should have done more often, for herself, and not for anyone watching. She walks straight to the glass office, leans in the doorway, and speaks to the room as if it were a witness. "You're wrong about me," she says. Julian looks up, surprised for the first time today. The surprise is an inch of space, and she takes it. "You don't know me," she continues. "You read one page and decided I am soft. I am not soft. I am new to this floor. That is different. You said romance can be hungry. So am I. She gestures at the stack he holds. You'll see me again. I'll bring you something with truth and bruise and cost, and you will not be bored. A muscle jumps in his jaw. He does not smile. Then write it, he says. It is not a challenge. It is a test. I will, she says. She turns before he can give the moment back to himself. She moves with purpose because anger, like caffeine, gives you a use by time. The corridor seems shorter now. The intern desks look smaller. Noelle stands up halfway, as if she wants to follow. Priya takes a step and stops, her eyes a language of their own. Ava reaches the door that reads exit in red and pushes hard. The stairwell breathes cool against her face. The building hums around her. The city hums beyond. She takes the steps, 2 at a time. The slap of her shoes, a promise set to a beat. She hits the landing and keeps going. And as the door swings back and the 12th floor air slips shut behind her, she says it out loud to the concrete, to the echo, to the part of herself that once whispered into bus windows and hoped the future would hear. I'll prove him wrong. Ain't. Chapter 6. The week after Ava's vow in the stairwell moves fast and petty. The city keeps its pace. The office keeps its routine. The interns learn how to breathe between printer jams and calendar invites. Ava knows the location of every trash can because every one of them holds a draft she does not like yet. She arrives early. She sits at the borrowed desk near the reference shelves and opens a document that is only a paragraph long, already fighting her. Her coffee cools beside the keyboard. She changes one verb. She deletes a sentence that tries too hard. She adds a line that tells the truth without begging for applause. She is writing the kind of romance scene Julian asked for truth that stings. She feels defensive and alive at the same time, which turns out to be a productive mix. At 9, the corridor fills. Copy editors drift in, talking about commas and children. Publicists wear comfortable shoes and determined faces. Priya passes Ava's desk with a nod and a soft, encouraging smile that says, keep going, without saying it. The blinds on the glass office at the end are half open, as if the room is set to watch, but not participate. Ava pretends not to look and fails. They first cross paths in the elevator. The car opens on the lobby, and the two of them step in from opposite sides. Ava with her tote and a plastic cup of iced coffee. Julian with a leather portfolio and a look that belongs to someone who has already argued with a spreadsheet. The doors close. The elevator hums upward. He glances at her badge, then her face. Back, he says. It could be a question. It is not. Yes, she says. Work goes on. Good, he says, as if she were a switch. He flips and then forgets. The car stops at 7 to let a man with a plant get off. Ava shifts her weight. The ice in her cup clinks. At 11, the coffee cup in her hand escapes for a second when the elevator jerks and the lid slips. A stripe of cold coffee leaps across the small space and hits the cuff of his shirt. A brown comet? A quiet gasp. Sorry, she says at once, grabbing napkins from her tote like a magician pulling out scarves. He looks down at the stain, then at her. His mouth twitches in annoyance, shock, and almost humor, then returns to control. I will survive, he says. Taking a napkin, he dabs once. Try holding the cup with the lid on. I did, she says. The elevator jumped. Very brave of it to take your side. His eyes slide to her again. They are not amused, but they are awake. The building has taste, he says. Or bad wiring, she says. The doors open. He steps out first. She follows a mix of fluster and stubbornness. Coffee stains fade. The moment does not. They cross again in the break room. He stands at the slow machine, pressing the button that grinds beans. With an earnest struggle, Ava reaches for a mug from the cabinet at the same time he does. Their fingers do not touch. Their proximity is enough to set a small alarm off in her nerves. He says, "I read your coverage on the Mountain Town Romance." She says, "Good morning to you, too." "It was clean," he says. The plot notes helped. The comp pics were lazy. "They were direct," she says, watching the coffee trickle. 2 titles that sold last year to the same readers. That is what comps are. Direct is not the same as useful, he says. You can do better. I am doing this for the first time, she says. Heat under the calm. I will do better by doing more, not by guessing what you call useful when you are not in the room. He drops a sugar packet into his cup. Then be in the room more. Invite me, she says. He lifts his mug. Do the work he says, which is not the same as no. They cross in meetings that have too many people and in hallways that have too little air. The banter turns into a pattern. She gives him a straightforward answer. He asks her a difficult question. She pushes back. He gives her ground and then takes it back with interest. The office learns its rhythm, the way an aquarium knows the path of 2 particular fish. All motion, no crash, something watchable. On Wednesdays, Priya runs a brown bag workshop for interns. We talk about craft, she says. We talk about pitches. We discuss the fact that good books go to the wrong readers if we fail with the packaging. Bring your pages if you want feedback. Ava brings hers. Noelle brings hers too. A moody story with a twist. Janelle, the data intern, brings a notebook of charts and a slight grin that says she loves patterns the way other people love pets. They read out loud. Priya marks pages with a gentle pen. This line lands, she says to Ava. This one hides. Ava tries not to defend anything. She lets the notes find her. She goes home each night and writes another paragraph. She stares at the ceiling at 2 a.m. She puts the phone face down when it buzzes with a text from a friend who wants to know if she is over him yet. She is not interested in the question. She is interested in the sentence in front of her, waiting for the word that knows where it belongs. The argument that feels different begins with a tagline. Marketing wants 3 options for a fall paperback reissue. The book is about a widow who opens a small town repair shop and a mechanic who refuses to move on only to learn how to do so. Ava, pulled in to help, writes, some things are broken, some things are not. Priya likes it. The team likes it. Julian reads it and says, it says nothing. It says everything you need. Ava says in the conference room, hands flat on the table. It tells the reader this is about loss and the choice to fix what can be fixed. It lets the cover art do the rest. Not everything needs a poem. We are not selling ornaments, he says. We are selling clarity. What is the promise of the book? That love is repair, she says. That love is work, he says. Those are the same in this story, she says. He looks at her for a long second, then picks another tagline from the list. We will test both, he says. You can watch the numbers prove you right or wrong. She leaves the meeting shaking and not from fear. She goes to the copy room to find paper and finds instead a little pool of her reflection in the glass of the copy machine. She looks like she slept 3 hours. She looks like someone trying. She can live with that. 2 weeks into the intern cycle, when she starts to memorize the smell of the 12th floor carpet, Ava overhears him. He is in Priya's office with the door almost closed. The blinds are half lowered. She stops in the hallway to rearrange a stack of galleys on a book cart, and their voices slide through the thin crack that the door leaves when it thinks no one needs privacy. Digital Pilot needs teeth, Julian is saying. We cannot launch it with diary entries. Those are early drafts, Priya says. They are meant to be shaped. They are meant to be good, Julian says. A pause, a rustle of paper, and the new intern, the one with the porch light. She won't last a month here. Ava does not feel the words at first. She recognizes them. That is the strange part. They come like a weather report. Then the meaning hits her ears like cold water. She stares at the book cart until the titles blur. She cannot tell if Priya answers. Blood roars. The scene folds around the single sentence. She arranges the galleys in an orderly stack because she does not want to drop anything in a hallway, as seen in a movie. She walks to the bathroom, turns on the faucet, and watches the water flow because water understands what it means to go and stay. She dries her hands, returns to her desk, and works for an hour without noticing the words. When she blinks, the document appears new and rude, as if an animal has entered. Noelle clocks her face and rolls over in her chair. "Hey," she says softly. Break? Street vendor churros? I know a guy who sells them even when it is a mistake. I'm okay, Ava says. It is not a lie. It is an outline. That afternoon, a courier brings a stack of proofs. They need eyes. They want attention to details. Only a person desperate to prove herself can give. Ava leans in. She catches a missing hyphen. She catches a double "the." She flags a cover letter where an author's name is spelled 2 different ways. She rewrites catalog copy that tries to make a memoir sound like a pep talk. Priya stops by and says, "Thank you," and means it. Work helps you to avoid breaking down on occasion. Work gives reasons too. The rest of the day becomes a game she does not like playing. She tallies every mistake she makes, and every time she breathes. She manages not to cry until she is walking down the block alone, and the wind decides to punish her eyes. At home, she throws herself on her bed and stares at the ceiling until the anger settles into a kind of quiet iron. She sits up. She opens her laptop. She writes a letter that takes 1 paragraph and the full weight of the moment. Dear Ms. Desai and Mr. Rivers, please accept this as my resignation. She prints it in the morning. The printer complains, then obeys. She folds the paper once and feels the crease like a spine. She does not show the letter to Priya because she does not want to see the disappointment land. She does not show it to Noelle because she does not want a hug to make her reconsider for the wrong reasons. She walks to the glass office at 9:15 before meetings begin. The blinds are open. The room is bright with the cold, steady light that does not flatter anyone. Julian sits behind the desk, pen in hand, reviewing a sales report. He does not look up until she is in the doorway. When he does, his face does a small, precise change. Readiness, not welcome. "Ava," he says. She steps in. The world makes a sound she has never heard before, and she realizes it is only the air in her ears. She places the letter flat on the desk. The slap it makes is louder than it should be for paper. Months from now, she will still be able to hear that sound. "What is this?" he asks, drawing back his hand as if she had just put down a hot plate. "My resignation," she says. Her voice is steady. She stays standing. She does not apologize. It feels like jumping into a pool. She checked for depth twice and then not at all. He sets his pen down over the sales report. He does not touch the letter. He does not smile. "Because of the coffee," he says, dry, testing. "Because of the comment," she says, in Priya's office. She waits for him to say which comment he means. He does not pretend not to know. She hates him a little for that honesty and respects him for it at the same time. He leans back. "You were eavesdropping." "I was shelving," she says. "Your voice traveled." He watches her and seems to tally something she cannot see. "You want to leave because I doubt your stamina," he says. "That is a costly way to confirm my point. I want to leave because I came here to work for people who believe I can learn," she says. "There is a difference between rigor and contempt. I can handle the first." He picks up the letter now, finally. He does not read it from the top. He glances at the single paragraph in the middle where the essential words live. He turns the paper once between his fingers, like a chef turning a knife for balance. He looks back up at her. Then he tears it. He does not crumple. He does not fold. He rips the letter cleanly, a straight pull that divides the page with the loud, unmistakable sound of rough edge and decision. The two halves hang in his hands like an answer that refuses to settle. Ava's mouth opens. She does not find a word in time. The sound of paper shredded still slices the air between them as the door behind her clicks, and someone, Priya, or nobody at all, takes a step in the hallway. Julian's eyes hold hers, steady, unreadable. He drops the halves on the desk like white flags that mean anything but surrender. "Now," he says, only that one word. Nothing else yet. The following sentence loaded and about to fall just as the phone on his desk lights up and begins to ring. Chapter 7. The phone on Julian's desk rang once, twice, a bright sound in a quiet room. He kept his eyes on Ava after tearing her letter. She kept her chin level. The halves of the resignation lay between them, like two small white doors that led nowhere. He picked up the call without looking away. Rivers. He listened. His jaw shifted. "Send me the file." "No. Send all of it. We're still launching in the morning." He set the receiver down with care, as if the phone were a glass that might crack. "Our digital pilot lost a chunk of copy in the CMS migration," he said. "Half the pieces are fine. 2 are gone. The schedule is not." Ava folded her arms because it helped her not shake. So you're not leaving," he said, tone flat, almost bored. "Not tonight. I need coverage. Desai is at a school event. I have one assistant whose grandmother is in an ER, and one copy chief already working on galleys at home. Sit down, write, and prove me wrong faster." She hated that the words lit something close to relief. She hated that she wanted the chance. "Fine," she said, and sat. He slid the torn halves of her letter into a drawer and shut it. It felt like a magician's trick. Now you see the mistake. Now you don't. He pulled a clean legal pad toward her and placed a pen on top of it. 2 short pieces, he said. 800 words each. One of the backlist romances that continues to sell because it still tells the truth. One of the crafts of a first kiss that matters. Your voice, not a press release. You have until 9. I'll be in the conference room triaging everything else. Email me drafts and print them. "Why me?" she asked. "You said I was naive." "I said that about 1 page," he said. "I would like to be wrong about the rest of your pages. Go." The office outside his glass walls moved through its late morning rhythm like a tide. Phones rang. The copier complained and then caught up. Voices rose, fell, and turned into footsteps. Ava opened a new document and stared at the blank. It stared back. She made herself type the truth first, before the cleverness. Some romances do not age because they never pretended the world was kind. She kept going. She wrote about a book Priya had given her the previous week. A gray love story with a gritty ending that still lifted her spirits. She wrote about the sentence in it that had made her swallow twice. She wrote about the small craft choices that say, stay, when two characters have 1,000 reasons to leave. The words came slowly, then steadily. She emailed the draft at 8:07 with a subject line that did not try to beg, romance that refuses to lie. She printed it and walked it down the hall to the conference room, where he sat in shirt sleeves up, tie loosened, reading from a stack with his neat pen. He took her pages without looking up. She returned to her desk and started the second piece before she could listen for his reaction. The first kiss essay found her more easily. She had been thinking about it since prom, since the porch, since the way a light can swing on when you are not ready to call a moment by its real name. She did not write about herself. She wrote about the move toward another person as work, risk, and reward. She wrote about the cost because he had asked for the price. She wrote about hands that hover and decide to land. She did not make anything sweet that she did not earn. When she sent that draft, the office had already emptied. 9:30 had come and gone. People waved as they passed by on their way to the elevators and said goodnight to her in the way co-workers say it when they approve of someone still working. Rain began as a whisper on the windows, and then forgot how to be polite. At 10, she stood to stretch and caught herself in the mirror, her drawn shoulders, tired eyes, and a stubborn line to her mouth. She did not mind. She turned to find Julian in the doorway, hair damp where he had pushed a hand through it, her pages in his grip. He looked less like a CEO and more like a man who hadn't left his office in too long. "Good," he said, and then again, as if surprised to use the word on something this close to him. "Good." She waited for the following sentence, like a patient waits for a diagnosis. He tapped the first essay. You name why those backlist titles still move units without sounding like a teacher. I circled 2 lines where you use a metaphor we already used this month. Cut them. Add 1 paragraph where you admit what you hate about the genre, and then show me how the better books refuse to do it. She nodded. I can do that. He held up the second piece and flicked the corner with his finger. And this has blood in it. It also has a loose second paragraph. Your verbs soften, tighten them, but the last 3 graphs, that is the voice we can build around. You know where the bruise is. You are not poking it for drama. You are trying to clean it. That is the work. He looked at her then, the way a person does when they are moving from one version of a thought to another. I'm impressed, he said, almost quietly. It was not a trumpet. It did not need to be. The word went into her bones like food. Thank you, she said. Her breath came out quickly, and she didn't mean to show it. I cut the porch light. Keep the lights, he said, almost smiling. Just know what they cost. They worked another hour. He pulled the pilot together like a man finishing a bridge while cars lined up at both ends. She polished her lines, cut the repeats, set subheads that did not try too hard, and changed the one metaphor he hated to a detail from a book she loved, an apple set on a teacher's desk, but bruised, not shiny. There were 2 people in a building with other people's words piled high around them, and for once, there was no static in the air between them. At 11:30, the system finally accepted the last upload. He exhaled like a storm venting. Done, he said. He pushed his chair back and stood. The rain shouldered the windows with more intention now. You should go home, he added, checking his watch. Transit is a mess when it rains like this. I live 6 blocks, Ava said. I can walk. I like rain. You like the idea of rain, he said. The reality is cold and rude. You can stay here and argue with the weather, she said, gathering her things. But I'm going. He took a black umbrella from the coat stand. I'll walk you. You don't have to, she said. I know, he said, which answered something else too. They took the elevator down together. The lobby guard lifted a hand. The fern by the door looked braver at night. Outside, the city wore rain, like a coat it had outgrown. Headlights smeared across wet streets. Steam rose from a grate and turned into a ghost. He opened the umbrella. It was large enough to be generous without being ridiculous. They stepped into the drip and hiss of after hours. They did not talk at first. He kept the umbrella tilted toward her. She kept her tote under her arm and her free hand in her pocket. Taxi horns made impatient vowels at crosswalks. A pair of college kids ran past, laughing, soaked. A woman in heels held her shoes in her left hand and her dignity in her right. At the second corner, he spoke. I should not have said what you overheard, he said. The rain sanded down the edges of his voice. I say too many things like they are verdicts. Because you think they are, she said. Because that is what the job asks, he said. It makes a habit out of me. He glanced at her. It is not a good enough excuse. They passed a shuttered bakery. The hand-lettered sign on the glass promised morning buns at 7. She slowed to read it. He angled the umbrella without thinking. The small gesture irritated her, yet it also softened her at the same time. I grew up inside this company, he said, eyes forward. My aunt let me shelve books in the warehouse when I was 12 and paid me in paperbacks I was too young to understand. When she died, the board sought someone familiar with the numbers and the list. I learned to talk like a ledger when I should have learned to talk like a person. I am trying. You are also ripping up resignation letters, she said. I would rip up any impulsive letter I believed I could argue past. He said, yours was too short. It did not mention why you wanted to leave. That meant you wanted to stay. Or you wanted me to stop you, or both. I do not like either option when I am wrong. You were wrong, she said. It felt dangerous and fine to say it out loud to his face, under his umbrella. I was? He said. He did not give her a spare argument to kick. He left the words there, simple, available. They crossed against a flashing hand. A bus swept by and threw water at their ankles. She laughed despite herself. He looked over, startled, as if he had not calculated that sound from her tonight. Why did you come into publishing? She asked, and then realized it might be too much. She changed it to something smaller. Why books? He thought before he answered. Because they outlast a person's worst day, he said. Because they are hard to make and easy to carry. Because a good one tells you that what you felt was not the only way to name it. He tilted his head. You? Because of that, she said, which saved her from uttering the rest. Because a book held my hand when I let go of someone else's. Because sentences are a way to take in breath without drowning. Because stories make order out of heat. They reached her block. The rain softened to a better mood. The street smelled like wet iron and warm bread from a late-night pizza place. Her building looked exactly like every other building on the block, and also like home, which was the trick of the city. He stopped at the foot of her steps. We're not friends, he said, not unkind, just precise. I'm your boss for now. It's my job to be hard on what you bring me. I know, she said. But I can be correct and decent at the same time, he said. His hair had started to curl at the edges where the umbrella failed him. He looked younger when the line at his mouth softened. He met her eyes like a person, not a position. "You're braver than you think." The sentence fell into the rain and kept its shape. It was not flirting. It was not pity. It was an observation that landed where she lived, which is why it scared her. "Good night, Mr. Rivers," she said, to give the moment a handle. "Good night, Ms. Knight," he said, using her last name the way he did, when he wanted to sound like a company and not a man with cold ankles. She went up the steps. He waited until she found her keys, the right lock and the right door. He stood under the umbrella in the city and observed like a guard who refuses to accept that he is safeguarding. She slipped inside and closed the door. The hallway smelled like old paint and laundry. She listened for his footsteps leaving. She heard the soft thud of them, the soft click of the umbrella closing, then the rain swallowing everything. Her apartment held its small, loyal order. Couch with a blanket, books stacked into short towers, a pair of shoes by the mat, a mug in the sink. She set her tote down and leaned against the counter. Her hands shook now, delayed. She showered to get the city off her skin. She put on a t-shirt and shorts and made tea, which she did not drink. She checked her phone. An email from him waited in her inbox with a timestamp that told her he sent it right after leaving her stoop. Subject: pilot copy. Body: good work tonight. Keep going, Jay. She stared at the period after going. It felt like a promise not to hover. She turned off her lamp and slid into bed. The streetlight's reflection can be seen in the room. The radiator clicked once like a metronome with an opinion. She replayed the night, his voice around the word impressed, the umbrella tilt, the admission about verdicts, the line that would not stop echoing up against her ribs. "You're braver than you think." Heat rose into her face before she could stop it. She touched her cheeks with the back of her hands. Warm, ridiculous. She rolled onto her side and faced the wall, as if a different view would drain her blood of noise. She closed her eyes, opened them, closed them again, his mouth when he said good. His hair curls at the edges, the way he stood there to make sure she got inside, and how soft that is when no one names it. "Stop," she whispered to the ceiling. Her body answered with another slight flush of heat. She pulled the blanket over her head, like a child who thinks fabric can block thoughts. It could not. She saw him anyway, under the umbrella, under the rain, under the day. Anger arrived to rescue her from something worse. She welcomed it. She sat up in the dark, hair sticking to her neck, and pressed her palms to her eyes until color sparked. She could not afford this. Not about him. Not here. She lay back down, rigid with resolve, and stared into the black. The radiator clicked again. Somewhere upstairs, a neighbor laughed and then hushed. Her phone face lit the room once with a calendar reminder, and then fell dark. Ava told herself a rule in the plainest words she had. He is not for you. He is a door you walk through to get to the writing. He is a tricky teacher, not a man you can imagine. She repeated it until the rhythm wore out, leaving only the beating of her heart. And there, on the thin edge between wanting and warning, she felt the heat climb into her cheeks again, uninvited, embarrassing, a bright signal that refused to dim while the thought of him stood in her doorway and would not leave. Chapter 8. Monday's pitch meeting started with an innocent box of pastries, and the low whir of a projector that sounded anxious about its job. Assistants arranged printouts in neat spiral shapes. Editors took seats with the casual purpose of people who lived in rooms like this. The window light lay flat across the long table, and every chair had a bottle of water that no one would drink until 5 minutes too late. Ava sat 2 spots down from Priya, notebook open, pen lined up with the margin. Her badge lanyard lay against her sweater like a reminder and a dare. She had slept badly. The rain walk with Julian, his umbrella, his careful honesty, kept sliding under her dreams, like a hand under a door. She told herself all morning to be ordinary, to be good at work, to file the night under noise. The meeting did not care about her filing system. Julian arrived on time, neither late nor early, just precise, shirt crisp, tie sober, sleeves not yet rolled. He placed a slim folder in front of him and looked around the table once, taking attendance the way a storm checks the landscape. Noelle and Mark sat along the wall with 2 other interns, their spines straight and their eyes bright. Janelle was also there, allowed in because her charts could often win arguments. "All right," Priya said, calm as an orchestra conductor who knew when brasses would flare. "We have 4 new titles to position for fall, and 1 debut we need to decide on today if we want to hit the catalog. Let's start with the debut." She clicked to the slide, a cover mock-up, a working title, a tagline in a placeholder font, "The Second Stair." The design featured a narrow stairwell with a handrail that had been polished by years of use. At the top, a rectangle of city light waited like an invitation and a dare. "It's a blue-collar romance," Priya said, "set in a walk-up building where the heroine cleans apartments at night while taking community college classes. The hero works maintenance and takes care of his younger brother. They meet on the second stair because that step always sticks. It's slow burn, messy, tender, and honest. The author's voice is strong. She writes work like a person who has done it." Ava felt a slight lift in her chest. She had stayed up late twice reading the manuscript. She believed in it the way a person believes in a door, because it held even when pushed. "Comp titles," Julian asked, without looking at the screen. He looked at faces. "All the Neighborhood Lights for Heart," Priya said. "And hold, please, for working class detail. We position it as city love without the penthouse. Our readers want romance that respects bills and bus schedules." "Tagline," Julian said. Priya nodded at Ava. "Our intern drafted a few. They cut to what the book is." Ava swallowed and stood a little to read, without projecting fear. Option 1, love finds you on the way up. Option 2, work hard, want harder. Option 3, between rent due and dawn, they meet halfway. Silence for a beat. The room often went quiet after the first set of words, as if it wanted to watch them land. Julian tapped the table with his pen. 1, 2. The first says nothing. The second is a t-shirt. The third has a pulse. Ava marked it in her notebook. Pulse. He did not look at her. She hated that she wanted him to. He flipped open his folder. Problems. The manuscript has an engine issue in the middle third. The stairwell scenes repeat without escalation. The brothers' subplot holds tension hostage. And if we go out with this in the fall slate, we need a cover that does not read "Tenement Misery" on the thumbnail. "It's not misery," Priya said. "It's grit with kindness." It will look like misery to a phone, he said. We sell on phones now. We cannot ignore where eyeballs live. Ava's hand went up before she remembered she was not in a classroom. The repetition is craftable, she said. The author uses the stuck stare as a metronome for their courage. Each time they meet there, they share more with each other. We can trim one pass, give the brother a sharper turn, but the rhythm is the point. Julian glanced at her, eyebrow a slight arc. And the engine? The engine is longing, she said. It's not a thriller. It's a slow build powered by trust and work. The payoff lands because the book does not cheat about cost. You're not wrong, he said, and the room looked at him for the rare shape of that admission. But longing still needs stakes that fit inside one sentence. What breaks if they stay apart? What breaks if they choose each other? They break, Ava said. Not dramatically, not with a hospital scene. They break by becoming versions of themselves who stop trying. The book is about the kind of damage that makes no sound until you notice you can't hear yourself anymore. The pen stopped tapping. Then say that, Julian said, leaning forward, interest unconcealed. Say it where a browser sees it. Janelle slid a hand into the air like a student who cannot wait. Numbers are kind to this slice, she said. When we mention work and time, clicks go up. When we show something ordinary that hurts, completion rates rise. If we can frame this as a love story that believes in clocking in, the audience is there. Thank you, Julian said, not to her, but to the shape of her data. He turned back to the table. Fine. Notes to the author. Cut one stair scene and cut the brother's choice. Raise the cost at the midpoint. Cover. Same staircase, warmer light. Tagline. Option 3. With a tweak. Between rent due and dawn, they learn to meet halfway. It needs the verb. Priya nodded. We can get that done. Ava sat, pencil shaking slightly. She wanted to breathe. She intended to fight again, just to see if she could stand upright after. They moved through 2 more titles with fewer sparks. A cozy with a bakery that made 3 people smile and 1 person groan. A campus set second chance that everyone liked, more than they wanted to admit. The debate stayed civil, even fun. Then the 4th title brought the match down to the wire. It was a glossy, high-concept romance from a reputable author, set in a private jet headquarters, the kind of book that wore money on its cover and certainty in its sentences. The slide showed sleek glass. A man in a suit who did not own a single comfortable t-shirt, and a woman with a haircut that said she had time for blowouts. Already pre-sold in a few big box accounts, said marketing proudly. This is a lead. Ava had read it. She knew why it would sell. She also knew why it should not be the top of their list. Position it as an aspirational fantasy, someone said. Aspiration is not the problem, Ava said before the sentence finished. Heads turned. The problem is the book treats love like a contract you sign after both parties get everything they already wanted. Julian's gaze cut to her. Careful, he said, mild in tone, not in meaning. We don't condescend to readers who like windows more than mirrors. I'm not, she said. I'm asking if our list can make room for a romance that does not assume money is the same as safety, and also for a romance that knows safety can be built without a jet. The room shifted. Priya's pen hovered. Noelle sat straighter on the wall chair. Mark pretended to write and did not. Julian set his pen down. And I'm asking if you understand how our business stays open. We need tentpoles so interiors can exist. We cannot publish only stairwells and paycheck stories. We can publish them like we believe in them, not like they are charity projects, Ava said. We can stop hiding the working class books in the catalog like something we hope people won't notice. He leaned back, cool. You are an intern telling a company how to signal its taste. I am a reader telling a company what she notices, she said. You always say the reader is the only court that matters. The projector hummed louder, a nervous friend trying to cover tension with sound. Someone coughed into a sleeve. Janelle's eyes flicked between them, thrilled and alarmed. Julian's jaw edged tighter. Your clarity is getting sloppy, he said. You're turning a craft note into a manifesto. And you're turning a catalog into a confession that you think regular lives are fine only if they buy the jet book first, Ava said. Heat now? No place to drop it. You want the truth that hurts? Here is one. The readers who keep us alive are not offended by a mop or a punch clock. They live there. Stop assuming they want to escape their lives to be worthy of a love story. A breath fell across the table like a card turning. Priya opened her mouth, then closed it. She would later defend the list, carefully, with emails, jokes, and food. For now, the room watched the two people at the center and waited for a collapse or a bridge. Julian pushed back from the table and stood, slowly. The move reorganized the air. The projector threw a glossy couple on a shiny wall and then froze. He walked to the far end of the table where Ava sat, every step a metronome. He did not look at anyone else. He stopped beside her chair and lowered a hand to the stack of mock-ups near her elbow. His other hand braced on the table. He leaned in close. Not enough to be rude, enough to make the air know it was in use. His voice dropped, and it was a thing you felt at the back of your neck. You drive me insane, Ava Knight. Her name in his mouth carried both halves of the sentence, the spark and the fire hazard. He was not smiling. He was not performing. He was a man who had built a life out of control, feeling it tilt out of his grasp. She looked up. The angle put his face close. His tie swung an inch. She could see the small nick on his jaw where his razor had been impatient. He smelled like rain that had dried and a clean shirt that wanted to fight. Because I argue, she said softly. Because you are right when it is inconvenient, he said with the same low tone. Because you push into the part of the conversation I leave blank on purpose. Because you sound like the only reader in the room when everyone else is remembering a P&L. Something in her chest both rose and sat, breath and anchor. She wanted to hold the line she had drawn with words. She also wanted to lean 1 inch in and see if gravity changed. The room blurred, sound falling back. She felt aware of how little space existed between a professional fight and something dangerous. The second hand on the wall clock moved like a person trying not to stare. He did not step back. His eyes dropped to her mouth and returned to her eyes as if they had remembered a rule and obeyed it. His fingers tightened on the mock-ups and then released them. Edges straightened a hair. He was not touching her. The not touching was noise. Are we done? She asked. And the question carried 2 meanings, neither safe. For the pitch, he said, voice finding its even edge again. No on aspirational copy for the jet book. Yes, on owning the working class angle on the second stair. Tagline 3, with the verb. Adjust the catalog layout to stop hiding the blue-collar romances like a footnote. If you want to change how we speak, Ms. Knight, learn where the microphone is and when the recording starts. He straightened, distance returning in a physical line. The room refocused as if someone had pulled a lens. People reached for pens, chairs scraped. Priya said, "Great." Moving on, with a tone that said, "We will not talk about whatever just burned through here." The last title took 5 minutes. No one remembered it afterward. The meeting was dismissed. Conversations reconstituted in clusters like paper clips finding each other. Ava gathered her notes with the clumsy hands of a person who had been holding something heavy and invisible. Noelle caught her near the door. "Are you okay?" she whispered. "I'm fine," Ava said, which was not a lie, just a placeholder. "I need air." She took the long way to the copy room. The corridor felt too narrow. The break room smelled like cold coffee and powdered sugar and the end of a surprise party. She set her notebook on the copier, stared at the green light bar, and watched it crawl under a sheet of paper until it reached the edge and went back, breath in, breath out. Her heart kept its own calibration, a little fast, a little untrustworthy. Priya found her there. "You did well," she said, voice low, careful. "You did something dangerous, but you did well." "I keep being 2 people at once," Ava said. "The intern who knows where her chair is and the person who cannot shut up when the room is lying to the books." Priya smiled softly. "The trick is to make those people the same person by October. Until then, bring me your pages for second stare. We will shore the middle. We will find the cost." Ava nodded. Work put her bones back in order. She took the long route back to her desk, sat and typed up clean notes before the heat of the room erased them. Julian did not appear in her doorway. He did not send an email. He did not exist for the rest of that afternoon in any visible way. She preferred it and hated it. By the time she left the building, the city had put on late sun like a cheap bracelet. She walked the 6 blocks home fast, as if speed could outrun a thought. It could not. The scene in the meeting replayed itself in her head in bits. His voice low, the way he leaned, the precise shape of her name on his tongue, the near electric inch between them that felt less like air and more like a decision not to breathe. Her apartment offered its small balm, sink, couch, and lamp. She microwaved soup and forgot to eat it. She opened her laptop and stared at a paragraph that needed a better verb. Words refused to be simple. Her hands shook once and then calmed. She took a shower as if water could rinse a meeting off a person. She tied her hair up and pulled on a soft t-shirt. She texted Noelle a joke about the jet book and deleted it. She picked up a paperback and read 3 lines without meaning before putting it down. She went to bed early because sleep seemed more possible than thinking. The room made its usual night sounds: a pipe that complained, a neighbor's laugh through a wall, a car sliding by like a thought that refused to park. She lay on her side, then her back, then her side again. Her hands found each other as if they needed proof that she was still one person. Closing her eyes did not help. She saw the table. She felt the heat of his nearness. She heard the exact vibration of his voice when he said her full name. She noticed his eyes fall to her mouth and return, a small discipline that said too much. Ava told herself the rules again. He is her boss. He is not for her. He is a complicated door, marked work, not a person you open because you're curious. The rules sat like index cards on a desk, useful, flat, incapable of holding a heart still. The anger she used most nights to push him away arrived late and thin. It covered nothing. Heat rose into her face the way it had the night of the rain. She pressed her palms to her cheeks, trying to cool them, and only made them warmer. She turned onto her stomach and hid her face in the pillow. The room narrowed to breath and fabric, and the unwanted movie playing behind her eyelids. His hand braced on the table, his head inclined, the nearness that hummed like a wire ready to sing. It would pass, she told herself. She would work. She would steady. She would carry this like a small, foolish bruise until it faded. And still, as the night settled and the city worked on being loud somewhere else, she lay awake with her heart off schedule, unable to stop thinking about the way he leaned in and almost, nearly kissed her. Chapter 9. The invitation did not appear to be a trap. It came as a plain email at 9:12 a.m. on a Thursday. Subject line clean and spare. Subject, creative retreat. Attendance request. A. Knight. From J. Rivers. Ava stared at the screen. The first line held his voice without his voice. Your pieces for the pilot landed. You can argue in a room without wasting air. Join the company's annual creative retreat this weekend. We need smart readers in the mix. Your work deserves recognition. Her pulse stumbled on the last sentence. Deserves recognition sounded like a hand extended and similar to a test. The retreat link led to a schedule featuring panels on voice, query clinics, a keynote on work as texture in love stories, and a late-night reading by a debut author she loved. The setting was 2 hours north at a lakeside lodge that aimed to look rustic, but only succeeded in photos taken at dusk. She read it twice, then again. Suspicion walked around her excitement like a guard dog that didn't trust joy. She went to Priya's doorway and hovered. You read it? Priya asked without looking up, as if emails made noise when they were surprising. I did, Ava said. Is this real? It's not a prank, Priya said, finally glancing up, mouth tilted. We bring assistants and a few interns every year, but slots are tight. I put your name forward after the pilot. He signed off because he can count what momentum looks like. Pack shoes you can walk in, and a sweater for rooms that believe in air conditioning more than human circulation. Ava leaned on the frame. It says, my work deserves recognition. It does, Priya said, simple as a stamp. And it means eyes on your pages. Panels aren't only for the people on stage. Go. Learn. Take notes. Don't faint if a famous person asks you a normal question. What about optics? Ava asked, the word tasting like someone else's vocabulary. He invited me, after the meeting, and the rain, and the situations. Priya's face softened in a way that meant, I know, and also in a way that meant I remember being 20, too. You'll room with Noelle, she said. Half the editorial team will be there. This is work. Keep it that way. I can, Ava said, and wanted to believe her own voice. Noelle popped up over her cubicle like a prairie dog with better headphones. Did someone say rooming? I call bed by the window, unless your soul needs sunrise. You can have the sun, Ava said. I'm fine with the wall. Perfect, Noelle said. Walls don't judge. Friday afternoon, the office dissolved into weekend movement. Ava left her desk neat, set her out of office to polite, and met Noelle in the lobby with a duffel and a notebook. The company bus waited at the curb, white and slightly apologetic, with a driver who did not pretend to listen to publication talk. Priya climbed on with a tote full of agendas. Janelle waved from a seat near the front, earbuds in, charts no doubt whispering to her through colored bars. Julian arrived last, as if he refused to be early for anything that did not involve changing a number. He wore a navy sweater and a jacket he could fold in half and still respect in the morning. His look indicated that he was aware of who was watching him and who returned to talking about snacks. He took the aisle seat across from Priya and opened a legal pad on his knee. He did not look back. Ava told herself she did not either, then looked anyway and saw the line of his jaw, the crease in his sleeve, and the space he made simply by sitting. The bus crawled out of the city and onto a highway that lifted them over a river. Concrete turned to trees with the insistence of a screensaver. Noelle put a mint in Ava's hand and said it was for luck. Priya stood at the front, like a calm camp counselor, and walked everyone through the schedule. Panels, dinners, 1 single hour for kayaking for the optimistic, she said. Curfew is a myth. Curiosity is not. Be kind to the people on stage. Be kinder to the people who are too shy to raise their hands. They pulled into the lodge at golden hour. The lake held the sky like a rumor it wanted to keep. The main building had too many antlers and a fireplace that took itself seriously. Staff distributed lanyards, room keys, and tote bags featuring the company logo. The hallway smelled like pine cleaner and new carpet. Ava and Noelle's room had 2 twin beds, a window that faced trees, and a small desk with a lamp that pretended to be rustic by wearing a shade with fake stitching. They did not have time to pretend it was a vacation. The first session began in a glass-walled hall that overlooked the water. Editors sat on a low stage and answered questions about what we mean when we say voice. Someone confessed that sometimes they meant, I liked it. Someone else admitted to stealing lines from jacket copy when they couldn't find their own. Laughter loosened every shoulder by 1 notch. The second panel invited young staff to read short pieces from internal newsletters and the digital pilot. Priya nudged Ava toward the sign-up sheet. 2 minutes, she said. Pick a paragraph that stuck. Your first Kisscraft note wants the air. Ava stood at the back, palms damp, paper warm in her hands. When her turn came, she read without looking up, voice steady, the room kind. A first kiss doesn't cure a character of being herself. It only proves she's brave enough to be that self with an audience of 1. The sentence left her mouth and sat in the room. A murmur moved through the chairs, not loud, just close. She looked up. She saw heads tilted, pens moving, eyes soft. She saw Julian near the back, arms folded, watching like a person who heard something new and old at once. He did not smile. His gaze was sharper than approval. Afterward, in the small swirl of cups and cookies, a mid-list author Ava admired, touched her forearm and said, More of that, please. A designer asked if she had ever considered cover copy. Priya squeezed her shoulder and did not make a speech. It was better than praise because it was quiet. Dinner was served in a long room with tables that had designated cards but flexible chairs. The menu tried to make salmon exciting. People traded bread baskets like currency. The conversation shifted from craft to gossip, then to the good news about streaming, and back again. Ava found herself in a conversation with 2 assistant editors and an author who laughed like a bell. Julian sat a few tables away, head tipped to someone who looked like a board member, answering questions with a face that only turned on when necessary. She tried not to watch him and failed in small, human ways. A glance at the doorway when he slipped out to take a call, a hitch of nerves when he returned, and someone else turned to include him. The awareness of his outline in the room, like background music tuned low. After dessert, the crowd split. Some went to the reading in the lounge. Some went to the dock with plastic cups and brave intentions. Noelle dragged Ava toward the reading with a grin. "Words before water," she said. "Then we see if the kayaks glow at night." The lounge smelled of wood smoke and wine. The debut author read a scene about a laundromat and a man folding shirts as if in prayer. People listened hard, the way rooms do when they remember why they gather at all. Ava's chest felt thick with the good kind of ache. She thought about all the rooms she had not been in yet, as well as the fact that tonight she was in this one. When the reading ended, applause felt like a hug. The crowd thinned toward the bar and the porch. Ava slipped out to the hall for air and found quiet there, carpet-swallowing sound. Framed photos of past retreats smiling at no one. She leaned on a railing and let her shoulders lower. Julian appeared at the far end of the corridor as if the building made him when it needed contrast. He walked without hurry, hands in pockets, the kind of casual that had to be a choice. He saw her, adjusted his path by 1 degree, and stopped a respectful distance away. "You read cleanly," he said. "You keep saying, 'clean,'" she said. "As compliments go, it sounds like soap." "It is high praise from me," he said. "I hear the scratch of the edit in my head when sentences trip." "Yours did not trip." "Thank you," she said. She kept her face neutral. Her heart was not a beat. The sounds of the party bled in and out as the lounge doors opened and closed. Someone laughed far away. Rain hinted in the air through an open window, a scent before a forecast. "Why did you invite me?" she asked, the suspicion finally asking for a chair. "You could have sent anyone. You could have sent no one." His mouth made a line. "Because your work landed," he said. "The same reason on the email." Then, softer, like an admission he would prefer to footnote. "And because rooms like this are better when someone argues with me for the right reasons." "You think I came here to argue with you?" she said. "For sport." "I think you came here to argue with me for the books," he said, "which is the only reason I can respect." "You keep saying respect like it's a wall that keeps everything else out," she said, pulse skipping for reasons not entirely professional. "It is a wall," he said. "Walls keep buildings standing. And sometimes they hide things," she said. The air shifted. The open window clicked in its frame. "You suspect me," he said. "Of what?" "Of inviting me here to see if I behave," she said. "To test if I can talk in rooms without setting them on fire. To confirm your verdict from the hallway, that I won't last a month." He watched her. That same precise stillness he wore in meetings, only without the table between them. "I already reversed that verdict," he said. "You didn't hear me say it out loud because some admissions are better made with assignments." "That's convenient," she said. "For you." He took a step closer because the corridor allowed it. The light above them hummed like a tired neon. "No, Miss Knight," he said, voice low. "It is inconvenient. You complicate my rooms. You complicate the list. You complicate the part of my job that likes clean answers." He almost smiled at his own choice of words, then didn't. "And I invited you because work deserves space. Sometimes space looks like a lake and a bad fireplace. Her name flashed on the lanyard near her collarbone. Ava Knight in block letters that tried too hard. He looked at it and then away, as if the idea of her name in print did something to his face he didn't want to show. "Thank you," she said, and meant it, and also meant something she would not say. "Don't thank me yet," he said. "The morning panel is cover copy drills at 8. "I live for 8, she said. "You live at 8, he said, and the corner of his mouth lifted. For 1 second, they were two people who made a joke and not a problem. The lounge doors swung, and Priya stepped out with a book in hand. She saw them, clocked them, and gave them each a half nod, which meant behave and good work at the same time. She went up the stairs toward the smaller rooms. The hall felt longer after she left. Ava turned toward the porch. "I'm going to get air," she said. "Outside is air," he said. "Inside is you," she said, and regretted it when his eyes changed. She moved before she could apologize for being honest. She found the porch full. Authors and assistants leaned on the railing and told stories about terrible pitches and perfect lines. The lake held a scar of moonlight, and the low voices, like a secret it might keep if asked nicely. Noelle waved a cup and pulled Ava into a cluster. Someone handed her a plastic glass of white wine that tasted like pears and was cold. Julian came out later and joined a group near the end. He could wear a party like a suit, but he never sank into it. He listened more than he spoke, laughed at a story about a book tour, misadventure, waved away a compliment with the grace of a man who knows the company gets the credit. Every time Ava forgot to think about him, she felt his presence anyway, the way a person feels a phone in a pocket, even when it is silent. Around midnight, rain decided to keep its earlier promise. A soft sprinkle turned into a polite sheet. People squealed, raised their hands, and slowly surrendered. The porch emptied in a soft surge. Ava stayed under the awning with 2 others until even the awning gave up. She sneaked through the side door, past the lounge, now only embers and a story too long, past the hallway photos, toward the stairwell that led to her floor. Footsteps fell behind her, quickening to match hers without crowding. She knew the cadence before she looked. She kept climbing anyway, hand on the rail. The stairwell smelled like wet wool, lemon-scented cleaner, and something that tried to be cedar and failed. "Ava," he said, halfway up. He was 1 landing below, hair damp, jacket darkened at the shoulders, eyes clearer than they looked under conference lights. She stopped on the 2nd flight because habits are jokes, and also because she had to breathe. He closed the distance until they stood 2 steps apart. Her higher, him lower. Eye level forced into balance by architecture. It felt too on the nose. It also felt exactly right. "You're angry with me again," he said. Tone even, not defensive. "I'm suspicious," she said. "It reads like anger if you squint." "I'm not testing you," he said. "Not here. Then what are you doing?" she asked. "Trying to do my job and not fail the part that reads people," he said. "Trying to be a person and not fail the job." "That's 2 tries at once," she said. "I'm not sure you know how to split attention." He huffed a small laugh despite himself. "No," he said, "I don't." Silence lived an honest second. The rain found the stairwell window and played a steady finger tap rhythm. Down the hall, a door clicked shut. Somewhere, a minibar hummed. "You're difficult," he said finally, voice lower now, the words not a complaint. "You like difficult," she said. "You sharpen on it." He took the last step up, so they stood level with each other on the same stair. The air did that electric thing again, the invisible wire overhead, ready to sing or burn. "You drive me insane," he said, echoing the earlier admission. But there was nothing playful in it now. "Every time I think I have you sorted into a box, intern, copy, upstart, you push out of it and make a new shape." "Maybe stop sorting people," she said. "Let them be shapes." He was close enough that she could hear his breath and not just his voice. Close enough that the damp of his jacket cooled the air between them. Close enough that every rule she had taped to the inside of her head began to curl at the edges. "This is a bad idea," she said, because someone had to say it. "It is," he said, and did not move back. "You're my boss," she said, as if titles could stop gravity. "I know," he said, and that knowing complicated everything. "Then step away," she said. Her hand had found the rail without permission. She did not know if she wanted it to hold her back or hold her up. He did not step away. He studied her face as if she were a line he wanted to read right the first time. His gaze dropped to her mouth and then back with effort she could feel. "Tell me to," he said, and it was not a dare. It was a span put in her hands. The building held its breath. Ava heard not only the rain and the hum and the footfalls far off, but the clear, unignorable sound of her own heart, choosing a speed. She did not step back. He did not either. The argument, the jokes, the rules, the buses, the rain, the porch lights, the way he had said braver and clean and her full name, all of it rose at once like a tide that refused to recede on command. "Julian," she said, warning and permission in one small word, and the space finally vanished. Fire to match friction as he leaned in and she met him halfway, and they kissed. Chapter 10. Morning arrives like an apology the lodge does not mean. The lake looks calm enough to forgive anything. The air pretends last night was about literature and sleep. Ava wakes to the hush of pine and the low, cheerful lie of a coffee cart rolling down the hall. She stares at the ceiling until the whole scene from the stairwell hits her again with the clarity of a bell. She kissed him, he kissed her back. That is a simple sentence. The rest is a longer one with too many commas. Noelle snores once, flips over, and mumbles, "8 a.m. is a hate crime," into her pillow. Ava sits up, slides her feet to the carpet, and tells herself she is fine. She is steady. She is here to learn about cover copy, not about the shape of a man's mouth, when he has been brave and foolish at the same time. She brushes her teeth like the mint can erase memory. She picks an ordinary sweater. She fixes her hair in the small mirror over the desk and avoids her own eyes. At breakfast, she pours coffee and sits next to Priya. She listens hard to the conversation about blurbs and budgets. She laughs at the right beats. When Julian walks in, she does not look at him. She knows he is there because the room adjusts, the way water makes room for a stone without meaning to. The cover copy drill at 8 starts on time and tries to save her. The room fills with people who enjoy verbs. An art director with silver hair says, "Promise the reader a feeling, not a plot." A copy chief argues for the power of a concrete noun. Priya hands out sample pages with terrible placeholders and says, "Fix them." Ava fixes them. She loses herself inside 2 paragraphs, the way a kid hides under a blanket and thinks the world forgets to call her name. She cuts 3 adverbs and rescues a bland line with a detail that actually belongs to the book. She writes a final sentence that hums. The humming makes her forget the stairwell for exactly 11 minutes. Then the room goes to Bray, K, and the humming dies because he stands in the doorway with a cup and an expression that says, he did not sleep either. He does not move toward her. He does not look away. He holds the present like a fragile plate and waits to see if anyone drops it. She tries humor. It is the tool she trusts when sense wants to leave. "We are not speaking of last night," she says when they end up alone near the handout table, their hands both reaching for the same stack and stopping a half-inch apart. "Agreed," he says. His voice is careful, warm at the edge. "We are working. We are in a building that belongs to many people who are not us." "Great," she says. She lifts the stack. Their fingers do not touch. The not touching is louder now. The day keeps them busy on purpose. A panel on romance and work asks questions that make sense to Ava's bones. Do we respect labor on the page? Do our characters clock in, or do they just magically appear in rooms paid for by someone else? She comments on the back with a steady voice. She names 3 books that do it well. People nod. She breathes. At lunch, she sits with Janelle and Noelle and 2 junior editors who argue softly about whether banter belongs to enemies, to lovers, or to every book with a pulse. She chews a bite of sad chicken and pretends not to notice Julian at a table across the room, talking to a board member and a poet, who seems to enjoy terrifying him with questions about margins. When he glances up, their eyes catch for 1 second. She looks away first. She feels 12 and 30 at the same time. Afternoon brings a small crisis. The keynote author's slides go missing. Priya disappears like a firefighter and returns with a portable drive and a calm smile that makes people believe in electricity again. "It's fixed," she says, then murmurs to Ava, "Walk by the water at 5. You need sky that isn't a ceiling." At 5, Ava obeys. She takes the path to the dock. The lake lies flat and honest. A pair of kayaks bump each other like sleepy goats. The air smells like damp rope, pine wood, and something sweet from the kitchen. She stands at the railing and lets the quiet talk. "You are okay," the water says, without a sentence. Footsteps behind her. The dockboards complain softly. He stops a few feet away and leans on the rail at the next post. He leaves space adequate for another person. He is not careless with distance today. "You were right about the cover copy," he says. Not a greeting, more like a concession that wants a receipt. Your last line sings without showing off. "Keep the first clause, cut the second." "I already did," she says. "My second clauses show off when they panic." He almost smiles. "I over-explain when I panic. We are a matched set of bad editing habits." Wynn reaches in and moves a piece of her hair. He does not try to fix it. He would never do so in public. She fixes it herself and hates the slight sting of wanting him to offer his hand anyway. "I'm trying to brush it off," she says, straightforward, because avoiding the fact only makes it bigger. The stairwell, the kiss. Me too, he says, matching plane with plane. Work first. Everything else in a locked drawer with a heavy book on top. And a chair pushed under the knob, she says. And a doorman, he says. That almost smile again. It breaks and then repairs his face. I am not good at different drawers. I am a one-drawer person. I put everything in the one labeled solve it, and then I solve it until the drawer breaks. Helpful for budgets, she says. Useless for people, he says. They watch a duck step onto the dock, reconsider life, and return to the water. The small comedy passes between them like a grateful pause. He clears his throat, not because he is sick, but because he has a sentence he does not usually say. My father died when I was 17, he says, eyes on the lake as if he's reading it for facts. It was a Tuesday, heart. No warning beyond the way he ignored little pains and big truths. 1 minute he was yelling at a game on TV. The next minute, the house looked like a stage after everyone had left. Ava stays quiet because questions would make the wrong kind of noise. He wasn't good at being a father, Julian says. He loved large and wild. He gambled small and thought it didn't count. He forgot bills and remembered birthdays. I never knew which version of him would open the door. When he died, everything that was late came due in 1 week. My mother was already gone. My aunt took me in like she had been waiting for me to admit I needed her. She put me in a warehouse to shelve and then put me in rooms where I could watch her make hard calls. I learned a religion of control. I learned verdicts, as you correctly named them. Attachment felt like a kind of late bill I did not want to owe. He breathes in, as if he is a diver remembering he needs air. I dated. I liked people. I exited politely. I never stayed long enough to become a person someone could rely on. I told myself it was decency. It was mostly fear, dressed as discipline. He looks at her now. The evening puts a thin gold line on his cheekbone. I avoid attachment because sudden loss turned me into an accountant for feelings. The ledger is not a heart. I know that. Knowing does not erase the math. Ava feels the story settle into her like a key in a lock. It does not excuse anything. It explains everything. She thinks of a boy in a too-quiet house, of an aunt with inventory lists and a tired smile, of a kid who learned to like words because they stacked neatly when people didn't. I'm sorry, she says, simple, earnest, and no attempt at repair. No repair for Tuesday breaks. He nods once, gratitude without flourish. I don't say it to recruit sympathy, he says. I say it so you know my bad habits have an address. I say it so you aren't insulted when I put the chair under the doorknob and call it safety. She could soften it for him. She could say it's fine. She doesn't. It's not safety, she says. It's a trick the brain plays to feel safe. Yes, he says. And tricks get old when you start wanting a different show. They stand with that for a long minute. The sky leans toward bruised blue. The lodge lights blink awake one by one like careful stars. Voices drift from the porch. Laughter, a chair scrape, the last of the keynote author's lines repeated with love. Thank you for telling me, she says. I didn't plan to, he says. And that is proof that planning is overrated. Silence again, but not the empty kind. A useful silence, a shelf you can put something on and trust it to stay. He straightens first. Oh, we should go back, he says. The sentence of a man who still knows the schedule. there's a Q&A. Someone will ask a question that is a story about themselves. We have to be there for the theater. They walk up the path at an ordinary pace. Twice their hands swing close enough to feel the other's heat. Twice they do not touch. At the door, he reaches forward, opens it, and lets her enter first. Not because he wants points, but because he is a person who remembers small politeness when big politeness is stiff. The night does what conferences do. It folds people into pockets of talk and sugar and soft goodbyes. Noelle tugs Ava to a corner to whisper, "Did you see the poet make the finance guy cry?" Priya catches Ava's eye across the room and lifts her chin in a question. Ava nods, a reply that says, "I learned something that isn't on the agenda." Later, when the lodge thins and the hallways return to carpeted hush, Ava stands at her sink and presses a cold glass to her forehead, like it can erase a fever she will not name. Noelle throws an arm over her face from the other bed and says, "Tomorrow, we go home to email. I will miss the fake rustic lamp most." Ava turns off the light and lies down. The dark makes its case. Her brain makes a louder one. She rewinds the dock. She hears his voice flatten when he says, "Tuesday." She sees the thought in his eyes when he toggles between control and confession. She can feel her own ribcage lifting to create room for the story, much like lungs do for air. She tries to brush off the kiss by letting the more complicated truth sit on top of it. It almost works. She tells herself he is not for her. She repeats the old rule with new force. He is a door marked work, not a person you lean on. He is a ledger in human form, and ledgers do not hold you when the bus is late and the city is unkind. The rule is clear. She believes it for 3 breaths. Then she remembers how he looked at her when he said, "braver," and the rule loses ink. A slow slide begins, the kind you notice only when the ground is already at a tilt. She thinks about the stupid neatness of his pen strokes. She thinks about the way he watches rooms, not to control them, but to understand where to stand. She thinks about how he admitted to feeling afraid without asking her to fix it. She thinks about the kiss and the inch before the kiss and the restraint that almost cost them the moment. Her chest tightens, not with panic, but with acceleration. The feeling does not ask for permission. It does not file a form. It just arrives, bold and early, like a guest who believes she knows where the plates are. It moves through her with a speed that makes arguments look like paper. Ava lies there in the dark with her hands pressed flat to the blanket, like she can steady herself by pushing down. Her heart refuses to slow. Her breath remembers how to hurry. Somewhere in the lodge, a door closes with a soft, particular click, and she hears the sound inside her too, as something settles into place she did not plan for. She stares at the ceiling until the ceiling is only a word, and just before sleep finally trips her in a clumsy kindness, the truth lands with the clean weight of a verdict she cannot appeal. She is falling for him fast. Chapter 11. Back home, the town kept its steady pulse. Lawns grew. Sprinklers clicked. The burger place at the corner added a new shake flavor that tasted like someone had whispered banana into milk and then apologized. Liam worked a few shifts at the machine shop near campus and took early engineering classes at the state university. He rode his bike past the park on weekends. When he passed Ava's street, he looked straight ahead and tried to keep his hands loose on the handlebars. The porch light on her old house still came on at dusk. He pretended It was for strangers now. September lay out a clear sky. On a Saturday, Connor from physics texted him, "Comic-Con at the Civic Center. We can get cheaper tickets if we go before noon. You in?" Liam didn't think of himself as a conventional person. He didn't own a costume or a plan, but he had stacks of paperbacks with caped figures on the covers, and a childhood spent tracing panels and sound effects in the margins of notebooks. His feet said yes before his head could talk them out of it. The Civic Center looked like a box someone wrapped in banners and optimism. Outside, a line of people snaked around concrete planters. Cosplayers posed in armor and fabric that should not have been able to hold together and somehow did. A woman in green paint balanced a foam axe on her shoulder and offered sunscreen to anyone who had forgotten that the sun was still a thing. A teenager sprinted by in red spandex and tripped, then popped up so fast the crowd cheered. Inside, the air was thick with the scents of popcorn, plastic, and cardboard, emanating from boxes stored in units. The floor buzzed. Every corner held a crush of color. Booths were stacked with hardcover reissues, pin trays that looked like tiny candies, and prints hanging from wire grids like bright laundry. Volunteers held signs that said, "Panels this way" and "Artist Alley," with arrows that assumed you could keep your orientation in a space with too many capes. Connor wanted to find a panel about practical effects. Liam wanted to see the build-your-own robot table tucked near the back. They promised to meet at 1. They failed at both within 10 minutes. Liam drifted toward Artist Alley. He liked the way the noise changed there. Less shriek, more conversation. Artists sat behind folding tables covered in ink and effort. Some wore not quite costumes, like they had put on versions of themselves for the day. Hands moved fast. Pens brushed. Squares of original work turned into sails with a clip of a binder's ring. He paused at a table with a hand-painted sign that read, "Zara Inc." The letters were fat and cheerful. The sign leaned against a milk crate full of rolled prints and a half-eaten granola bar. The person behind the table wore paint on her forearms like bracelets. She had short hair the color of a storm at the edge of town and eyes that looked like they took their own notes. Loud earrings swung when she talked, 2 small silver lightning bolts that kept catching the light. A denim jacket was covered with patches that didn't match on purpose. She spoke to buyers with the confidence of someone who often built things from nothing and expected them to stand. "This one's about a witch who fixes broken stuff," she said to a couple, tapping a print with a figure kneeling on a sidewalk, mending a cracked teacup with gold. "She doesn't cast spells so much as argue with objects until they tell her what went wrong. It's therapy for furniture." The couple laughed and bought 2. She took the bills and, without breaking her talk, tucked a free sticker into the bag. "Bonus potion," she said, winking. "Cures low shelves and boring walls." Liam realized he was smiling and stepped closer. The prints spread across her table were loud in the best way. A cityscape in saturated blues with a single orange umbrella breaking the curve of the street. A trio of friends flying on a sofa through a night sky that looked like spilled glitter. A quiet panel of hands tying a shoelace with a caption, "Ordinary Courage." "You look like you want the robot," she said to Liam, pointing to a zine with a small machine on the cover and a paper heart taped to its chest. "How did you know?" he asked. Your eyes track the gears, she said. It's my rule. Robot fans find gears first, people second. I hope you like both. I do. He picked up the zine. The pages wobbled as if the artist had folded them at a kitchen table. The drawing style was loose but confident. On page 3, the robot offered a bolt to a girl who looked tired and brave at the same time. Liam liked the way the panels tilted without making you dizzy. It's great, he said. I build real ones for class sometimes. They don't look this good. Real ones are prettier, she said. They don't know about the rules of composition, so they accidentally break them in cool ways. She stuck out a paint-marked hand. I'm Zara. Liam, he said, shaking it. Her hand felt like work, smooth in some places, rough in others. A tiny smear of teal paint transferred to his thumb, and he didn't mind. Liam, she repeated, as if trying to balance it. Are you a cape person or a science person? Both, he said. Depends on the day. You? Chaos, she said, and grinned. But a chaos that cleans up after itself. That's my brand. You want that zine? I'll sign it with an apology for the ending. Is the ending bad? It hurts a little, she said. It's honest. Sometimes those are the same thing. He bought it. She scrawled her name on the inside cover with a pen that had a cloud sticker on it. She also doodled a tiny gear in the corner, like she couldn't leave a blank space alone. First con? She asked. First real one, he said. We went to a mini-con at the library once. The best guest was a stormtrooper who fainted in the children's section. That feels metaphoric, she said. I grew up doing these. My mother sold jewelry alongside small press publishers. I shared tables with people who taught me perspective by accident. You from here? He asked. Moved around, she said. Right now, I'm in a studio over the bakery on 5th. It smells like bread and soap most days, which is better than paint thinner and disappointment. You local? Born and stuck, he said, but he didn't say it like a complaint. Started at the state, work part-time fixing machines. Ooh, she said, giving the word more sound than it usually gets. A fixer. My favorite class of human. Do you fix printers that eat feelings? I fix printers that eat paper, he said. Feelings are out of scope. I'm working on it. She laughed in a way that made 3 heads turn. Loud, warm, not carefree so much as defiant. He liked the shape of her sound in the noisy room. He liked that she didn't apologize for taking up space. Want to watch me embarrass myself on a panel? She asked, pointing toward a sign that read, Self-publish or perish. I'm on in 10. I'll say things like, build an audience, and then immediately admit I hate the word audience. I was going to catch the robot build, he said, and then heard himself seem boring. But I can split time. Don't force it, she said cheerfully, already scooping up her sketchbook. Life's short, split anyway. If you come, ask a question about staplers. The room will be split into factions. He let himself be pulled along. The panel room was small and hot. 4 creators sat behind microphones that didn't love cooperating. Zara took the chair at the end and spoke with her whole body. She said she prints in the middle of the night because the copy shop guy gave her a discount if she brought him hot chocolate. She said she didn't know if the algorithm wanted her to dance or cry. So she drew comics about both. She said she mailed her first zine to 5 friends and a stranger who left a kind comment. The stranger sent a message back with a photo of the book on a messy coffee table. And that photo made the whole week feel true. During the questions, a man asked how to go viral. She said, "Make a thing your friend will text to another friend while hiding under a desk at work." And the room laughed, but not in a joking manner, more like a nod of agreement. After the panel, she floated through the artist aisle, as if powered by pinback buttons. At one table, she traded a print for a handmade patch. At another, she hugged a person in a hand-stitched cloak and asked if their cat still refused to pose for reference photos. Liam kept finding her without trying. She waved him into conversations, introduced him like they had been moving through spaces together for years. "This is Liam. He fixes machines and smiles at the right times. He's okay." At lunch, he found Connor at a food truck and texted back and forth about prop-making glue while eating a burrito with the structural integrity of wet paper. Zara appeared with a tray of fries and told him she was stealing 2 and then stole 5. She sat on the curb and people watched with a comic artist's stare. Kind, exact, greedy for detail. "That guy," she said, pointing with a fry at a man with a homemade rocket pack. "He has a spreadsheet for every piece of foam. He's in love with the idea of counting. That's is inaccurate," Liam said, because he could see it too. "And that girl dressed as a mage," she went on, nodding at a teenager in a robe, bedsheet dyed purple, with bottle cap jewels glued on. She cut those bottle caps at her grandmother's table. She made a mess. She's proud of it. Her grandma is too. "You always guess people's origin stories?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "Half the time I'm wrong. The other half I'm not. And they cry and buy a print." He liked that she said it flat, not fishing for praise. He liked that chaos didn't mean careless. She read the world like a page and worked it into panels. In the afternoon, he helped at her table when the line got silly. He made a change. He rolled prints into tubes and slid them into bags. He watched her talk with a kid who wanted to draw but felt bad at it. She drew a circle, a square, and a triangle and turned them into a cat, a car, and a robot in 30 seconds. The kid looked like someone had handed him the keys to a door. "You're good at this," Liam said when the tide finally eased. "Not just the art, the people. People are weird," she said. "I'm interested in weird. It's the only reason to hold a pen this long." She chewed a strand of hair and then made a face at the paint on it. "Gross. That's acrylic." He glanced at her hands. Paint haloed her knuckles. She had ink on the side of one finger where it dragged when she wrote fast. A thin scar crossed the web between thumb and index finger. He liked the evidence of work. He realized he had been studying her and looked away. A poster of a flying fox stared back, smug. He honestly didn't want complications. Not at this speed. He had rules that pretended to be helpful. No entanglements while he figured out class and work. No maybes with people who asked for more than he could give. Rules were good until someone laughed like a bell and asked you to carry a box and handed you a story about a robot giving away a bolt. The convention wound down toward late afternoon. The crowd thinned, and volunteers stacked chairs like Tetris. A man in a Batman suit took off his cowl, revealing a very sweaty dad. Zara began to pack. She moved fast, a storm with a plan. She slid leftover zines into a plastic bin and sealed it with blue tape. She counted cash without counting too much. She arranged the last 8 prints like a small gallery and wrote "sale" on a Post-it in giant letters and stuck it to her forehead. It worked. "Help me get this to my car?" she asked when the last sale was done, pointing to a lopsided dolly stacked with bins and a milk crate that had seen things. "Of course," he said, already lifting the heaviest bin. It was heavier than it looked. They trundled out to the parking lot. The late sun had turned the asphalt into a slow griddle. Cars inched past with trunks open and music leaking. Zara's hatchback looked like it survived art school and then shredded the diploma. Stickers covered the bumper. A small plastic dinosaur stood on the dashboard like it owned the road. She opened the back with a squeak and started loading. Liam slid bins in and used his stubbornness to make them fit. She wedged the milk crate with her hip and laughed when it bit her back. He steadied the dolly they had half ignored. There were 2 people and a trunk that wanted to argue with physics. When they finished, she threw herself into the front seat and then popped back out with a sketchbook and a marker. "Payment," she said, "for manual labor and good booth manners." "You don't have to," he said, but he liked that she wanted to. "I do," she said. She leaned the book on the hood and drew fast. No pencil first, no gentle start, just marker and decisions. Liam watched lines become hands, faces, motion. She glanced up at him once and then returned to the page with a small smile, like she had found what she needed. She turned the book so he could see. 4 panels, clean, bold lines. The first panel depicted a convention crowd, a mix of messy and bright colors. A guy with a gear on his shirt stood a little apart, hands in pockets, eyes curious. The second panel showed a girl at a table, hair wild, lightning bolt earrings dangling, holding up a print like an offering. The third panel showed the 2 of them back to back, fighting a tangle of cables and a monster made of jammed printers and bad tape. The monster said "paper jam" in speech bubbles that tried to be scary but failed. The fourth panel pulled in close. 2 figures stood in front of a city skyline. One wore a cape made of receipts. The other wore goggles and a wrench on a sash like a medal. Between them, in block letters, a caption, "Sidekick" or "Soulmate." She had added a little arrow near the caption and written, "Circle 1." Liam stared. For a second, he couldn't feel his hands. He told himself it was the heat. It wasn't. The drawing was silly and funny, and too much on purpose. It also knew something about him he hadn't agreed to know today. "That's a lot," he said finally, not laughing, not unhappy. "I do a lot," she said, owning it. "Life is short. The markers are drying out. You can discard it if you dislike it, or you can put it in a drawer and be mad at it later." He didn't want to throw it away. He also didn't want to admit his heart had tilted inside his ribs with a speed he didn't trust. He felt the old rule banging on the inside of his head, wanting attention, and the new thing beside it, impatient and loud. Zara held the sketchbook out, one brow up, waiting for him to take it or walk away. The parking lot hummed. A child in a cape ran past, shouting about pizza. A seagull eyed them with terrible plans. Liam reached for the page. The marker lines were still a little wet. The question sat there like a button he could press or ignore. Sidekick or soulmate? Chapter 12. All afternoon, the sketchbook sat on Liam's desk like a dare. 4 quick panels, 2 small faces. The last framed a question in block letters. Sidekick or soulmate? He had slid it under a wrench when he got home from the convention, as if a tool could weigh down a thought. It didn't. By dusk, the question kept floating back onto everything. His textbook, the frying pan, his toothbrush, until his phone lit with a new problem. Zara, karaoke night. Eight pout, and nout. P.E.M. The neon finch. Costumes are encouraged. Zara. The theme is either fruit or fight, depending on who you ask. Bring chaos. Zara. If you don't come, I'll draw you as a very sad appliance. Liam stared at the screen until his rules raised their hand. No big gestures, no new entanglements, and sleep before midnight. Then he walked to the closet anyway and pulled down a sagging bag from a Halloween 2 years ago. The banana costume had been a joke purchase. He never wore a yellow foam tube with a pointy hood, and room for shame. It smelled faintly of dust and sugar. He held it up. It held up a mirror. He laughed out loud, alone, and texted back, "On my way. Prepare to be a smoothie." The neon finch perched on a corner 2 blocks from the river. A neon sign in the window flickered a bird with a microphone until the O in neon blinked and the bird sang for Nen. Inside, the floor was sticky in a way that didn't apologize. The bar gleamed under copper pendants that were probably fake. The karaoke jockey, KJ Margot, according to her glittering name tag, moved with the brisk joy of a person who enjoyed watching ordinary people make brave mistakes. A plastic tub of songbooks sat on a stool, the laminated pages frayed from hopeful fingers. Zara stood near the stage, already filling space like a spotlight. She wore bright red overalls a painter would envy, a silver cape she had possibly made out of a tablecloth, and the lightning bolt earrings that made their own weather. A cluster of artists and cosplayers orbited her, loud and easy. She had a stamp on the back of one hand that read, "Mike Knight," and a smudge of ink on her jaw like the day refused to let go. Liam paused in the doorway and tugged the banana hood down. The bar shifted slightly. Phones rose. A man in a foam boxing glove fist-bumped the air. KJ Margot announced, "We've got produce," without looking up from the screen. Zara saw him, stilled, and then cracked into a grin that broke the whole room into approval. "You did it," she shouted over a 2000s pop track. "You went full fruit." "I commit to a bit," he said, approaching carefully so the foam wouldn't knock a drink. "I also misread the part where you said costumes encouraged, not make a life choice." "Commitment is hot," she said, deadpan. "Also, you look like if potassium got a degree." She grabbed his hand and spun him. The banana's foam squeaked. People cheered. "Come on, sidekick," she said, then corrected herself with a mischievous tilt. Or possibly main character. She dragged him to the sign-up table and shoved a Sharpie at him. "Pick a song. Name. Banana Night." "That is not my name," he said. "It is tonight," she said. He wrote it anyway, because he liked the way she lifted rules and changed them until they fit the moment. He flipped the book. It offered 1,000 possibilities he was not qualified for. He pictured himself attempting power notes and scaring the finch. He picked a safe lane, an early 2000s anthem everyone knew without trying, the kind that lets a crowd sing over you when your voice quits. He slid the slip across to Margot. She slid back 2 cheap drink tickets and a thumbs up. They found a table near the side wall. The speakers above them had one blown cone that made every low note sound like a distant storm. Zara drew on a cocktail napkin, while a group of teachers nailed a girl band throwback with surprising harmony. She doodled a long rectangle with 2 eyes and a frown. She added a cape. She labeled it Banana of Justice. Liam laughed and forgot to be self-conscious for 1 entire minute. "You sing a lot?" he asked. "I perform a lot," she said. "Sometimes with a mic, often with a marker. I like rooms that expect nothing and leave with something to talk about." She held the napkin up to the light, judged it, then tucked it into his foam suit pocket. "Insurance policy. If you choke, wave the napkin, and yell, 'Justice,' the crowd will forgive you." He took a sip of water he didn't need. He could feel the moment sitting there, tightening its tie. He remembered how easy it had been to let jokes do the talking for him. He thought about the question she had asked in the parking lot. He thought about how he had slept poorly the night before because he wouldn't leave. He thought about Ava in a porch-light memory, steady, soft, a person who knew him before he knew the shape of himself. He thought about Zara, a cyclone with a pen who asked the world to be interesting and was not disappointed when it was. The stage lights softened. Margot's voice came over the speakers. "Next up, Banana Night," she said, like the name belonged in a legend. The room cheered. Someone in a foam hot dog costume yelled, "Fruit fight!" "Ganyo I've cho tights." Zara touched his arm once. "You've got this," she said, and it was not a joke. He stood. The banana squeaked again. The hood tilted. He climbed the 2 wooden steps to the small stage and took the mic with all the reverence of someone accepting a tool he did not know how to wield. The screen in front of him waited, blue and patient. The first notes of the track rolled out bright, forgiving, built to make people feel brave in bars. The truth arrived before the first lyric. It didn't arrive like a slow dawn. It landed like a slip of the mouth caught in the open. He looked toward the side wall, where Zara stood in her cape, watching him with a face that refused to mock, and he felt a sensation in his chest tighten and then loosen into something simple. The foam hood made it all funnier. The funnier it got, the realer it felt. "I love you," he said. It left him before the title card on the screen finished counting down. He didn't say it into the mic. He said it at the wrong volume for the crowd and exactly the right volume for her. The nearest tables turned anyway, because the bar had learned how to hear a confession before it became music. Her eyes widened. Not theatrical, just honest. His own face burned in the foam suit, as if someone had set a lamp under his skin. He could still swallow the words. He could still say he'd been singing too soon, that he thought the track had started, that bananas were known liars. He didn't. The withering part of him that liked to make jokes in emergencies finally sat down and let the other part talk. The track hit the first bar. He lifted the mic. He sang. He did not sing well. He sang like a person who has repaired machines and only ever repaired his throat to talk. The crowd didn't care. The crowd never does. That is the magic of karaoke. You trade skill for nerve, and everyone claps like they got what they came for. His voice shook on the first line, steadied on the second. He found a pocket of rhythm in the chorus and leaned into it. Margot turned the backing track up a notch so the song could carry him if he lost his place. Zara moved to the front of the stage, still watching him, her mouth curved into an expression he couldn't name, yet hungry, fond, amused, a little stunned. She glanced at the crowd as if to check if the room could be trusted with this moment. It could. People were laughing, clapping, and rooting for the banana, because rooting for bananas is cheaper than therapy. He hit the second verse without humiliation. He even loosened one arm enough to make a gesture that was intended to be choreography, but failed kindly. Somewhere in the room, Connor whooped an unprintable encouragement. The hot dog pounded the table with a bun. Mid-chorus, Zara did the unpredictable thing that always seemed inevitable in hindsight. She climbed the 2 steps and walked onto the stage like the stage had been waiting for her. She did not ask permission from anyone's face. She took the second mic off its stand and didn't turn it on. She didn't need the sound. She needed the space. She stepped into his orbit, and the banana foam bumped her shoulder. He almost laughed. Then she put a hand against the side of his ridiculous costume to steady him, leaned in under the soft yellow point of the hood, and kissed him. It wasn't a long kiss. It wasn't a showy kiss. It was the kind that chooses rightness over theater. It interrupted a bar anthem and made it a new genre for a blink. Confession pop. When she stepped back, the room erupted in cheers, whistles, and someone at the bar banging a spoon on a glass. KJ Margot threw both arms in the air like a referee awarding points. The track kept going without them because music is stubborn that way. "You're an idiot," Zara said, breathless and smiling, close enough that only he heard. "And I'm here for it." He laughed and then did something he did not know he could do in the middle of 1,000 eyes. He finished the song. He looked out at a room that wanted him to win and pretended he belonged to it. In the last chorus, Zara turned her dead mic on and added a harmony that wasn't really a harmony, but was perfect because it sounded like support. When the track ended, the crowd gave them the applause people give themselves by proxy. Liam's hands shook around the mic. The foam hood itched at the edge of his hairline. He put the mic back in the cradle, missed, tried again, and then turned to step down. Zara caught his wrist. "Stay," she said. "Take the bow, Banana Knight." He did because she asked him to, and because the bow felt less like showing off and more like a gesture of gratitude. They stepped down into the warm spill of the bar together. She kept her hand in his for 2 steps longer than necessary. He felt every inch of distance close. At the table, Connor materialized with a shot of something he claimed was courage, but it tasted like cinnamon and regret. "You madman," he said, thumping Liam's back. "You went high fructose." Zara stole the shot, sipped it, made a face, and handed it back. "Gross," she said. "Save that for freeing bolts." They sat. The bar recalibrated. A woman in a sequined blazer sang a breakup classic with the conviction of a judge. A man in a construction vest nailed a falsetto that made strangers weep with laughter. Life resumed its habit of being a lot all at once. "Hey," Zara said, turning in her chair to face him. The cape slid off one shoulder like it had an opinion. "You don't get to drop 'I love you' without knowing what the words do." "You okay?" He looked at her, the room, and his own hands. He was, to his surprise, okay. There was panic at the edges, sure, the kind that comes with doing a thing you cannot undo. But there was also a clarity that felt like standing in a garage with a broken machine and seeing the part that needs help. He had said the sentence like someone yanking a cord, and now the light was on. "I meant it," he said. "I don't know the schedule, and I don't know if the word is the right shape yet, but I meant it." Zara tilted her head. "Okay," she said, lowering the word on purpose, like placing a cup so it wouldn't spill. "Then we'll do what I do with pages. We'll ink in later. For now, we let the pencil lines be beautiful." He grinned. Relief and terror shook hands. "That makes no sense." "It makes perfect sense," she said. She reached under the table and tugged the banana of justice napkin out of his suit pocket like a magic trick. "Also, you're keeping this. For evidence." They didn't try to talk it all through. The room wouldn't let them. That was a gift. They watched two strangers high-five mid-verse. They toasted with water because both of them wanted to remember this without blurring the corners. She drew on another napkin, this time a banana and a lightning bolt holding hands because she couldn't not draw. He took a photo of the stage for a memory he didn't trust his brain to guard alone. When the night thinned and the neon finch dimmed its neon like a sigh, they stepped out into air that smelled like rain. Thinking about it, and old beer, Zara tossed the cape over one shoulder and walked backward across the sidewalk, pointing two fingers at him like a kid's TV villain. "You did well, Knight," she said. "Text me when you take that thing off so I know you survived." He touched the foam hood. "What if it's my permanent skin now?" "Then I guess I kissed a fruit," she said. "New life choice. Not mad." They stood there in the strange quiet you only get outside loud rooms, both of them smiling like they had learned a new language by accident. He wanted to say more. He didn't. She did not ask for more. She waved, turned, and headed down the block, cape swaying, earrings making small lightning in the streetlight. Liam watched her go. The foam suit suddenly felt too warm, like carrying a joke past its punchline. He walked to his car slowly, his head buzzing with a mix of sugar songs and the clean ache that follows a decision. He could taste the word still. He could feel the kiss like a stamp that did not plan to fade. He sat behind the wheel and let the engine idle. The banana hood slumped to one side, ridiculous and beloved. He saw himself in the faint reflection of the window. A grown man in a produce costume with a stunned, happy face. He laughed once, softly, because sometimes the correct reaction to the life you are in is to admit it is weird and then be grateful. And in the quiet that followed, no crowd to carry him, no track to push him along, he felt the truth arrive again, sharper, with edges. The line he had not wanted to draw drew itself. The warmth he had known with Ava, the slow, kind glow that felt like a porch light left on, and this, now, with Zara, a live wire that didn't burn him but woke him up and asked for a different kind of courage. It hit him hard enough that he gripped the steering wheel, not because he was afraid, but because he needed something solid while his heart reshelved the world. What he felt for Zara wasn't just new. It was different and stronger than what he had carried for Ava. He said it to himself once, and then once more, because the sentence scared him and steadied him at the same time. Chapter 13. Back in the city, the week starts like nothing ever happened. The elevator transports people to their desired floors. The 12th floor lights hum. The fern in the lobby survives because it refuses to. Ava tells herself she knows where the drawers go, where work is stored, and where feelings are kept, and she tries to keep both shut. Julian does his part. In meetings, he is precise and distant. He asks for numbers, cuts a slide, and advances the agenda by touching it with his pen. He does not look at her longer than he looks at anyone. He does not use her name unless necessary. She appreciates the performance. She also hates it a little because it makes the after-hours moments feel like she imagines them. Those moments come quietly. They start with a shared screen on a late afternoon to fix a cover line for The Second Stare. He sends her a link. She edits a sentence. He replies with one word, sharper, and adds 3 more words, keep your edge, that are not for the file and are entirely for her. Another night, he forwards a draft editorial letter with a subject line she does not expect from him. Does this sound like a human? It does not. She writes back with 3 cuts and 1 paragraph that admits cost. He uses it almost entirely, and the next morning leaves her a note on her desk where anyone could see it, and no one does. Thank you, J. He begins to reveal small, unguarded things to her without announcing them. When the elevator stutters between floors on Tuesday, he goes still and puts a hand flat against the rail, not dramatically, just deliberately. 20 seconds later, the car moves and no one comments, but the set of his shoulders tells the truth. He hates small boxes with rules he cannot change. On Wednesday, he lets her see the inside of the warehouse for the first time. The long rows of backlist like a quiet choir. He runs his fingers along the spines of the books his aunt championed and says her name in a way that changes his mouth. On Thursday, he admits, under the hum of old fluorescent bulbs, that he rereads one debut every year because it reminds him that you cannot bully a heart into opening. They make rules because they are both skilled at creating them. He says, no favoritism. And she says, I don't want it. He says, if you ever want to end this, you only have to say so once. And she answers, you owe me the same. They agree on boundaries for the office. They decide to speak straight when they are not in a room with other people's deadlines. They do not promise anything they cannot promise. It feels like building a scaffold so something can be repaired without falling. They do not label what it is. They do not call it a secret. They do not call it public. They keep it with quiet hands and let it learn to breathe. One night after everyone leaves, he orders food to the conference room because the spring list is late by 2 days, and denial has never moved a schedule. They eat the same noodles out of separate cartons and sit with their sleeves rolled while the spreadsheet glows at them. The building grows the kind of dark that makes the city outside more alive. When her chopsticks slip, he reaches for a napkin and holds it out, and it feels like a much bigger kindness. When he laughs at a number that refuses to align, the sound is low and unguarded. He doesn't know how warm he sounds. She does. He walks her home twice without making a ceremony of it. Both times, when the light changes, he tilts the umbrella toward her. He does not try to hold her hand in public, not because he is ashamed, but because he knows how to keep a promise to a rule. Inside her doorway, he puts his palm to her cheek once, slowly, like he has never touched that part of her face before, and wants to start right. They do not stay. They do not rush. He is deliberate in the way that made him good at saving a company, and might also make him good at this. He shows her his apartment late on a Friday, because she has never asked, and he offers before she has to. It is clean, spare, and not cold. Books in even stacks. A soft couch, without trying to be a statement. A plant she recognizes from a year-old catalog shoot. It is alive because he cares for it, as if it were an assignment. On a shelf sits a small glass bowl with 5 screws and a shy, battered wristwatch. He lifts the watch without looking at her to see if she understands. She does not talk. He tells her anyway. It was his, he says. I never fix it. It is more honestly broken. He does not tell her he dreams about that Tuesday when he was 17, but she hears it between his pauses. He does not ask for comfort. He takes it when she sits beside him and leans her shoulder into his. They don't kiss right away. When they do, it is steady and not showy. A quiet fit. He tastes like the ginger from the takeout and the kind of patience she mistook for distance the first week she met him. The deeper they go, the louder the quiet questions get. They are not loud enough to drown anything. They are loud enough to make her turn toward them and hold them. Can she trust him? It was not the suspicion like the first days at the office when his bluntness bruised her, and she thought he loved verdicts more than people. It is not jealousy in a cheap dress. It is a fundamental question rooted in the shape of his life. A man who trained himself to leave before things fray. A man who calls retreat discipline. A man who can look at love and see a ledger because he learned loss too young and built control to stand in for care. He is trying. He says so. She believes him. But trust is work, not a wish. There are tiny frictions. Twice in 1 week, he cancels a plan with short messages that are neat and kind. Pulled into a board call. Author crisis. Late night. I'm sorry. He follows up. He does not disappear, but the cancellations leave a small, careful gap that her brain fills with questions. At a staff happy hour, she watches him reject a drink with a gesture that looks practiced and thinks about everything he does not tip into. On a Wednesday morning, he meets her eye in a meeting, then looks away too fast. And later in the kitchen, he says, I can't look at you every time you say something smart. And she laughs because it saves them both. And still the sentence hangs on a hook in her chest. She also watches him be better, which is harder to hold because no one claps for private changes. He apologizes to a new author who cries on a call and says, I was too quick, and means it. He holds a door for a production manager carrying 12 mock-ups and doesn't finish the email he is in the middle of. He catches himself breaking his own rule about phones and meetings and turns his face toward the room with a bit of honest wince. He does not narrate any of this. He does not ask for credit. She notices, and that is the problem. And the answer at the same time. On Thursday at 6, he texts, Can we walk? And she says, yes. They meet halfway between work and her place, where the street gets narrow and traffic stops, trying to prove a point. They do not touch. They talk. He tells her he is meeting the board chair and an outside counsel for dinner the next night to discuss a rights issue that requires a neutral room. He says the restaurant name and then catches himself, as if transparency still feels like pulling a tooth, and repeats it more clearly. She nods. She tells him she is going to Noelle's place for pasta and bad television, which is true, and also code for, I need to see a friend who knew me before I tried to be brave for you. At Noelle's apartment, she chops garlic and dices the doubt into small pieces, pretending they will cook away. They do not. Noelle stirs a pot and narrates the season premiere of a show where everyone lies, but only to protect each other. Disaster. Noelle says happily. You okay? Ava says yes and tells a safe part of the story. He is softer alone. He is trying. The work is better, because he no longer hides the cost. Noelle listens with the eyes of a person who can draw lines and also erase them. Trust your floor, she says. If your stomach is the floor, Don't ask your head to hold the house up by itself. Friday comes hot and quick. The office powers through the day. Ava writes catalog copy that gets the shape of a stubborn book right without selling it like a miracle. Julian rounds the corner of the afternoon with a coat over his arm and a sentence about timing. He will be out by 6. He will not check his phone at the table. He will text after. It sounds like a list made by a man who likes proof and wants to be it. She goes home on time and tries to be a normal person for a night. She cleans her sink. She writes a paragraph for herself that she will delete the next day and keeps it anyway in the trash because sometimes the first draft needs to be safe, where no one can praise it. She does not plan to go out, but the apartment shrinks around her at 8. The city is loud. Her head is more audible. She puts on a sweater and walks to the corner for tea. Because the act of standing at a counter and saying, "Earl Grey, please," might give her back a simple rhythm. On the way home, her route takes her past the restaurant he named. She does not mean to pass it. The street is the street. She could turn at the last corner and doesn't. The place has a window that pretends to offer privacy with soft light and frosted glass, but fails at its job when you stand at a certain angle. She tells herself she will keep walking. She slows anyway. Inside, tables sit in low pools of glow, linen, wine, hands, folding and unfolding. She scans the room once like a person checking the weather and sees him. The recognition hits before the reason. He sits near the back, away from the kitchen door, in a blue shirt he wears when he wants to look like a better version of himself without anyone noticing the effort. His jacket hangs on the chair like it has manners. He is not looking at his phone. His face is the face he wears when a room needs him to behave and he expects to. Across from him sits a woman Ava does not know, not a lawyer she has met, not the board chair she recognizes from photos by the elevator. The woman has a sharp, clean bob and a dress the color of wet ink. She laughs with her whole mouth and touches her fingers to her collarbone when she listens. A leather portfolio sits beside her chair. She could be an agent. She could be anything. What Ava sees is not a title. What she sees is Julian leaning forward in a way he saves for rare conversations. What she sees is the woman's hand fall lightly on the table between them, near his. A server pours wine and then leaves the bottle on the table. The woman says something and covers his hand for the length of a second. Ava felt it like a noise inside her head. She tells herself something simple and adult. It is work. He told her he had dinner with work. He is allowed to be good at charm. He is allowed to sit across from a woman and let the evening be clean and fine and about rights and margins. The simple sentence does not reach the part of her that keeps the floor steady. Julian smiles at something the woman says. Not wide, not careless, but soft. It is a smile Ava knows. It is a smile she would like to think is not easily borrowed. It looks in this room like it belongs to anyone who asks for it at a table with good bread and a contract to discuss. She steps back from the window so fast her shoulder hits the brick. The takeout tea burns her palm as she holds the cup. Her breath miscounts itself. The night is not cold and she is shivering anyway. Her phone buzzes in her coat pocket. She does not take it out. The screen could say anything. A couple brushes past her toward the door, laughing like they know exactly what they are to each other. She stares at the brass handle and at her reflection in the glass. Small, blurred. Someone halfway through a story she thought she understood, and then turns away because she does not trust her face. Behind her, a chair scrapes. Inside, someone lifts a hand. Outside, The city keeps offering strangers to every window. Ava stands there, a heartbeat too long, the simple sentence failing, the drawer in her chest bumping open without her permission, and sees him with another woman at dinner, her stomach dropping. Chapter 14. The heat from the takeout cup crawled up Ava's wrist, while the city window held its polite glow. Inside the restaurant, Julian leaned toward a woman with an ink-dark bob and a leather portfolio. The woman touched 2 fingers to her collarbone when she laughed. The server poured wine like a secret. Ava stepped back fast and hit the brick. Her stomach dropped first. Her thoughts tried to catch up and failed. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She didn't look. She turned down the block and walked without checking street names. The way you do when you know your feet are smarter than your head. The tea cooled. The air kept its soft evening. Her chest didn't. At home, she put the cup in the sink and watched the steam lift as if proof could evaporate. The apartment felt too neat. She picked up a book and put it down open to a page she hadn't read. She lay on the couch and stared at the ceiling. Her phone buzzed again and again, a polite, patient pulse. At 9:42 p.m., she finally flipped the screen over. Julian. Dinner ran long. On my way to the office to send notes. Julian. Are you home? Julian. I want to explain something. Julian. If you're tired, I can call in the morning. Her jaw tightened. The words weren't wrong, but they skated near a line and didn't cross it. She typed tomorrow and deleted it. She typed no and then deleted it. Then she put the phone face down again and let the night go heavy. Sleep came in pieces. Every time she drifted, the image returned. The woman's hand near his, the soft smile that looked borrowed. At 2 a.m., she sat up and told the dark, no stories, as if her brain were a child who needed rules. The dark obeyed for 7 minutes and then continued to take more pictures anyway. The morning in the office was the norm. Priya dropped a stack of galleys on Ava's desk and said, That's someone so 2 blurbs by the end of the day if you can. Noelle rolled past and slid a gummy bear into Ava's palm like a medication, green for hard paragraph. The glass door at the far end stayed closed. Ava avoided looking at it, just as you would avoid looking at the sun. At 10:06, an email arrived with a plain subject line. Subject, can we talk? Private room, Dane 10 minutes. From J. Rivers. She read it twice and walked to the small glass box people called the aquarium. He was already there, standing, no jacket, sleeves up, the watch he never fixed sitting on the table like a small, honest thing. He didn't reach for it. He didn't come for her. Thank you, he said. This won't take long. Good, she said, and her voice sounded steady like a table that had been sanded. The woman you saw last night, he began, and didn't flinch at the fact that she had been seen. Her name is Elaine. She is my mother. Ava had built 5 possible explanations in the night. None of them used that word. It dropped into the room like a stone into a lake, and the ripples took a second to find her. You told me your mother was gone, she said. She was, he said with no defense in it, just a fact that hurt. She left when I was 10. She was not well. She was in and out. When my father died, she was. He searched for the least cruel verb and found the truest elsewhere. My aunt became my parent. In my head, mother stayed gone. Last year, Elaine wrote to me. She wanted to meet. I said no for months, Then I said yes. A cautious yes. We have had 3 coffees on separate afternoons in public rooms, where exit doors looked friendly. He exhaled and let the air see him small. Last night was dinner number 4. It was not planned to be at that restaurant. The board chair canceled late. I met with counsel for 20 minutes early and rescheduled the rest. Elaine texted that she was nearby. I decided a table that already had my name on it was safer than a table I didn't know. He lifted a hand and let it fall. I should have told you she exists. I should have said her name. I didn't, because I am not yet comfortable with the pronoun we. I am still learning who belongs inside it. Ava listened and stood there for a long second without trying to fix anything. She had wanted an explanation. She got one that felt true and still didn't soothe the part of her that had watched him lean in and seen a meal with its own glow. She touched your hand, she said, because the small details matter when trust has to carry weight. She did, he said. She does that. It means nothing and something at once. It means she is trying to remember how to be a person who stays. And you smiled, Ava said quietly. I did, he said. I smiled because she told a story about my aunt that I hadn't heard, and it was kind. I smiled because the kindness from her is new, and I am trying to let new things in without inviting harm. He didn't step toward her. He didn't argue with the air. I am sorry for the picture that window handed you, he said. I am sorry for the part I could have prevented by sending one text with one name in it before you had to invent the wrong nouns. Ava looked at the watch on the table and the neat small screws beside it. She thought about the Tuesday he had told her. She thought about the boy in that house and the man he had built to hold the mess. She thought about her own rule. Trust your floor, not your best story. I believe you, she said. She did. She hated that belief still hurts. But my walls go up when I don't get to choose the pictures. That is not a punishment. It's a reflex. I need time to lower them on purpose. He nodded once, like a person agreeing to the terms of a contract he knew he should sign. Okay, he said. I will give you the names first next time. And if I forget, I will remind myself with a post-it note on my stubborn forehead. A corner of her mouth almost moved. Make it tiny so only you can read it. Done, he said, and let out a half smile. About Elaine. You don't owe me a schedule, Ava said. You owe me the headline. I can live with the rest. He stood in the doorway of a future sentence and picked the simpler one. Headline. I am trying to get to know her without letting her rewrite me. Headline. You come first when the headlines overlap. Ava's chest rose and fell once, like a test. Thank you, she said, which did not erase last night, but it put the picture in a frame. They returned to their desks like adults who knew emails would continue to arrive. Work did its old trick of smoothing rough edges with tasks. Ava wrote a copy for a reissue and spent 10 minutes arguing with a comma and lost. She ate a pretzel stick and called it lunch. She avoided the window's reflection and then checked it anyway, making a face she hoped no one saw. By late afternoon, the office softened. The publicist's laughter grew louder as it moved closer to the elevators. Priya poked her head over the partition and said, Status? In the way you ask about words, and also about a person. Ava lifted the stack of galleys as if it were a natural, standard shield. Priya nodded, satisfied for now, eyes still listening. At 6:12, Ava's phone flashed a name she hadn't seen light her screen in months. For a second, she thought it was a ghost dialing. Then she remembered they had once promised to make a phone call to each other, even if the maps changed. Liam. She stared and let it buzz once more, then answered. Hey, she said. The sound of her own voice in that old lane startled her. Hey, he said, and the old warmth traveled as if the line were a string tied between two childhood bedrooms. You got a minute? She spun her chair so that the corridor faced away from her and the wall faced her. I do, she said, and checked if her breath knew how to be casual. I don't want to be weird, he said. Weird is my brand lately, but not for you. There's news, and I realized I wanted you to hear it from me before it turns into a picture on someone's feed. You're alive, she said. You haven't joined a space cult. Good start. He laughed softly. She could see the grin without seeing it. No cults. Karaoke, though. Ava leaned her head against the chair back. Of course. So, he said, and she heard him pace in some other room, a hollow floor, a hand in his hair. I met someone. Her name is Zara. She's loud, smart, a hurricane with pins. I told her. He paused as if the following words had surprised both of them last time and still did now. I told her I love her. She kissed me on stage. No, I know. It's serious. It feels. He hunted. It feels like I woke up different from before. Stronger. It's kind of scary. Good scary. For a second, the room tilted. Ava put her palm flat on the desk. She had known this was somewhere in the future. But the future has a way of choosing its own calendar. She searched herself for jealousy and found something else first. An odd, clean ache, like pressing on a bruise to confirm it was healing. I'm happy for you, she said, and surprised herself by not lying. Really? Thank you, he said, relieved and honest. I wanted to tell you because we promised to be better than silence. And because I didn't want you to find out from Connor's story with a banana emoji. She blinked. Do I want to know? No, he said, laughing. Also, yes, but later. They both let the quiet breathe a second. A printer down the hall coughed and swallowed a page. Somewhere in the end, a door closed like a period. I'm in the city Saturday, he added, and Ava's stomach did a small, indecisive move. Zara's got a table at the small press fair at the art school. I'm dropping off a part for a machine shop up here. Then I've got a window. I was going to grab coffee near campus. If you want, we could. He stopped. Only if it's a good idea. Ava pictured a cup with steam and a table that has seen a lot of good and bad news. She pictured his face in a new light and her own face, trying to choose which drawer to open. She pictured Julian's mother's name like a label on a file she hadn't meant to make. She pictured Noelle's kitchen and the rule about floors. I don't know what I feel about anything, she said, which was the closest thing to honesty she had, and then she heard how it sounded and softened it. But coffee is a thing I still understand. Liam rushed to say, we can keep it simple. 10 minutes. Or 5. Or we cannot at all. I can text you a photo of a banana, and we can call it closure. She laughed despite the day. Please do not text me. Copy that, he said. The smile in his voice eased something and tightened something else. So, she looked at her hands. She thought about the past that taught her how to fall gently, and the present that asked her to fall. With her eyes open, she thought about trust like a muscle that needs work, and about old promises that don't need to turn into chains. She traced a circle on the desk with her fingertip, feeling the grain as if it were a fact. Okay, she said. Coffee, Saturday. Text me the time. Okay, he echoed, the word a little brighter on his side. I'm glad. They hung up with small goodbyes. The office lights shifted toward evening. Ava sat there a minute more, the phone heavy in her hand, then set it down like placing a piece on a board she had not studied enough. She stood, gathered the galleys, and walked them to Priya's desk, because work still asks and she still answers. On the way out, she passed the glass office. Julian sat inside, head down over a contract, the watch near his elbow. He looked up once, pure reflex, not performance, and their eyes met through reflection and air. He held her gaze in a heartbeat, not asking, not explaining, just present. She gave him a slight nod that said, I heard you, and I am still working on it. He nodded back, which meant take your time, and I am still here. Outside, the evening folded around her like a shirt drawn from a dryer, warm, shapeless, waiting for a body to give it form. She walked without counting blocks. She crossed with the light. She tried not to make choices before narrating them. The city behaved like a city, which is to say, it ignored her and carried her at the same time. Her phone buzzed once in her pocket. She didn't take it out. It was probably Liam with a time, or Noelle with a question, or Julian with a headline and not a schedule. Any of them could rearrange the air. She kept her hand where it was and continued moving, not yet ready to decide which door to open first. By the time she reached her street, she had said okay to coffee and okay to the name of a mother and okay to a slower trust she might have to build like a house with better floors. None of it felt easy. All of it felt true. She fished for her keys and missed twice. The porch light blinked on by itself. She put a hand flat to the door, steadying more than the wood, and realized the stupid, simple thing that made the night tilt again. She had agreed to meet Liam, set a time, set a place while not knowing whether the rush in her chest came from relief, fear, old habit, or a new map she could not read yet. She turned the key with the whole day in her hand and stepped inside, unsure of what she felt anymore. Chapter 15. Saturday is the kind of city morning that pretends to be easy. The sky is a washed shirt. The air carries the scent of bakery sugar and bus exhaust. Ava walks with a tote on her shoulder and a rule in her head. 10 minutes. Coffee, then out. She repeats it like a line before a scene. She is not here to test old feelings. She is here to be a person who can keep a promise to a past version of herself. The small press fair spills out of the art school like a jar of bright pins. Tables line a courtyard and a hallway that smells like ink and floor wax. Paper flaps on strings like laundry. People move in gentle swarms. Some wear costumes. Some wear the uniform of Saturday sneakers, and a list in their pocket. A sign points to Artist Alley with an arrow that is more gesture than direction. She arrives early at the coffee shop on the corner, a pale place with a chalkboard menu and a barista who looks like he reads while tamping espresso. She takes a table near the window and texts here. Liam replies, 2 minutes, and then no, 3, and then nothing, because he never learned how to count when he is excited. Through the glass, she sees a row of tables under white tents. One features a hand-painted banner that reads, Zara Inc. in fat letters, which reads, Want to be friends. The woman behind it wears a red bandana and a denim jacket with patches. Lightning bolt earrings flash when she laughs. She talks with her hands. She sells prints with the quick authority of someone who has done this 15 times. A small kid in a cape hands her 2 crumpled dollars. Zara makes a serious face and bows as if the bills were a medal. The kid floats away. Ava watches without meaning to. The woman looks like the text messages Liam called a hurricane with pens. The table holds the same comedy she remembers from Liam's voice. Robots with paper hearts, cityscapes with one stubborn orange umbrella, a tiny sign that says, "Stickers for emotional support." Everything is loud and oddly gentle. It is not her world. She likes that Liam looks like he belongs here. He shows up at the glass a beat later, palm raised. The old hello. He is the same height and a little brighter. There is a loose ease to him that did not fit in senior year. The glow is not a metaphor. It sits on his face like he slept well and means to keep doing it. He steps inside, smells the coffee, and smiles as if it is a good joke, not an old pain. "Hey," he says. The door swings shut behind him with a sound that used to mean everything, but now just means door. "Hey," she says, and the part of her that feared the first second is quiet now. She gestures at the counter. "Order. I'll guard the tiny chair." He gets a black coffee and a muffin, which he will forget to eat. He returns and leans forward, with both elbows on the small table, as if the next 10 minutes are a job he wants to do well. She pulls at the sleeve of her sweater and lets her shoulders drop one notch. "You look atinska akasaus. Asapashao masti asao." He begins, stops, and picks a safer word. "Good. So do you," she says. It is true. He wears a shirt she doesn't recognize and an expression she does not have to translate. His hands move when he talks. He looks like he can hold more. They recount the highlights of recent months. He mentions the machine shop and a class that makes him swear in admiration at a professor's mind. He mentions rafting with Connor and a guitar bought at a yard sale that sounds like a porch. She says the pilot launched and did not crash. She mentions a book coming in hot and the long, quiet work of fixing a copy that makes a story honest without selling it like a miracle. She does not say Julian's name. She does not need to. He doesn't ask for it. Kindness understands a boundary without a sign. "So," he says, more careful now. "Zara." "I saw the table," Ava says. "I like her banner." He grins at the exact part she expected. She painted it at midnight and then used it as a blanket, and the paint didn't dry. It's a miracle it survives. That's her brand. Exist loudly. Fix the mess. Keep the joy. "I'm happy for you," Ava says, and the sentence surprises her by being steady. The thing in her chest is not a knife. It is air. He looked down at his cup and then at her, solemn for a second in the old way that meant he was about to be brave. "I wanted to tell you in person," he says. "Because you are." He stops to pick the correct noun. "My first real person. My first real story." She nods because it fits. "You're mine," she says, and the past gathers itself without hurting. They stare at the scarred tabletop and let that truth sit. It does not demand more of them. It is only a thing to honor. "Thank you," he says, and for a second, he is the kid under the oak with a bike chain grease stain on his calf. For forts and summers, and the promise that made me believe promises matter. For porch lights, Ava swallows once. "Thank you," she says, and she is the girl with a book who wants the world to speak more quietly. For the bike and the training wheels, and the 1,000 times you ran while pretending not to be out of breath. For walking me home when the future was bigger than my street. They both smile because the inventory is too long, and they are only naming the first shelf. I kept the necklace, he says, hand to his pocket like a reflex, as if it might be there. Not wearing it, obviously, but I kept it above my desk for a long time. Then I put it away because I wanted the thing it meant, not the object. It felt right to let it be a memory and not a weight. I'm glad you kept it, Ava says. I gave it back by accident and on purpose. He nods as if the paradox has always been part of the rules. They sit through a small silence that is not awkward. It is a bridge under their feet. Around them, the coffee shop murmurs. A woman at the following table studies. A toddler declares war on a muffin and wins. The espresso machine hisses like a tired dragon. I'm sorry for the parts where I got it wrong, Liam says, voice low. I was careful and then careless in those last weeks. I forgot that trying is work. I'm sorry I turned every unsent text into a story. Ava says, I thought doubt was humility. Sometimes it was just doubt. He laughs softly. We were children trying to do surgery with plastic scissors. We didn't kill the patient, she says. We didn't, he agrees. And they quirk small smiles at the same time because it feels like victory. He glances toward the window, toward the art school yard. She'll wave if she sees me, he says, a warning and a hope. She likes people who collect people. I'd like to meet her, Ava hears herself say, surprised and not. If that's okay, he blinks. Are you sure? I'm sure I can stand near a table and meet a person, she says. Which is all it is. So they finish the coffee and the muffin is barely touched, and the 10 minutes have elapsed because they were never about time as much as about a posture. They walk out into the small press fair, and the day positions them like a scene that should have always played this way. Zara's table runs on banter and tape. She is talking to 3 students about self-distribution, as if it is not an exhausting miracle. She looks up, sees Liam, and her entire face beams. Liam glows back without apology. The joy that leaps between them is not performative. It is private, and everyone can still see it. Ava registers the sight the way a person watches sunlight find the right window. It lands where it belongs. Night, Zara calls. You lived. You brought a human. Hi, human. Zara, this is Ava, Liam says carefully, not squeezing any weight into the name. A friend? Excellent, Zara says, and sticks out a paint-marked hand. Any friend of a banana is a friend of mine. Ava takes the hand and recognizes the energy she saw through the window. Loud, exact, kind. Up close, she can see ink on a knuckle and a tiny scratch that has healed over near the thumb, indicating a person who works. I've heard about your comics, Ava says. I like the Ordinary Courage one. Zara lights up like someone just named her favorite alley cat. Thank you. Ordinary Courage pays my rent. Want a sticker? They make laptops faster. Science. She slides a sticker across. A tiny robot holding a spanner and a heart. Nice to meet you, Ava says. And it is. She means it. It costs nothing and still feels valuable. A customer interrupts with a question about paperweight. Zara turns and answers with a scale of options that sounds like a poem. Liam steps in to bag a print and make change. He moves through the simple service like someone who enjoys helping things along. Ava watches a moment longer, then touches his arm lightly. "Coffee achieved," she says. "I'll let you work." He squeezes her fingers once, quickly. "Thank you," he says again, and it carries everything they did not name. She walks the yard once to look at other tables, risograph zines in neon, delicate prints of city stairwells, a poet with a jar that reads $1 for a line, and a long line. She buys nothing because she is buying something else. Proof that her life is big enough for this day and the next. On her way back to the corner, Liam catches up to her at the edge of the yard. "One more thing," he says, as if courage arrived a breath late. "Can I say something that might be strange?" "You can try," she says. "I thought I'd feel guilty," he says, face open. "I don't. I only feel grateful. For us. For now. For how the old thing taught me the muscle for the new thing. And I don't want that to read like disrespect for what we were." "It doesn't," she says. "It reads like a person learning. I'm grateful too." He looks relieved and older than 18 and younger than worry. He starts to step back, then changes his mind. "Can I hug you?" he asks. And the fact that he asks is the grace. "Yes," she says, and opens her arms because the body knows how to close circles. The hug is not a porch light ache. It is not a prom night surge. It is steady and warm, and precisely the right length. She smells the coffee and the paper, and a trace of the machine shop at the edge of his shirt. The clean iron scent that used to mean after school, and now means he is building things elsewhere. His shoulder fits where it always did. His heartbeat is ordinary. When they step back, the space between them is not a wound. He studies her face, because he used to know it better than his own. "You okay?" he asks. She searches herself like a careful editor, line by line. She expects the small grief to rise. It does not. She hopes the old habit of tugging will be broken. It doesn't. There is no split screen of past and present. There is only this sidewalk and this friend, and the day is already moving toward its next work. "Yeah," she says softly, surprised by the truth of it. "I'm okay." They say goodbye without ceremony. He jogs back toward the tents, shoulders loose, a person heading toward a life he is not afraid of. She turns toward the corner, the coffee shop, and the train home. The city's noise lifts to its regular volume. A bus sighs. A girl trips and laughs. The art school clock strikes an hour that doesn't judge. Ava breathes in, breathes out. For the first time in a long time, she does not try to name the feeling into something more innovative than it is. She keeps walking, her shoulders light, her steps quiet, the future undramatic for 10 whole steps. She reaches the curb, checks the light, and crosses with the rest of the world. And when she hugs Liam goodbye and keeps going, she feels nothing but peace. Chapter 16. The week after the small press fair begins like a sentence with a missing verb. Ava wakes early, takes the train, and swims through the lobby's usual hum. The fern still survives. The elevator still hesitates between 11 and 12 if it has a private doubt. She tells herself she is fine. She is working. She is building trust like a house with steady floors. Julian is there in all the same places, meetings, hallway check-ins, the glass office where numbers behave if he looks hard enough. But something in him tilts. It is not dramatic. It is the kind of tilt you feel only when you balance something fragile. and your wrist does a slight protective turn. He responds to emails promptly and concisely. He leaves comment bubbles that are exact and colder. In the Tuesday cover meeting, he sits in a chair farther away than habit would put him. On Wednesday, he steps out of the bookstore, launches early, claiming a call, and sends a neat apology later, as if neat is the same as honest. By Thursday, he has canceled 2 walks with a polite, "Tonight's bad," and the punctuation feels like a door closing softly, repeatedly, until a person learns the sound. Ava notices, catalogs, refuses to narrate. She does not chase him from room to room or write pleas inside drafts. She answers the work. She meets Priya's eye and nods at the question there, a nod that means not now. She schedules a coffee with Noelle and talks about fonts for 6 blessed minutes, because fonts never lie. She also tells the truth where she can. She texts Julian on a quiet afternoon and writes, "I saw Liam. It was good and peaceful." He responds, "I'm glad." And then, a beat later, "Thank you for telling me." The words are correct. They sit on the screen like coasters, keeping the table clean. The distance grows moss. It's slow. It's steady. It tells her a story that might be true. He is pulling back to test the strength of leaving before he leaves. Or he is afraid the drawer marked "feeling" is going to spill into the drawer marked "work," and he is shoving both closed with his knee. On Friday, a fire drill interrupts the morning. The building empties into a supply of sunlight that the sidewalk was not prepared for. On the way down the stairs, Julian walks, 1 flight below her. He keeps a hand on the rail, his shoulders set the way they do in elevators when a box of air gets to decide who they are. Outside, he laughs with a publicist at a joke about alarms and muffins. The laugh lands lightly and practiced. When the crowd disperses, he disappears without letting the quiet catch him. Ava holds onto the edge of her desk and lets the ache register. She has learned that ignoring a feeling makes it louder. Naming it makes it workable. The ache says, "I want him to show up all the way," or say he can't. That night, she goes to the warehouse under the excuse of needing a galley. The long aisles sound like a memory. The fluorescent lights hum their old, tired hum. She does not expect to find him there, but she does. Middle row, fingers on the spines again, the small glass bow, and the screws in her mind, even if they're not here with him. He turns at the sound of her steps. His face rearranges into the calm he uses when meetings need him to be weather. "We keep meeting among the dead," she jokes weakly, nodding at the back list. "They're not dead," he says. "They're sleeping between readers." "Then let's wake one up," she says, because buying time is also a trick, and reaches for a book she loves without checking the title. She holds it and sets it back, standing, because standing is sometimes the only leverage you get. He senses the line in the air. "Ava," he says, a warning or an invitation to choose a lighter subject. She does not. "You've been pulling away." He looks down, then up, like he tried to avoid a mirror and failed. "I've been busy." "You've been scared," she says, steady. Busy is a coat you put on when your bones shake. Something in his jaw moves. "That's ungenerous. It's accurate," she says, and softens the edge with a breath. "You don't have to be fearless, but you don't get to vanish and call it discipline." He slides his hands into his pockets like he's giving them something to do, so they don't reach for her. I'm trying not to break anything I can't fix. You don't get to break my heart just because you're scared, she says. She hears her own voice and does not flinch. If you want to go, say go. If you want to stay, stay with your full face. The warehouse takes that in. A stack of boxes makes a slight settling sound. Like the room nods, he leans against the shelf and stares at the concrete floor long enough for her to count to 12. When he looks at her again, the control he wears has slipped to one side. Beneath it sits a boy she met in the map of his stories. 17. Tuesday. A house that went quietly wrong. Come upstairs, he says quietly. Not home. The aquarium. People have gone. She hesitates, then follows him because rooms matter, and she wants this one to be glass and light, empty of witnesses. He leads. She keeps pace. The office is dark, as offices often are on Friday nights when the city chooses to dim its lights. They step into the small glass conference room. The skyline hangs behind him like proof that he has built something and lives inside it. He does not sit. He braces one palm on the table, the other at his hip. A man who has rehearsed stability for so long it looks like a pose. You deserve better than my silence, he says. I deserve your truth, she says. I can live with almost anything if I'm not required to guess. He nods slowly. He takes off his watch, his father's, always broken, and sets it on the table between them, face up. He looks at it as if it might start running to help him out. I am old. He stops, tries again, this time shaving the sentence down. I am unsteady. Not about you. About me. Ava waits. She does not hand him words. She has learned not to be a ventriloquist. He exhales sharply. Since dinner with Elaine, my mother, he clarifies, and the care he uses to say the word makes it heavy on the table. I keep hearing the voice I grew up with. Make yourself smaller, so leaving hurts less. The voice is a liar, but it is familiar, and familiar is a bad god. He paces the 2 steps the glass box allows, then stops himself, aware of what pacing does to rooms with invisible microphones called memory. I care about you, he says, more than I know how to name in a schedule. When I feel that, every old alarm goes off. My body says, exit. My head says, negotiate. My habits say, write an email that looks like a bridge and is actually a tunnel. Ava swallows. And your heart? He meets her eyes for the first time since they left the warehouse. My heart says stay, he admits. The word lands like a small animal that isn't sure it's safe here. And also, you deserve someone whose reflex is to stay. Reflexes change, she says, gentle but not coddling. You told me you were trying. I believed you. Try it out loud, not in silence where only you can hear the work. He rubs a thumb over the watch face. What if my trying ends up being a mess that hurts you in the same shape as the mess I came from? His voice drops. What if I become the son of my father in the worst ways, except I'm sober and punctual and still gone? She takes a step closer because space can be a kindness or a dodge. You're not him, she says. You're a man who tears up resignation letters and returns umbrella favors and apologizes to authors and writes thank you on actual paper. You know what harm looks like. You've been building its opposite. I can see it. He shuts his eyes. Once, like a person remembering how to blink. I don't feel worthy of you, he says. That is the sentence under the emails. I'm not a prize, she says. I'm a person next to you in a hallway asking for eye contact. He huffs out a laugh that isn't amusement so much as gratitude for a sentence that makes air. Then he goes still again, and the old habit returns. Solve the feeling before it can ask for a chair. She sees it and shakes her head. Don't fix this like a spreadsheet, she says. Just say the thing you keep not saying. He looks past her to the skyline. The city is a map where every light is a person who made one more choice today. He looks back at her. The bravado is gone. The boardroom voice is gone. The man who has learned how to pick the correct verb without mercy is gone, too. What stands there is the human whose voice is protected. Ava, he says, and her name in that tone is the first honest door he opens tonight. His hand is still on the broken watch. He glances at it like superstition, like proof, like permission. His throat works once around the air. You're the first person I've loved since my father died, and it terrifies me. Chapter 17 morning looks normal because that's what mornings do when a life changes. They pretend. Buses stop and start. The coffee cart hums at the corner. In Ava's apartment, the kettle clicks off and the radiator knocks once like a polite neighbor. She pours tea and doesn't drink it. She sits at the small desk she bought secondhand and lays out 3 things: a blank page, her badge for Rivers and Hart, and a pen that writes a clean line when her hand is steady. She does not write a speech to fix Julian. She does not write a plan to steady his fear. She writes a letter with her name at the bottom and the word resign in the middle. A simple, undecorated verb. It is not a tantrum. It is not revenge. She reads it once, twice, then folds it with the care people save for paper they will not read again. Her chest lifts and falls. She is not calm. She is clear. The decision does not arrive in one dramatic hour. It has been walking toward her for weeks. In the quiet feeling she gets when she finishes a paragraph that sounds like herself. In the way her lungs expand at the library. When all the spines turn their silent faces toward her. In the late-night realization that the best part of her day is not a meeting well navigated, but a sentence she saved from sugar and let stand on its own legs. She loves the work of books. She also enjoys writing. She is tired of loving one from behind glass. She texts Noelle. Coffee before work. I need a friend who believes in verbs. Noelle. Always. 8:20. I'm bringing the green gummy. They meet at the place with the chalkboard menu that they can't decide between serif and sans. Noelle arrives in a denim jacket covered in enamel pins. None of them ironic, all of them sincere. She sees Ava's face and softens without making a scene. Okay, she says, sliding a cup across. Tell me the sentence you keep swallowing. I'm quitting, Ava says, and waits to see if the world cracks. It doesn't. Not because I hate it, but because I love something else more, because I can't find my voice in the margin notes forever. Noelle's mouth becomes a small, proud line. There she is, she says, the main character of her own book. I don't want to blow bridges, Ava says, even now easing toward apology out of habit. Priya has been Priya, and the list taught me a great deal. But every day I feel like I'm hiding a part of me in the coat closet and walking into the meeting without it. You're allowed to change rooms, Noelle says. We'll keep your coat safe. And if you need a job that pays rent while you become the voice in your head, my cousin's bookstore is hiring. Mornings, receipts that smell like dust, and dreams. Ava laughs, relieved and afraid at the same time. I might take you up on dust and dreams. Good, Noelle says. She taps the table once, decisive. Take your heart with you when you turn in your badge. Don't leave it in that glass office because the view is pretty. The elevator to the 12th floor performs its usual hesitation between 11 and 12. Ava steps off with her tote and her folded letter, and the hum of the floor wraps around her like a familiar sweater. Clicking keyboards, the burble of the water cooler, copy editors debating a hyphen, the cart of galleys that always looks a little like a parade. She sees Priya talking with a designer, head tilted, pen behind her ear. She considers the unopened blinds on the glass office at the far end and feels the air of that room press against her skin. She goes to Priya first, always to Priya first, because she trusts the way Priya knows when to talk and when to hold a silence like a bowl. Got a minute? Ava asks. For you, several, Priya says, ushering her into the small office with the uneven floorboard that squeaks like punctuation. Ava sets the letter down. I'm giving notice, she says. 2 weeks, if that works for you. I want to write, not just nights and trains. I want to try for real. Priya looks at the envelope, then at Ava's face. No judgment arrives, no speech about timing. What arrives is a deep breath and a soft, warm, I wondered when you would say it out loud. You did? Ava asks, because she has been busy thinking she invented secrecy. You light up around the sentences you keep for yourself, Priya says. You do great work here. You can do great work elsewhere as well. I will be sad to lose you and mad at you if you disappear. Don't disappear. Send me pages. Let me be the person who says one cut and one keep going at the right time. Ava's eyes sting, which annoys her because she wanted steel. Thank you, she says, for not making me explain it like a case. Your heart is not a deck, Priya says. We don't pitch it. We listen to it. She reaches into a drawer, pulls out a small stack of sticky notes, and writes 3 names. Residency applications, a lit mag that pays on time, an editor who reads the slush like she's looking for a life raft. Tell them I sent you. Additionally, I am willing to accept weekend shifts if my team needs assistance. I pay actual money, and I don't exploit affection. Ava laughs wetly. You're a menace and a saint. I'm an editor who remembers being 22, Priya says, smiling with her teeth this time. Go give your letter to the payroll goddess. Then tell the interns so they can stalk your future and believe in theirs. Ava hugs her. The floorboard squeaks under their feet like a commentary. This moment, this shift, this yes. In the corridor, she runs into Janelle, balancing 3 coffees and a spreadsheet of joy. I heard rumors of bravery, Janelle says, eyes bright. If you become famous, can I still text you charts when taglines misbehave? Please do, Ava says. I will pay you in robot stickers. She hands her letter to HR, which is a corner desk with a bowl of hard candy and a woman who has seen 500 goodbyes. We're sad to lose you, the woman says in a voice that holds both truth and template. We also like when people leave for the thing they can't stop thinking about. Ava thanks her, signs a form, and promises to return her badge on the last day. The promise feels ceremonial. She takes the long route back to her desk, past the break room with the bad microwave, past the copy room where the green light bar makes paper look important, past the Fresh Voices corkboard where her first web column lives with a pin that keeps falling out. She pushes the pin in deeper. The page stays. Noelle rolls up in her chair like a kid on a skateboard. How are we doing, main character? 1 foot in the air, 1 foot on the floor, Ava says. It is a dance. As long as you don't try a backflip in the copy room, Noelle says gravely. That space is cursed. Ava packs slowly, not the dramatic sweep of a person tearing herself from a place, but the careful sorting of someone who accepts both gratitude and a new map. She wraps the mug she never used because she drinks tea in paper cups. She pulls the sticky note with "Keep Your Edge" off the underside of her monitor and tucks it into her notebook. She leaves the pencil sharpener for the next intern. She slides her plant, a basil she never managed to kill, into her tote. When she looks up, the desk looks neat and strange, like a set after the actors go home. She thinks she can slip out without seeing him. She thinks wrong. Julian steps out of his glass office as if the floor called him. He sees the tote, the empty square where the mug sat. The look on her face she can't school. He stops 3 paces away. He does not put on the boardroom expression. He does not reach for the sentence that solves a room. He just looks human, which almost undoes her. Ava, he says. It's a soft alarm. I gave notice, she says. She keeps her voice even. 2 weeks. Priya knows. Payroll knows. I'm telling you because we told each other we'd do that. He glances at her desk as if the objects forgot to warn him. He nods once. A stunned, precise motion. You're sure? I'm sure, she says. I'm not breaking to make you feel something. I'm choosing to hear myself. You said once that the reader is the only court that matters. I have to be my own reader for a while. He swallows, hard enough that she hears the sound. I never asked you to be less, he says. You didn't have to, she says gently. I did it for you. That part is on me. She lifts a shoulder, letting the truth sit between them. I love you. That's the sentence I won't pretend away. But loving you can't be my job. My job is writing until my voice sounds like itself with the lights on. Something breaks and sets in his face at the same time. I don't want to be the reason you leave the thing you're good at, he says. You're not the reason, she says. You're the mirror, and the mirror showed me. I keep looking for your reflection to tell me who I am. I'd like to try a window. He looks down, then up, as if moving his gaze between ground and skyline might align a map. I'm afraid to say the wrong thing, he admits. Try anyway, she says. You can be scared and still speak. He doesn't move closer. He keeps the space, honors the rule they made. I'm proud of you, he says finally, voice low. I am also selfish enough to want you to stay where I can hear you laugh at the wrong part of a sentence. She smiles, an unexpected, grateful, and bruised expression. You can still hear it, just not from this desk. An assistant passes with a stack of ARCs and a look that politely refuses to be curious. The office continues. Emails are sent. A publicist cheers once too loudly at a confirmed event. The world has the audacity not to slow down. Will you let me read? He asks. The question comes out smaller than he meant, softer, the opposite of an order. Not yet, she says. I need to write without imagining your pen in the margin. When I'm ready for pressure at that level, I'll bring it to you. She stops, not because she doesn't know the word, but because some words deserve quiet. Later, she says. It's the kindest truth she has. He nods. It looks like acceptance and tastes like defeat. You don't need my permission, he says. But you have my blessing, if that matters. It does, she says, and it lands where she'll keep it. They stand there a breath too long for office etiquette. He breaks the moment with a small, practical reach. He takes her mug from the tote, unwraps it, and sets it back on the desk. "Leave it," he says, not as a claim, but as a marker. For the next person who needs a cup and a note under their monitor. Tradition. Ava leaves it. She leaves the note taped under the desk drawer. Keep your edge. She tucks nothing else away. She says goodbye with her eyes to the basics, the humming lights, the copy machine that forgives no one, the print on the wall with the first cover that made her gasp. She hugs Noelle in the break room and cries and laughs at the same time when Noelle stuffs 3 green gummies into her palm. For hard paragraphs out there. She loops back to Priya's door. They don't hug again. They nod like people who built a bridge and trust it. The elevator arrives with a ding so ordinary it feels rude. Ava steps in. The doors are slow, as if the building is staging a mercy. She looks up. Julian stands by his office, hands in his pockets, shoulders set in the new way she has learned to read, holding, not hiding. Neither of them makes a scene. They do not run. They do not confess to a lobby. They look at each other through the open doors while the elevator takes its small breath. "Goodbye, Julian," she says. It is the first time she has told his name like a period. "Ava," he says, and his voice drops to the note he saves for truths that scare him. He takes one step forward, because even a rule can bend for a last look. No speech arrives, no solution. He stands there, watch loose on his wrist, a man who has learned that wanting is not a plan. The doors begin to close. She holds his gaze because she owes them both that much. He doesn't blink. The floor number ticks down behind her shoulder. 12, A11, as if counting can control anything. He tilts his head, the slightest shake, and the bravest sentence he has says only 2 words, not meant for the room, not meant for the company, meant for the person who chose herself and is still the person he loves. Don't go. Chapter 18. Ava built a new morning out of small things that did not demand explanation. She woke with the light, made tea, and wrote for an hour before her shift. At 9, she walked to the bookstore on Maple and turned the key for Noelle's cousin. The bell over the door rang like a friendly timer. She learned the register codes and the way dust settled on jackets that had waited too long. At 10, she sliced open boxes with a blunt silver knife and breathed in the paper smell that told her she was still in the correct country. Customers asked for books that should have been in stock, but weren't. She offered to order them and meant it. Regulars told her what they were reading on the bus and what they stopped reading at page 30. She listened. She loved the part where a stranger's face changed because a book made a good promise. At noon, she ate a sandwich standing up and wiped mustard from a receipt. At 1, she took a photo of the new release table for the store's social feed and wrote a caption about stories that know how to hold your hand. At 3, she walked back to her apartment with a tote that felt heavier than it was, because inside it lived a new habit, a notebook with pages that sounded like herself. The short story began as a paragraph that refused to be quiet. It lived at the top of a blank document and stared at her until she gave it neighbors. She wrote at the small desk under the window that held exactly 1 plant and 2 pencils and she wrote at the library when she needed the sound of other people working to keep her from flinching. She crossed out a sentence and wrote it again in cleaner clothes. She cut a metaphor that begged and did not serve. She added a line that told the truth without holding any hands. It was a story about letting go of one love to find another. It was not gossip dressed as art. It did not borrow names. The narrator watched a porch light turn on and finally understood that warm does not mean right, that steady is not the same as accurate. She walked into a city where the sidewalks scolded her shoes, and she found a love that asked more of her and gave her back her face. The new love was not only a person, it was a way of looking at herself in the mirror with the light on. The last line would not arrive. It sat outside the door like a friend who refused to knock. Ava tried 3 endings. One that was too neat. One that squinted at hope and blinked. One that sounded like a quote from a poster she would never buy. Then, one night, after washing a mug and not drying it, and letting the drip line find its own path, the line came and sat in her lap. She wrote it down and did not decorate it. You don't have to hate a door to walk through another. She read the story out loud, quietly. It did not wobble where she feared it would. She texted Noelle the first 2 pages with a warning. No pity notes. Noelle sent back 3 green gummy bears and 5 comments in the margins. All small, all surgical. A soft verb that wanted to be brave. A paragraph that hid. A comma that insisted on mattering. Priya answered an email at midnight, 2 days later, and wrote, "Cut the second paragraph. Keep the bruise, lose the bandage, then send it." Ava sent it. She chose one of the small online magazines on Priya's sticky note list, the kind of place that paid a little and read a lot and answered no with kindness and yes with edits. The guidelines were clean. The submission portal looked like someone who liked order and worked late. She wrote a cover note that did not beg for attention. She named the story Borrowed Light because titles are invitations, not announcements. She hit submit, closed her laptop, and looked up at the ceiling, telling herself out loud, "Now go, shelve, books." A week turned into 2. She practiced not refreshing her email in public. She folded invoices at the store and learned the stubbornness of a paper cutter, as well as the exact way to carry 3 stacks without dropping any. She said yes to a Saturday morning story time and read about a bear who did not know its own strength. She went home and wrote anyway, because no answer is a kind of answer, and the only way to survive it is to make more work. The acceptance came on a Wednesday at 7:38 a.m. when she was tying her shoes. The subject line was simple: yes to borrowed light. The body was better. Only 4 short sentences that fit in a breath. We love the honesty. We love the restraint. Can we run it next Tuesday? We'll pay on publication. L. Editor. She sat on the edge of the bed and didn't move for a full minute. Then she laughed in a way that embarrassed the walls. She texted Noelle one word, louder than she ever uses in print. Yes. Noelle responded with 30 key smashes and a string of emojis that made sense only because they were hers. Priya sent a line an hour later. I knew the door would open. Walk through. Send me the live link. On Tuesday, the story went up. The site posted a square image and a clean headline, Borrowed Light by Ava Hart. She looked at the byline and had to put the phone down because she wanted to see it without the information overwhelming her. She went to the store for her shift because that was the deal she had made with herself. You are still a person, even when your name leaves your house. The morning was slow. 2 customers argued about whether you should read an author's work out of order. A kid hid behind mystery while his mother counted to 10. Ava breathed in dust and sharp ink and told her hands to stop shaking. At 10:12 a.m., Noelle stormed in with a bag of greasy donuts and put them on the counter like an offering. For the famous one, she announced to no one. Please sign my napkin. By noon, the first messages arrived. An old friend texted a screenshot and a line. This is the sentence I didn't know I needed. A stranger tagged her and wrote, cried on the train. Thanks for that. A bookseller across town quoted the last line and added, my chest felt looked at. It did not stop. The site picked her piece as its editor's pick for the week. A librarian shared it, along with a whole paragraph about letting teenagers read about honest love. Someone in a comment wrote, I left my porch light on for too long. Thank you for explaining why that felt both kind and wrong at the same time. She stopped reading for a bit because kindness can flood the body like shock. By 3, the story had left the circle of friends and librarians. A podcast clipped a paragraph and read it out loud in a voice that made it sound like a hymn. A singer with a large following shared a link with 3 words. This is me. A thread started where people posted photos of doorways and shared small truths about the days they chose a different room to work in. There were angry notes, too, because the internet is a city with every neighborhood. She did not argue with them. She did not let them move in. At 6, the site emailed again. Your piece is our most read this month. You broke our share counter and we're not mad. Here are the comments we're moderating because the world is wild. We hope you're okay. She went home without taking the train because her legs needed work. She climbed the 4 floors and leaned against her own door before unlocking it. Inside, the apartment felt like it always did. Small, clean, loyal. She set her phone face down, made pasta badly, laughed at herself, and ate half anyway. She put the kettle on, forgot it, remembered it, rescued it, and poured the water over a tea bag as if she were a patient. Then she sat at the small desk and did the thing she had wanted to do all day. She opened a new document and typed the first line of something else, while the world outside argued about the first line of the thing she had already sent. Her inbox pinged. Priya again. Keep going. Also, I would like to share it with my list of debut authors who need permission to leave behind bad chapters. Ava wrote back, yes, always yes. Noelle sent a photo of the store window where she had taped a printout of the story's headline with the caption, She's one of ours. Liam texted a short message that made her eyes sting. Proud of you. We both learned how to walk into the right rooms. She told him thank you and meant it, and then put the phone down again, because gratitude is quiet, and she wanted to hear it. Night pulled itself up over the city like a blanket tossed without looking. Lights turned on in windows at different speeds. Buses kept their routes. Somewhere, someone read the paragraph about the kindest goodbye and set down a glass. Somewhere else, Someone wrote a DM that changed a week. Ava washed the pasta pot and left it upside down on the rack. A small act of faith in the air. She sat and wrote until the sentence didn't hate itself. When she finally put the laptop to sleep, she did not. Her body hummed. Her hands wanted to keep doing things. She stood at the window and watched a neighbor water a plant with too much devotion and thought, with a smile, same. Across town, in a building with a doorman, and quiet hallways that smelled like expensive nothing. Julian let himself into his penthouse and did not turn on the overhead lights. He loosened his tie, set his keys in a small dish that liked order, and laid his broken watch on the long table by the window where he left his day to cool. He made a drink he did not finish. He ate nothing. He walked once from the glass wall to the bookshelf and back because movement felt like thought, and thinking refused to cooperate. He had heard about the story at 11:03 a.m. A junior editor had texted the link without commentary, then followed it with, "This is the voice you told me to find." He had not clicked then. He had forwarded it to Priya with 2 words. She did. He had pretended to read a contract. He had returned a call he did not care about, and said the correct sentences anyway. He had clicked the link at 12:41, read the first paragraph, and closed the tab because he still had a meeting, and his chest was doing something he did not want to have to explain to a room full of chairs. He clicked again at 1:23 and read to the middle, stopping at the line about steady not being the same as accurate. He stood in the doorway of his office and stared at a plant he had watered on Thursdays, but had forgotten what day it was. He clicked again at 5:19 and read the last line and swore once. Shanti aning wats, softly, because relief and regret are terrible cousins. Now it was night, and there were no rooms to manage, no chair to hold him up, and no schedule to file between the feeling and the phone. He sat on the low couch that had never learned how to be comfortable and opened the story from the beginning, letting it take hold of him. He read the first sentence and knew where it came from, not because it was about him, but because it was about the part of her he had been lucky enough to stand near. He read the paragraph about kindness and goodbyes and thought of the glass room where he had said the worst true thing about love and fear. He reached the line that everyone screenshot and felt the space behind his ribs change shape. You don't have to hate a door to walk through another. He closed his eyes. He opened them. He reread it slowly, like a person who had spent a lifetime reading quickly and winning and did not want to win this time. He scrolled to the author bio at the end and laughed once, despite himself, because it sounded like her, not like marketing. Ava Hart stacks books in the morning and sentences at night. Borrowed Light is her first short story. He put the phone down on the arm of the couch and missed, watching it slide onto the cushion and stay. He didn't pick it up. The room was quiet. The city outside was not. He looked out at 1,000 squares of light and saw none of the people inside them. He thought about the way he had held his fear like a credential. He thought about the boy who learned that leaving first was a skill. He thought about the woman who refused to fix him and instead fixed herself. Something in him that had survived 20 years by being hard and useful and closed did a thing it had forgotten it could do. It cracked, not a collapse. Not a dramatic break, a hairline that let air in. The feeling did not ask for permission. It set down its luggage and sat. His chest hurt the way a held breath hurts when you finally release it. His eyes stung in a way that annoyed him because he hated evidence. He pressed his thumb against the unmoving watch face, as if it were a button that might undo the day, and knew it would not. The room did not shift. He did. He said her name once, quiet enough that the expensive nothing of the hall could not carry it. He stood. He sat again. He reached for the phone and pulled his hand back because it was a reflex, and he did not trust reflexes. He stared at the headline one more time and felt the sentence he should have said 2 weeks ago rise like a thing that had waited at a door and finally found the handle. Julian read the story alone in his penthouse, and her words broke down his walls. Chapter 19. By 6, the bookstore on Maple wears its best version of itself. Noelle strings a line of warm bulbs across the front table and calls it a stage. Someone drags out the folding chairs that wobble but do their duty. The bell over the door rings every 30 seconds, and it wasn't tired of being kind. A hand-lettered sign in the window reads, "Tonight, Ava Hart. Borrowed light and other doors." It looks homemade because it is, and it seems right because the night is not about polish. It is about a room and a page and the sound a heart makes when it recognizes its own words. Ava arrives early and stands in the doorway a minute before stepping in. She takes it in like a scan, stacks of her book in 2 tidy towers, a pen that does not smear, a pitcher of water on a crate, Noelle's cousin at the register, proud in the way that tries not to show, Priya near the back, coat on her arm, eyes bright with the private joy of an editor who is also a friend. The table in the front holds a vase with a single orange flower bent as if it has already lived a life and is pleased to be here anyway. It makes her want to laugh and cry together. She breathes. She touches the cover of one copy with the back of her hand to see if it might be hot. Borrowed light and other doors. Her name is in a font she chose after arguing with herself in 4 emails. She remembers the first draft of the title, the second, and the moment the right one arrived and took its place. She remembers the first short story appearing online and the way strangers did not feel like strangers for a day. She remembers quitting, the elevator doors closing, and the 2 words she heard as they did. Don't go. Noelle appears at her elbow with a green gummy bear and a headset mic that is a joke. For hard paragraphs, Noelle says, pressing the gummy into Ava's palm. And because every headliner needs a ritual. Are you ready to be clapped at? Ava smiles. Only if you stand close enough that I can look at you when I forget what a sentence is. You won't forget, Noelle says, then eyes the room like a conductor checking an orchestra. We're packed. Priya's here. Janelle texted that she's bringing charts. Ignore her or pretend to. The poet from the retreat promised to heckle you with love from the back. Oh. Also, there's a kid with a notebook and a look that could melt steel. Please make him a promise about writing, even when algebra yells. Ava nods. She feels the thin, thrilling fear that comes with a microphone that may or may not work, and a room that is too good to deserve anything less than what she has to offer. She goes to the bathroom and washes her hands, even though they are clean. She looks in the mirror and sees an old version of herself flicker for a moment. The girl with the porch light, the intern with a torn letter, and then sees the person she is tonight settle in. People find chairs. A woman in a bright scarf squeezes into the last corner and holds her coat like a child. Liam and Zara slip in a minute before start time, breathless and lit up, the way city couples come to readings as if the words might change the weather. Liam raises a hand. The old hello. Nothing complicated in it now. Zara carries a tote full of prints and a grin that could run a grid. They stand near the poetry shelf, a little island of color. At 7, Noelle taps the mic, which squeals once and then does nothing. "We are ignoring this," she says, tossing the headset to the crate. "Hello, room? Thank you for being smarter than most rooms. We're here because borrowed light and other doors exists, and because its author insists on telling the truth without hurting anybody on purpose. Please clap like you mean it for our own Ava Hart." The clapping comes like heat. Ava takes her place and opens the book. The paper smells like a promise printed. She does not use the mic. She does not need it. The room leans forward. She reads the first paragraph and hears in her own voice the steadiness she worked for. She reads the sentence about the porch light and lets the pause after it be a beat, not a problem. She reads the new story, the one about the laundromat window and the choice to call a thing by its real name. There is a cough in the back, a chair squeak, a small laugh in the right place, and the sound of a page turning slowly. She keeps going. In the doorway, a man pauses. A doorman would call his face private. The night calls it unguarded. He holds a small, old book in one hand, thumb at the spine, as if the object needs a steadying pulse. He stands without a seat, because the seats are gone. He does not try to make the moment about himself. He just listens. When Ava lifts her eyes between sections and scans the room, she sees him without letting her mouth betray her. The sight lands, then folds itself into the drawer she keeps for later. Julian, here, with a book. She reads to the end. She does not rush the last line. You don't have to hate a door to walk through another. The room exhales. Someone near Mystery wipes a cheek and pretends it is because dust moved. Noelle reclaims the front table and says, Q&A, but only if your question is not a 10-minute monologue with a question mark at the end. People laugh like they have sat through those nights in other rooms. Questions are small and kind. A teen asks how to write when school makes you hate the sound of your own brain. Ava says, write when no one is grading. Write one paragraph and reward it with a cookie. Find one person who reads you without fixing you. An older man asks if letting go felt like betrayal. Ava says, no, it felt like honesty in slow motion. A woman asks about choosing titles. Ava says, choose the door that holds, even when the paint is chipped. Priya asks nothing. She just looks like a person who brought a cake and is pleased everyone is eating. The signing line forms quietly. People hold their copies like birds. A bookseller moves the stack of sticky notes closer, the kind that save authors from spelling panics. Ava writes names and short sentences that belong to those names. She signs for the kid with the steel-melting look and writes, keep the pages noisy. She signs for a couple who say they want to get married, but not lose themselves. She writes, your two doors. You can both be open. Halfway through the line, the small old book that Julian holds made its own gravity. The cover is cloth, once red, now something like brick. The corners are soft. The title sits on the front in stamped gold that has rubbed off where a child's thumb might have lived. The Velveteen Rabbit. It is a copy that has been loved like a person. He waits like anyone else. He does not use his height, his name, or her history to cut the line. When he steps forward at last, the room temperature rises by a degree. He sets the rabbit on the table with a care that says he knows what objects mean when they cross a life. "Ava," he says, and her name in his voice is not a plea tonight. It is a fact. The room pretends to look away and listens harder. "Julian," she says, and the fact returns. He lifts the book. "It was my aunt's copy," he says quietly. "She read it to the warehouse kids when we were trapped inside on rainy Saturdays. The part about becoming real, about being loved until the fur rubs off and the eyes drop out and you don't mind because something bigger is true, always made me uncomfortable. I did not want to be worn down to be worthy." He catches himself, looks at the copy he brought, and sees if it has a job now. "I've been carrying this around for 3 weeks. It kept asking to be here. Tonight felt like the right time." Ava does not fill the pause. She waits for the sentence he brought into the room. He meets her eyes in front of 100 others and lets his voice be as simple as it can be. "I thought love was about surviving," he tells her. "You taught me it's about living." The line doesn't ask for applause. It first receives positive silence. Priya lowers her gaze like a prayer. Noelle presses a hand flat to the table and whispers something only the gumdrops understand. Liam looks at Zara as if to say, "See?" Zara gives him a slight shove that means keep watching. Julian breathes out, and in that breath, Amelia of the cash wrap, Connor's cousin from community college, and the poet from the retreat all unlearn something about men and apologies. He holds out the rabbit. "I don't want you to fix me," he says, not hiding behind cleverness. "I needed to learn what you already know. I am learning. I will continue to learn, whether you let me stand next to you or not. But I want to try beside you, if you want that, not as a project, as a person who stays." He glances at the book in his hand, then back. "I bought a new copy. This one should live with the person who taught me how to read it." Ava glances at the line of people behind him and at the table where her own book sits, brand new and honest and a little loud. She looks at the rabbit with its soft corners. She thinks of his penthouse without overhead lights, of the broken watch on the table by the window, of the sentence he spoke in glass. "You're the first person I've loved since my father died," and it terrifies me. She thinks of herself at a smaller desk, choosing a door without hating the one behind her. She touches the cloth cover. "Thank you," she says, and the room hears the word land in a place that was missing it. He does not reach for her hand. He does not stage a scene in a space that is not his. He lets the next thing be hers. A woman in the line says softly, "We can come back," and steps aside with a smile that blesses what happens next. The room shifts a little, like a crowd making room for a stretcher or a dance. It is a respectful movement. The night breathes. Ava stands. Noelle moves the water pitcher without anyone asking. Priya takes one small step back and dabs at her eyes like a person who refuses to be an obstacle to joy. Liam wraps an arm around Zara's shoulders and tries to look cool. He fails and grins anyway. Ava comes around the table. She doesn't walk fast. It's not a rush. It's a choice. She stands in front of Julian and sees that he is shaking a little, just as she did when she read the first paragraph. She sees how much work it costs him to be this quiet and this brave. She saw the version of him from the first day. Sharp, closed, exact. The version from the rain with the umbrella tilted, and the version from the glass room, the watch between them, the one from her small window, a man reading her words and letting them undo the wrong walls. He opens his mouth, maybe to say something he no longer needs to say. She lifts a hand instead and touches his face where fear always did its best work. He closes his eyes once and opens them again. The room leans. The old copy of The Velveteen Rabbit sits on the table, worn and here. No speeches, she says, because she knows him. Just this. She steps in. The kiss is not a movie kiss, and it is not careful. It is the kind that remembers the cost and pays it anyway. It is steady, deep, and complete. He meets her halfway, and then all the way. His hand finds the back of her neck with the tenderness of a person holding a page he does not want to crease. Her fingers curl in the fabric of his shirt, as if to anchor both of them in a room that has turned into a sky. For a half breath, there is no room. There is only the choice they are making with their mouths. Then the room returns to full volume. Someone near the travel shelf cheers. Someone else whistles and gets shushed and then claps to a tone. Noelle whoops so loud that 2 children clap because clapping is clearly required. Priya laughs a soft, astonished laugh that has not been in her throat since she was 25 at a reading in a church basement. The bell over the door rings for no reason and claims partial credit. Ava pulls back slowly. Her forehead rests against his. She is not lightheaded. She is not dizzy. She is very much in her body, in her city, in her book, in this room. He breathes out a hard, shaky breath, like a man who has argued with a schedule and finally let a day win. He starts to repeat her name all over, softer than the first time, full of a new kind of fear and a new kind of yes. The applause swells and the night tips forward, and she has one beat to decide if she will make them a public story or keep this moment small and theirs. And as the clapping rolls like a wave across the crowded store, Julian kisses her deeply, the crowd applauding. Chapter 20. A year is a quiet carpenter. It softens the sharp edges, fits the hinges, and teaches a door to swing. In the city, the bus still grumbles at the corner. Noelle still tapes handwritten signs in the bookstore window, the tape refusing to tear straight. The elevator on Ava's old floor still hesitates between 11 and 12, but she doesn't ride it anymore. She walks by from time to time and thinks of the hum as a neighbor she once argued with and now only nods to. In that year, Liam learns how to fix a machine that refuses to admit what part is tired. He understands the rhythm of 2 schedules and 1 table with ink stains that never wipe off. Zara's studio above the bakery smells like sugar, solvent, and triumph. Her lightning bolt earrings multiply. They hang from a nail like bright punctuation. The 2 of them carry bins down 3 flights on Saturdays and up 4 on Sundays and call that exercise. They make dinner that is either perfect or chaotic and never somewhere in between. Today, their friends think they are headed to a pop-up reading in the park. The flyer promises 5-minute comics performed out loud and a portable amp with the personality. It is May, warm enough to pretend about summer. Food trucks line the curb like polite ships. Families unfold blankets. A small stage sits under a sycamore that has learned how to be a ceiling. Zara, busy and radiant, sets up a table with a banner that has survived worse weather. Liam disappears on a very short errand, which is suspicious because he never leaves when tape is needed. In his backpack was a sketchbook he had been hiding for 6 weeks, including a ring he had made with a jeweler who had let him watch every step, and an extra banana sticker, because life insists on continuity. When the host calls for the first performer, Zara nudges a teenager toward the mic and whispers, "If your hands shake, no askin ki, make it part of the drawing." The kid nods and shakes on purpose, and the crowd loves the honesty. Someone reads about a cat who refuses to be an allegory. A woman draws a map of the bus, routes in her heart, and accidentally gives 2 people directions to each other. Liam steps onto the stage when the sun hits the edge of the sycamore and throws coins of light onto the grass. He looks less like nerves and more like a man who has practiced a thought until it is ready to be shown. He holds up a comic strip printed on thick paper with clean panels and sure lines. His hand shakes once and then remembers what he decided. This is not a test. It's a promise. "Hi," he says into the mic, voice a little too loud, then corrects. "I'm Liam. This is a strip called Panels I Didn't Know Were a Proposal Until They Were." He flips to the first panel. On the page, a version of him stands at a convention, unsure, surrounded by color he doesn't know how to name yet. Across the aisle, a girl with a cape made of receipts and lightning in her ears holds up a zine like an invitation. She says, in a speech bubble shaped like a sound effect, "Chaos, but kind." Laughter rides the grass. Zara freezes, then tries to look unimpressed and fails. Second panel, 2 figures back to back, fighting a monster made of jammed printers. "Paper Jam" written across its chest. The banana of justice appears in the corner, holding a tiny gavel. Third panel, a karaoke stage, a foam hood, a crooked mic, a word balloon that simply reads, "I love you," unbrave and brave at the same time. The artist draws his own blush with care, and the crowd laughs like a chorus that remembers the tune. Liam flips slower now. The fourth panel reveals a little flat with string lights and dishes in the sink. As this is not a sponsored image. The 2 figures are at a table, pins out, tongues between teeth, working. A caption runs along the bottom. "Ordinary courage, every day." Fifth panel. A ferry, a laundromat, a sidewalk full of rain, the 1,000 small rooms that become a life together. He takes a breath and turns to the last page. It's a single, wide panel. The city skyline sits behind 2 figures on a roof. On one side, a couch with a throw blanket someone bought for $5 and saved from the trash 3 times. On the other hand, a milk crate with a plant that refuses to die. The figures hold a long roll of paper between them like film. It unfurls off the roof, a ribbon of moments. The first zine sold out by accident, a burnt pancake in the shape of a robot, a phone call to a friend when the grant letter said no, and the world said, "Try again." Along the top, in block letters, he erased and re-inked a dozen times. Sidekick, soulmate, partner, home, each word crossed out until only one remains. Home. A tiny box in the lower corner says, "Circle 1," and at the very, very bottom, even smaller, a scrawl that shakes and steadies. "Marry me?" He lowers the page and the mic catches his exhale. He opens his mouth to finish a sentence he practiced out loud in the mirror, the one about loving a person's work and mess at the same volume, the one about choosing the next panel together. He doesn't get to. Zara is already on the stage. She has moved in the way she moves when she decides. Fast, social gravity bending to let her through. She grabs the mic, then doesn't need it. Yes, she says, loud enough for the birds to understand. Yes. She repeats it, softer, for him and for the strip and for the kid she used to be drawing under a table, learning to ask. He tries to speak. She kisses him instead, mid-sentence, the way she did at karaoke and will do at 80. The crowd becomes a friendly storm. Someone throws confetti that used to be a bad first draft. A toddler screams in joy because everyone else is loud. A camera somewhere catches the panel and a hand. And the yes, yes, yes. After, Zara slides the ring onto her paint-marked finger and holds her hand up to the light like a comic panel framing a moment. It fits, she says, and he grins like he stole something from a dumpster, and it turned out to be gold. She looks at the strip, at the small scrawl in the corner. You spelled Mary right. I practiced, he says. I also drew the banana on the back as a witness. She flips the page and laughs so hard the sycamore shakes. Across town, the bookstore window wears a new sign. Tonight is a quieter celebration. No microphones that squeal, no confetti made of past mistakes. Just wine in paper cups and an arrangement of peonies that pretends to be casual. Borrowed Light and Other Doors has lived for a year. The second print run sold out last month. A new narrative cycle rests on the rear table, with a cover that resembles a hidden sunrise. The store smells like paper and weather, and the exact sugar Noelle hides in the office for emergencies. Ava arrives early with a tote that is mostly notebooks, and 3 pens she trusts. She stacks copies with the same care she used to put galleys on a cart for someone else. On the front table, in a place of honor between a poetry collection with teeth and a novel that forgives difficult mothers, sits a cloth-bound book with soft corners. The Velveteen Rabbit. Its title in rubbed gold catches the light, then lets it go. She touches the spine with 2 fingers and leaves a small half-moon smudge no one will see. Julian lives differently now. He hasn't fixed the watch. He has fixed some other things. He texts headlines, not excuses. Bored dinner with Elaine. Home by 10. Anxious day, choosing quiet. Will call tomorrow. Proud of your line about laundromat light. Made me breathe weird. He has learned how to be in an elevator without pretending he is not in one. He leans against the back wall and inhales for 4 and exhales for 6, while her hand rests warm on the rail. He reads her drafts only when invited. He returns them with 3 careful notes and a text that says, "Keep the bruise. Lose the bandage," because Priya trained them both. They argue like people, not like a board meeting. When he defaults to, "we should," she says, "say, I want." And he corrects himself without making it a loss. When she wants to run because it is what she learned from him, she sits down instead, tells him the ugly sentence first, then the honest one. He takes his mother to lunch once a month in a cafe that understands weak coffee can be a kindness. He asks for what hurts and leaves when he needs to, without slamming doors. He keeps coming back. He thanks the door every time it opens. Tonight, he arrives late on purpose, so she has the room first. He stands in the back, not hiding, but not claiming, hands in his pockets, a posture he's made peace with. Priya winks at him like a co-conspirator who approves of good behavior. Noel pretends to frisk him for unauthorized edits and finds only a pen and a ribbon of bookstore receipt paper with a reminder to buy more tape. Janelle waves a chart printed on a napkin that proves readers cry at paragraph 4. He laughs and believes her. Ava reads a scene about a city bench where two strangers agreed to admit their smallness and their desire simultaneously. She reads a paragraph that could be about him and isn't, except that it is. Because everything honest she writes carries the shadow of the people who taught her how. The room is different from the room of the previous year, yet it also shares some similarities. A kid with steel-melting eyes has more notebook pages now. Liam and Zara slip in late with ink on their hands, stand by the travel shelf, and hold hands like the right thing is easy. After, they all make the same soft circles, signing, thanking, promising, laughing badly at private jokes. Zara raises her left hand in the manner of a panel, causing everyone to look without being asked. Liam shakes Julian's hand with the kind of kindness two men learn when they both love the person who chose the right door. Elaine does not come. This is not her room yet. The story will be told to her over soup tomorrow. Julian is going to overlook the nearly perfect thing she says. When the chairs have been stacked and the last promise has been folded into a tote, the bookstore goes back to its regular heartbeat. Noel locks the register and lets the bell ring twice for luck. Priya steals the last cookie on the plate and leaves a note that says, "Owed, 1 cookie," and, underneath, "Paid, belief." Liam and Zara head out to plan a strip about peonies that resemble frosting and a ring that used to be ore. The city opening in front of them like a reproduced page. Familiar, clean, full of ink. Ava and Julian stay to help move crates. He lifts the box of remainders without turning it into a performance. She carries a stack of returns to the back and doesn't pretend the back is less holy than the front. On the way out, he reaches for the light and then pauses, because this is her place. She flips the switch and the room agrees to rest. They walk to her apartment because cars would make tonight too short. The air smells like rain thinking about it and like cut stems. He brushes her hand and then holds it because the block offers privacy. Upstairs, the plant on her desk has learned to forgive inconsistent water. The rabbit sits on the shelf above the desk where she writes, a quiet witness that asks nothing and says everything. He kisses her goodnight at the door with gratitude, not urgency. Tomorrow, he says, and means it. I'll bring croissants that will disappoint a French person. I'll make coffee that will disappoint a barista, she says. And they smile because failure at that level is a luxury. When he leaves, she listens to his steps on the stairs until they blend with the building's own spine. She turns on the lamp, giving the desk a small sunlight, and opens her laptop. The news story waits with its patient cursor. It is the last piece in a cycle about doors and rooms and the courage to stop apologizing for needing both. She reads the first paragraph and does not hate it. She scrolls to the end and stares at the almost final line she has been avoiding, because endings can make a person lie. She refuses to lie tonight. She looks at the rabbit. She looks at the plant that still tries. She looks at the ring on her friend's hand. From a photo someone texted an hour ago, Zara and Liam with a strip as a witness. She looks at the blank space and takes her own hand like a person crossing a street. Her fingers find the keys. The sentence that arrived in the shower 2 days ago returns like a bird that knows the way home. Slowly typing, she lets the words speak for themselves. Once, I thought love had to begin with friendship, but sometimes it begins with fire and becomes home. Epilogue. They choose a place that looks like the inside of a postcard and behaves like a village. White houses tuck themselves into a cliff, doors the color of the sky. Bougainvillea leaning into every photograph like a gossip. The little church sits at the edge where the island pretends to fall into the Aegean and then decides not to. Fishermen nod at the guests like extras who know their cue. A cat sleeps under a chair and ignores history. Ava stands in a room the size of a sentence and lets Noelle pin a small orange flower into her hair. The air smells like salt and soap, and something baking 2 streets away. Liam knocks, waits, and opens the door with his eyes closed because he took the rule seriously, and then peeks anyway because he never could help himself. He carries 2 bottles of water and a lanyard that reads, "Official friend because Zara made badges for everyone. You ready?" he asks, voice soft like the old treehouse days. "Yes," Ava says. It is not a performance. It was a decision that settled into her, sometime between the ferry and the moment she put the rabbit on the dresser, realizing it looked like it had always belonged in Greece. She smooths the skirt of a dress that is not a magazine dress and lifts the little book with the rubbed gold title, The Velveteen Rabbit, and tucks it under her bouquet, because there are talismans and then there are facts. Zara flings herself into the room in a flurry of earrings, eyeliner, and a roll of paper. She has guarded with her life since the airport. "Programs," she announces, breathless. "I drew us as a short comic, so the relatives have something to read if anyone forgets their vows." 4 panels, light on text, heavy on sentiment. She unrolls the sheet. The first panel, a bookstore with a string of lights. The second, a city sidewalk with rain that makes everything honest. The third, a Greek church with a cat refusing to move. The fourth, 2 figures holding a door between them and writing the words, "Home," across it. Liam kisses her hairline like he's collecting lucky minutes. Priya appears at the threshold like someone who knows how to stand in a doorway and still give the room back to its owners. She holds a small box tied with a ribbon and 3 paper clips because she cannot help being herself. "This is for later," she says. "Don't open it now. You'd cry and then I'd cry and we'd all be late." "Is it a red pen?" Ava asks. "It is," Priya says, straight-faced. "It's also a seashell and a check and a permission you don't need and took anyway." Down the hill, people gather in the courtyard. Chairs wobble on the uneven stone. Someone steadies them like love does. Elaine sits in the second row with a borrowed hat and a face that tries not to admit how much being asked to sit in any row still startles her. She fiddles with a folded tissue and stares at the sea as if it might explain suns. Janelle holds a clipboard that she clearly made in Excel. Noelle's cousin strings another bulb and pretends the wind is not a critic. Julian waits by the church wall, sleeves rolled, tie less formal than boardrooms ask. He has learned how to breathe without an elevator as a tutor. His broken watch sits on his wrist by choice. Today, it is more talisman than wound. He is not a man who ever expected a Greek island to be a page in his life. He is presently grateful to be wrong. The mayor, who has officiated 1,000 weddings and always pretends it is his first. nods. "Let's begin," he says. The musicians, 2 teenagers and an uncle, strike a song that tries to be formal and ends up being happy. Ava walks down a short aisle that smells like rosemary in the cracks. She is not thinking of steps, but of choices that stack into a door. Noelle walks ahead and throws petals with the precision of a person who can hit a deadline from across a room. Liam waits halfway to the front, eyes wet and bright, and squeezes her hand like a period. At the front, Julian's posture shifts by a degree when he sees her. You could miss it if you weren't watching for it. She is. She always will be. They stand in the sun and the shade at the same time. They exchange Stefana, thin crowns joined by a ribbon, because they like the idea of being linked without losing their own heads. The mayor's words are straightforward. They say their vows without fancy, because fancy never fit either of them. She says, "I promise to try out loud." He says, "I promise to stay when the old alarm goes off." Someone coughs. A wave below the cliff smacks rock and laughs at timing. Elaine clears her throat too loudly and then pretends she didn't. Priya dabs her eyes in a way that won't ruin her eyeliner. Zara snaps a photo and then sketches the exact moment in 5 lines because both versions feel holy. Liam's laugh breaks into a tiny hiccup when the mayor mispronounces heart, and the hiccup becomes a sort of chorus that the crowd doesn't understand but respects. When the mayor says, "You may kiss her," they do. It is not a performance for the guests. It is a punctuation mark that only they can read. The courtyard claps, because that is what courtyards do. The cat wakes, looks offended, and goes back to sleep. At the reception, the tables are long and stubborn. The food is the good kind of simple. Grilled fish, tomatoes that taste like decisions, bread that cracks in your hand, kufeta, white Jordan almonds, sit in little bags like commas on each plate. Elaine leans across a dish of olives and tells Ava a story about his aunt that doesn't end in apology. Noelle leads a toast that sounds like a short story with a punchline. Janelle stands and reports that data indicate this dance floor will see a 200% increase in joy over baseline by midnight. People pretend to groan and then call her a genius. Liam takes the mic and thanks the girl with a book and the boy with a watch for building a room where others can clap for them. Zara draws on napkins, programs, the back of the menu, and the light. She hands Ava a doodle of the couple with the Aegean behind them and a speech bubble that says, "Not magic, work that looks like magic." Ava slips it into the rabbit as a bookmark. They dance under bulbs that do their best to illuminate them. Julian is not a good dancer. He is a precise mover who has learned to be imprecise for the joy of it. He keeps his hand steady on her back like a promise. When he hesitates, she squeezes. When she laughs, he does too. Not because the joke is good, but because the person telling it is safe. They are both, for once, not counting the minutes. They are letting the minutes count for them. They stay on the island for 2 more days, because the ferry schedule is more ambitious than their plans. They swim once, awkwardly, because the water is honest. They go into the small bookshop with the blue door and find a single copy of Borrowed Light and Other Doors in Greek on the shelf between a detective novel and a cookbook. The sight makes Ava sit down on a crate and put her hand to her mouth like she has to hold in air. Julian buys it without making a scene. The bookseller smiles as if this were always going to happen. Back in the city, time refuses to be cinematic. but is beautiful anyway. They hang the Stefana above the bedroom door. Ava returns the rabbit to its shelf, where it can watch sentences become themselves. Julian returns to an office he now leaves with intent rather than escape. He keeps writing her notes that say, headline, and then the truth, no footnotes. In late autumn, the tests turn one line into two, and a person in a white coat says the word that changes how days are measured. Pregnant. Ava looks at the little screen of static and the certain blur inside it and cannot reconcile the miracle with the lack of special effects. She cries in a clean, silent way that startles her. Julian looks at the screen like it's a blueprint and then moves his eyes to her like he already knows. Blueprints are only ever theories. He is scared. He says so. He is ready. He says so too. He starts counting in elevators again and laughs at himself and keeps doing it anyway because learned habits don't leave politely. He reads to the tiny, to the echo, to the rumor, just a paragraph at a time. The line about the laundromat, the bear who doesn't know its own strength, a weather report for someone who will have to decide for himself if rain is good news. Noelle throws a shower that is mostly books and pastry. Priya writes a card with 3 edits and a check, which she refuses to describe as a grant, and everyone else does. Liam builds a crib on the living room floor and swears affectionately at an Allen wrench. Zara paints a small mural above the crib of a rabbit in a scarf, reading under a string of lights. Elaine knits one uneven hat, cries into it, and starts again. Ava's book keeps traveling without her. It goes into languages she cannot speak, but somehow understands on the page. Readers tag her from buses and kitchens and foreign airports, where the announcement boards sound like rain. She says thank you so many times. The words lose their edges, and she has to invent new ones. I see you. Me too. I'm grateful you're here. Keep going. A film person sends an email with the subject line, adaptation, and she closes the laptop to hold the words without lightning for an hour. The book stops belonging to her in the best way. It belongs to the rooms where people read it aloud, put it down, and pick one another up. Labor begins on a Tuesday, because Tuesdays have always been rude in his life and generous in hers, and now both get to be true. At 2 a.m., she wakes to a feeling like a wave deciding to introduce itself. Julian sits up with his body already in his shoes, then laughs and takes the shoes off because there is time. He counts breaths with her because the counts worked for elevators. They might work for pain. He puts the bag by the door, then moves the bag, and laughs at himself again because he has learned to be brave enough to notice when he is funny. The car ride is a tunnel and a planet. The city is quiet and loud. The hospital has fluorescent lights that hum like early mornings at the warehouse, the place where fear used to run the day. Nurses move around them with practiced warmth. A woman who has done this more times than anyone should have says, breathe, like a coach. He says, you're doing it, as if it were a truth he discovered on a map. She is doing it. She is making something true 1,000 times in 1 hour. He holds her hand through contractions and through the part where the world goes thin and the part where it gets teeth. He is not heroic. He is there. When she wants to break his fingers, he lets her. And then he still holds on. He says her name like a rope. He remembers that fear and awe can live in the chest at the same time, and neither has to apologize. When the child arrives, he is not cinematic either. He is a human, wrinkled and loud and perfect, because he is here. Blue gives way to pink. The cry is not pretty. It is the right sound. A nurse puts him on Ava's chest, and the word son sits in the room like a clock that has finally started. Julian presses his forehead to hers and inhales the same air as if he is learning how to breathe for the first time. They named him Theo because of gifts, Greece, and the way syllables want to be kind. Full name later. Jokes about hyphens. For now, Theo is a hand that curls around a father's finger and won't let go. Elaine enters the room with a hat that fits and a face that doesn't know what to do with joy this pure. She does the only thing she can. She stands and weeps quietly, saying, "Hello," to the person who did not exist yesterday. The crib turns the living room into a map of soft noises. Night becomes a new country. They walk it on sore feet, handoffs as choreography. Julian changes diapers like he does everything. At first, like a test. Then, like work. Then, like love. Ava feeds like a lighthouse. Steady, stubborn. A little surprised to be trusted. Noelle texts at obscene hours. Alive? Zara leaves soup at the door and a comic on the mat of Theo wearing a cape made of a burp cloth. Liam moves the crib 3 inches to the left for airflow and feels like a god. Ava's book keeps traveling. A bookstore in Lagos tapes a hand-lettered sign that says, "Borrowed light today," and a line of people snakes past a display of cookbooks, all of them holding something that looks like possibility. A woman in Seoul takes a photo of the headline in Hangul and writes, "For anyone who is walking from one room to another tonight." In Athens, the little shop with the blue door displays the Greek copy in the window, and a teenager stops to take a slow picture, sending it to someone she loves without a word. A year after the wedding, they return to the island for 2 days because the mayor has written to say that the cat still sleeps during the vows, and it seems essential for someone to report on continuity. Theo wears a hat that refuses to stay and is held by everyone and held again. They stand at the wall where the sea rehearses. Ava looks at the church, at the water, and at the boy who will one day choose rooms for himself. And she feels a kind of quiet that is not the absence of noise. It is the presence of enough. That night, back in the small apartment that she has learned to stretch, she opens her laptop. The cursor blinks like a patient friend. The new book is almost what it wants to be. She has been circling the last chapter for weeks, not because she doesn't know the end, but because endings ask you to believe in yourself. She scrolls to the bottom and looks at the blank space where the truth goes. Julian walks in with 2 mugs and the tired look that has somehow made him more handsome, as it is the look of a person who is learning to give up sleep for something better. He sets the mugs down. He runs a hand through Theo's hair where their son sleeps on his chest, small and heavy, and beyond. "You okay?" he asks. "I'm at the last line," she says. "Ah," he says, reverent and amused. "The boss fight." She glances at the rabbit on the shelf. She glances at the Stephana above the door. She glances at the crib where a tiny fist opens and closes like a punctuation mark. Then she looks at her own hands on the keys and types the sentence that found her on the ferry and waits until tonight to be itself. Once, I thought love had to begin with friendship, but sometimes it starts with fire and becomes home. She sits back, The words feel like a floor she can stand on. Julian reads over her shoulder and does the thing he has learned to do. Nothing but breathe approval. He kisses the top of her head, a quiet stamp. The apartment holds the moment like a bowl. Outside, a siren wails and fades. Inside, a baby snuffles. The way animals remind you that everyone is born knowing how to want. Ava saves the document. She emails the chapter to Priya with the subject, last door, and the body, be kind. She drops the laptop lid and lets the room exhale. Her phone buzzes. It is late for good news and too early for the wrong kind. She picks it up. From L, her film agent. Subject, offer. Feature adaptation of Borrowed Light. Body, they want you as a screenwriter. 6 months in Los Angeles, starting in January. Call me. She looks up. Julian is already walking toward her with something in his own hand. An envelope he pulled from the mailbox because he likes to pretend he is a person who isn't curious. He taps it. Board letter, he says. He opens it, reads, and swallows. They want me to relocate to London for 2 years. New imprint. They say the timing is perfect. He laughs once, not because it's funny. It never is. It always is. They stand in the kitchen, laminate underfoot. Theo's small breath loud in the old building. The rabbit watches. The Stefana keep their ribbon's quiet promise above the door. 2 cities sit in plain black ink. 2 lines that point in opposite directions across a map they have spent a year learning to draw together. Ava looks at Julian. He looks at her. Neither speaks yet. The kettle clicks itself off like a guardian who believes in rituals. Theo sighs in the way babies invent wind. Ava reaches for his hand because some choices begin there. The emails glow on the counter like 2 windows asking to be opened. And the night holds its breath, the last line of her book still warm in the air, while the 2 of them stare at the way their life has split into doors again, waiting to decide which one to walk through.